there, Rising Legends fans! For the 3rd anniversary of Rising Legends, I'm pleased to announce the new Rising Legends competitive ecosystem. With the goodbye of mid-sets, we were able to stretch 3 sets in a year, and that can only mean one thing: more tournaments and more opportunities to win throughout the year. The new innovative TFT set, Remix Rumble, welcomes our new ecosystem. For the first season, we will have only 2 Golden Spatula Cups. Yeah, I know I said we will have more tournaments. Just wait. We increased a ladder qualification slots, so don't stop grinding ranked ladder tacticians. You have more chances now. An important update: we moved the snapshots 1 day, so now you have to be ready for selfies on Monday afternoon. Consequently, we slightly changed the slots for the different GSC qualification paths, so expect some variance. Additionally, we have the Rising Legend Finals at the end of the set. This means the best top performers from the GSC and ladder will compete to crown the best tactician in EMEA. For sets 11 and 12, we go back to normality. We will have 3 Golden Spatula Cups per set, and the ways to qualify for GSC and Finals are still the same as set 10. But stay tuned, the slots could slightly change. To read up on all the details for this new competitive season, visit our website at risinglegends.gg and follow our social media account to never miss broadcast updates. Welcome back to the Golden Spatula Cup number 2, which unfortunately also is our last one for this set. I'm here with Niberia and Counterfeit, and my name is still Makes. And I'm so excited about today, you guys. I cannot even start to explain how excited this Golden Spatula Cup has made me, because while we are also seeing so many old faces that we've grown familiar to, there's a bunch of really cool new players and that I'm also excited about. But Matt, can you maybe, for anybody that's lost, explain what Rising Legends is?
Absolutely. Rising Legends is the premier place to watch players press D. Sorry, it's the official league for Teamfight Tactics EMEA region. We are going to be going through this second Golden Spatula Cup all the way to the finals and then to the championship. So some of the names you see today are fighting for their lives to finally make it into those finals.
And in case that confused you, there will be more info on that. We're going to go over it so you can take notes and really understand what's going on with the points and the qualification. I know it's a lot. Don't worry about it. But what else are we talking about, Counterfeit? Talk to me about our set list.
Absolutely. So our set list is basically our table of contents for today. So we're going through and, of course, recapping day 2 for anyone who's just joining us for the final day. Then we'll be talking to Shreddin. Then we'll be talking a little bit about the players we're going to be having it showing up in these final days to go to the finals. Then we'll talk a little bit about the meta overall of the tournament from days 1 and 2. And last of all, we'll be hearing from YouBetterKnowMe, one of our co-streamers for today.
This is going to be so fun. I know both of these interviewees that we're going to have later on a little bit closer, and they're both so funny. So you're in for a treat. Make sure you don't miss any of it. But speaking of missing, the tournament already went on for 2 days, and if for some reason you weren't watching, I really have no excuses for you. What are you doing with your life? But maybe we could, out of the graciousness of our hearts, catch you up. Help you maybe? What are we thinking, guys? Is that something we can do?
I don't know, Matt. Are you feeling generous today?
Person. I am. I'm a charitable person. I give our players benefit of the doubt when they look like they're holding Evelyn's for me. So I'm willing to give our viewers the benefit of the doubt that they can catch up, that they can see the glory that is Blitzcrank 3, that they can see the glory that is rerolls left and right as far as the eye can see. I believe in our viewers.
All right, then I won't be the big old meanie on this desk, and I will call for the video that is going to give you a short little recap of what has been going on. Let's check it out.
It's great to be back, y'all. The weather here is gloomy, but I sure ain't, because I am joined here by 2 of my greatest, closest friends, Makes even. And Counterfeit. Sorry,
you can call me Mike if you want, but that'll be strange.
Stage 5.
It is
Virgot's down. It's just Samira.
Is not going to do enough, just dies one shot by the Ezreal True Shot Barrage, and Hot Still again. It seems like it's just like yesterday. Hot Still being on top here. Crataeus wins lobby number 1.
Tiaan has already been taken down. The Rivet.
Oh, the Edge and I?
The Katarina here. Will it be enough? I think it's just barely gonna be enough for the Rivet.
Insane.
Start rolling, Lusher. Start rolling. Go.
You can see the Mordekaiser 3 as well. It is going to be enough here for Lusher. The lobby win does go for Lusher. No Dream, unfortunately. Look, he's still rolling. He wins the game.
He can't even the cast to do it. I think this might still have this one. There's so many carries, and there's just not enough firepower. Volta still does it, despite everything that Turkey's Tenet could throw at him. Does not walk back to the Caitlyn, though, which means he has to go face-to-face with Ribbon. I think Ribbon might be a little too strong. The Caitlyn.
That Kayle in the backline completely protected for once in this fight. And the Caitlyn.
Oh, no!
Smilish, man.
No way! But there's so many carries on the backline. Dashing across. This time the Ari's got free fire. But the Caitlyn gets off the last shot, but she can't cast in time.
Rest of the board is going down, and I'm not sure if this Blitzcrank is going to be enough. The zaps are coming out from the Blitzcrank. He's trying to go on through. Hey, don't worry about the tentacles. Go for the cake. Oh! That's huge. I mean, I thought it was actually going to be the wrong side. I thought he wanted the Akali on there in the end, but it's actually going to be Blitzcrank against the world again, but I don't think the Blitzcrank is going to do enough. And Dark Hydra wins our final lobby of the day and books his ticket to day number 3.
And we'll see you guys tomorrow because we have one more day of Golden Spatula Cup number 2, where we will crown the champion and the next person to be at the Rising Legends Finals. We'll see you there.
Hey, I didn't know my name was rebranded, but I thank you, Niberia, for always keeping me on my toes, even when it comes to my own personal name. But speaking of, I feel like there was a lot in yesterday's games that, of course, we're going to try to break down and give you the stats off. But first, we do want to talk to somebody that was out on the field, that was actually dealing with the craziness of yesterday in real person. Shreddin, welcome to the desk.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here.
Hi. How are you feeling? Day 3.
Yeah, very excited. I'm a little bit stressful to be here in day 3. I haven't made it since like set 6-5, I think. So I'm trying not to feel any pressure because that's what's helped me so far. And yeah, I'm just trying to go and enjoy the games as much as possible.
Well, I'm kind of curious, Shreddin, you mentioned that you haven't made it to day 3 in a while. Do you feel like there was something different about your prep for this GSC that allowed you to get here, or are you just like vibing with the set?
Oh, vibing with the set is not what I would call describing these times, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm trying to approach this set as cold as possible, not to be too emotional, and just enjoy the games as much as possible, not to be too stressful about it. And that's what's helped me, I think.
Well, kind of to open up the conversation to Poland as a whole, how do you feel like Poland is doing in the overall TFT stakes? I mean, you were the highest placed Polish player coming into day 3.
Yeah, I don't think that's the best sign of how the Polish scene is doing at the moment during this set, but a lot of people are complaining and not having a great time, so I think that doesn't help too much. But I think overall we're a very skillful community, and the progress is constant, so I do have high hopes for the next upcoming sets.
Shreddin, I know you and we have a very good music taste. So I was going to ask you, what are you listening to when you're playing games? Or are you one of the people that just turns off music, full focus, nothing? How do you approach that?
Recently, I've been listening to... Wait, what are they called? I forgot the name. I'm really... the guys that you were...
you on blast.
Yeah, the guys that you were at the concert that I said I envy you.
You mean Electric Callboy?
Oh yeah, Electric Callboys.
Yeah.
Like that's my recent discovery. So I really like them. I also love Unprocessed recently, the German band, progressive metal, and I actually was at their concert on Wednesday, so that helped me a lot. Just being a little bit off TFT for a while. Yeah, generally some metal, but also a little bit of rap or K-pop is what I love to listen.
Awesome. Well, Shreddin, you know the deal, you know how it always is with us. We're going to give you a little bit of time to shout anyone out, prep partners, a Saika, whoever you want. People in chat, go for it.
Yeah, obviously, I want to shout out my wonderful girlfriend, Saika, who's helped me prepare for this tournament a lot, and also helps me with my mental approach to the game. That's really, I feel like the greatest step of my improvement so far. And also shout out to Polish guys that didn't make it. Shirkane, Lelush, Travis, I hope they will be doing better next time. And I'm also obviously rooting for Travis, who I hope will make it to the regionals as well.
Thank you so much, Shreddin. Take care. We won't distract you any further, and good luck out there today on the Convergence.
Thank you. Enjoy the games too.
Thank you.
Makes the music question ruined me. I need you to know. I have had "We Got the Moves" stuck in my head since the moment you said Electric Callboy. I was like, yeah! Wait, what was he saying? I missed it. But we got there.
It's a really good band. What can I say?
They're not the only ones that got the moves. Shreddin's with them too.
Absolutely. Now, of course, Shreddin is not our only player, and he already mentioned it. Travis is one of the players that's a little bit in an awkward spot right now where he could still qualify depending on how everything shakes out. So why don't we have a look, Counterfeit, at our qualified players to the EMEA Finals already and where we're standing with this.
Yeah, so as mentioned before, we've got the 2 GSC winners, Patik and whoever wins out today, who have the guaranteed spots, the ladder spots over there, which potentially could end up being passed down. And our players from today, it's really worth noting that the majority of our players coming in today don't have any of the GSC circuit points coming in, so they're going to need to finish really highly to break top 16 and get those spots from GSC points.
And I'm staring at this list, guys, and I'm really excited. We got some names we haven't seen in a hot minute. Brix is back, Experience back. You're kidding me. I can't wait. Some of the lads from the earlier sets, and Wet Jungler as well, who has had incredible performances for the last 3 sets. I'm really excited to see him in the finals again.
Yeah, me too. I think there could even be this really, really crazy situation where if you're mentioning Experience, same set was Mamen, and Mamen has 100% win rate in the Golden Spatula Cups because every time he played, he won the whole damn thing. And now he's back. He's in day 3. There is a sliver of a chance that he keeps this 100% win rate, and I would just be so delighted just for the stat brain of my own to have that happen. And then that would of course also mean a little bit of a callback to the beginning of Rising Legends. I just think would be so cool. But with that, why don't we check out our standings and see where everyone is at, Peter?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, so many big names making it through here. Of course, we're starting out here, including our players who didn't make it through to day 3. Of course, Shreddin mentioned Illusion before, one of the Dragonlands regional champion, and several other big names also didn't quite make the cutoff for Potter Bowl, and right up there, kicking themselves, didn't just manage to get quite across the line.
Yeah, looking at some of the names that did make it yesterday, of course, Lilana's final game was probably one of the most exciting of the day. That Blitzcrank 3 that Makes and I were trash talking in the green room, and then like, hold on, I think he's cooking. Able to get that final 1v1 down to second place and making his way into the final day. Just an incredible final game from Lilana.
I was trash talking on the cast as well, to be fair.
Yeah,
we weren't alone.
I feel like he's really breaking out the secret tech there with that Blitzcrank, and then the foresight to slam the Archangel on your headliner Blitzcrank because you're thinking you can get him to. I was taken aback by it. But speaking of taken aback, there are a few players in today's standing that we do want to highlight. And Matt, I'll leave you the floor because we have one remaining Italian player with Ryko.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to hold it. The tape's falling.
That's quality flags. Advertising.
Look, you gotta keep the faith, right? And Ryko, listen, we talked to Urgod yesterday, and he was like, all of our players are really liking Heartsteel. And Ryko really embodies that. I'm gonna pull up his compositions here really quick. We have Heartsteel, 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 KDA, and Heartsteel. So, if you're looking for someone who's consistent, what more could you ask for? He had 2 first places in a row. That's consistency, baby. 5 Heartsteel games out of 6. That's consistency. That's all we need to make it out of the Golden Spatula Cup. I've got the faith. If you're
like me and you don't like Heartsteel, I have a player for you that in all of the games that we've seen so far, all 12 games, played a different comp every single time, which I think is a crazy stat. So let me shout out Tiaan here. I'm a huge fan of this guy ever since the Echo reroll that I yoinked from him to climb a lot in my ranked games. Different set though. And he's back with like a lot of crazy tech, a lot of variety. We're seeing rerolls, we're seeing forecasts. We're seeing a little bit of Heartsteel come out, but only 1 game, so I'll allow it. And I think that's just such a good stat to have, and I'm really curious for how the games are going to be looking going forward.
I mean, from my end of things, I want to go back to what Matt said with consistency. If you're looking for a consistent player, why not the player who came first in day 1 and second in day 2? Is that enough consistency for you, Matt? Blast at Moon. This has been his tournament. He's been the best performing player in the tournament so far, and it's outrageous that he's not plastered all over every single place, because honestly, he's a player with such incredible potential to grow. But what he's giving us right now is amazing.
We've had enough UK flags in the broadcast yesterday to more than compensate for what we've been dealing with the last couple sets.
I agree. He's bringing it back. We'll leave him there, and we'll talk to you about something that I know everyone is waiting for, our meta talks. They're back. And of course, we're going to break down the stats of everything that has been going on, of all the comps. Peter, to distract you from the UK bias, talk to me about what's strong.
I'm absolutely distracted from the UK bias, 100%. But the big stat that jumps out to me here, I think makes you point out when we were talking before, the Riven rerolls going from being, something of a sleeper comp to start us out with, to being absolutely absurd. I mean, I think it's maybe in day 1 we're seeing more of our players bringing it out in perhaps less than ideal circumstances, but you see the average here is absolutely nuts, considering especially that it's been played, the third most in the competition, along with Seraphim reroll and Viego. There's a lot of contested compositions that are being played roughly around the same amount of time, but Riven is absolutely amazing. The win rate as well, and the top 4 rate are all absolutely top class.
And I think one of the things that I want to note as well coming into this game, we've had a little bit of a change in how many compositions have been represented. One of the big ones for me was that Bard Misfortune reroll from Jazz. And one of the things that I was noticing about it was it's very similar to Caitlyn compositions, where you have one carry in the backline, 1 or 2 that are very squishy and you need to protect. The problem seems to have been that there's plenty of compositions that can get to that backline. So that composition has been falling off in consistency in favor of things like the KDA, in favor of those other reroll comps like the 8-bit that we've mentioned. We did see a little bit of Annie yesterday, which is always exciting, but those one-cost rerolls are really falling off, with the notable exception of Olaf, which we were begging for during Golden Spatula Cup number 1, but now we're seeing him as the linchpin of several compositions. Not the primary carry, but a great way to establish a front line and early tempo.
Yeah, I mean, he's a guy with 2 axes. What more can you wish for? He's just going strong. Love that dude. Love seeing him. But what I also love is, the 8-bit that we talked about. 2 cash outs yesterday. And one of the players that we talked to is Lusher in yesterday's pre-show. My cat was running around the desk, yelling, screaming for him. Apparently, she's a huge fan. I had no idea. And this morning, Lusher reached out to me saying, "Can I still count on the support of your cat? I am here to report that yes, indeed, you can." So I'm excited for maybe more craziness in terms of cash outs and stakes and whatever we can raise. But if you're looking for a strong comp to play, the Riven for sure is something you should keep in mind, as we were already mentioning.
I think my favorite part of that as well is Lusher just telling us that he never had the 8-bit cash out before, so literally didn't know what was going to happen. And we're spending the entire time shaking his head, trying to figure out what he was supposed to be doing, and relentlessly piling on stuff to his board. As he's like, I guess I just have unlimited money now.
I was listening that whole time. I was like, yes, 8-bit, yes, absolutely. But my mind and my eyes kept going back to Lusher's photo, because I was having like an Escher moment of just like, okay, where's the stairs? Where's his head's down here? I see stairs. I see his feet. So, always keeping me on my toes at the very least. And I've been really excited to see the different varieties that have been coming out over the last couple days. I know that yesterday we talked with Tardman and he was like, yeah, I'm not too pleased about all the rerolls. But for me, I'm really excited about it. Makes we talk about this like every time we do a show together, because we're both like reroll enjoyers, because we're classy like that. But it's been really exciting for me seeing how many different compositions have been viable, because we've had many competitions in the past where it's just like, okay, here's the 4 comps you can play. But we've seen at least a dozen different comps. Like you said, we have a single player who's played a dozen compositions over the last 2 days. So the variety has just been amazing to watch.
Yeah, I mean, really, it is a statement on the balance of the game, and I feel like you cannot deny that while there's a lot of hard steel being played, yes, it's still strong, there are so many different outs, and I'm really loving that. I think it's so, so cool to see. And speaking of outs and winning and, contests, Matt, I think we have another social media contest on hand?
I think so, Makes. Yeah, there it is. I knew it. So we're going to have the exact same competition we've had before, but we're going to change up the playlist. We're doing a little bit of a remix rumble ourselves here. Get on Twitter, take a look at these playlists, and let us know which one is your favorite and why for the chance to win big. So we're really excited. Gives us a little bit extra to listen to. Maybe our players will listen. I don't know if Electric Callboy's on there anywhere, but I feel like maybe for the finals we'll get it in there for the competition then.
They absolutely should be. I would be looking forward to that. But speaking of looking forward to, in rapid succession, we're slamming out these tournaments, and with the EMEA Finals on our front door, that also means the championship isn't that far away. And of course, same as last time, we do want to get people together. We want to have that community watch party and, just enjoy watching TFT with other people. It's glorious. It's so much fun. So we're going
Spoilers.
in a second. If you want to check that out, you can head on over to Berlin to Level to watch the championship. It's free. You can go in. There's maybe site events, I think, where you can win some stuff, and you can watch the EMEA players that qualify to the World Championship there in person. I'm sure it's going to be such a blast.
Yeah, based on what we saw from the videos. Well, we saw some guerrilla videos from there before, and it looked absolutely crazy.
the long hero walk from Enzo.
I mean, that is still going to be my favorite walk I've ever seen somebody do. I'm practicing every day to get that right. But somebody that was at Level in person, casting the games in German as well, is YouBetterKnowMe, and you better know him. Welcome to our broadcast, Nomi. How are you doing today?
Hey, looking forward to the games. So I'm doing great. And we still have a couple of German players that I'm rooting for, because obviously I hope that we will have some of them at the finals in Berlin.
Yeah, I mean, we were just talking about it. Maybe, do you want to tell people how LVL Berlin Championship was for you when you were there last time?
Well, it's like a school trip, kind of, right? You meet a lot of people and you share a common hobby. So it was a lot of fun to meet all the players. It was the first time for me to meet Vita, for example. So we talked a lot about casting TFT as well, because there's so many approaches that you can take for TFT. And obviously, there's just so many cool people, and it was just a blast.
So one of the questions I have, it's not a hidden thing. I adore rerolls, and of course the German scene, one of my favorites because of the deer list. Our boy Fin Tao really keeping that one up. But I was told, I've heard rumblings that there's a secret second deer list with ancient, dark, forbidden technologies.
I don't know about that one.
You don't know that one? All right. One of the players, Lusher, yesterday was telling us about it. So I don't know if there's any compositions that you've seen the players play that haven't quite made it onto the stage yet.
Well, to be honest, I believe Löscher started the deer list together with Fin, so maybe he was just lying to a degree because he wanted to promote the deer list. But actually, I was quite surprised to see Solo Gesang play a lot of Yasuo at the first day. And Yasuo reroll did quite well in the scrims, but later on in the tournament, it didn't really work out. So I felt like Solo Gesang was also switching strategies and moving more to two-cost reroll strategies. So maybe Löscher is hinting to those being superior right now.
Over.
Yeah.
Well, so Nomi, to bring us back out of the tournament for a second, just to the larger picture, we've got the A1 Prismatic Legends in place, so things have changed in the Dark scene a little bit recently. How are things going with the new TRC setup?
Well, we changed from a league system to a cup system, so I believe that's a lot of fun to follow, and also you have basically more players involved for a longer time because everybody tries to qualify, obviously, and then you have a stage of 64 players, so there's still a lot of people trying to get good at the game. So I believe it kind of helps the scene overall to get better. And then, obviously, for my part, it's some getting used to the new team and new production. And I had a lot of fun because the Austrian guys, I didn't know them before, and it was just nice to get to know them. And also, we're gonna have some offline finals in Austria, and I'm looking forward to those.
Oh, fantastic!
Yeah. I'm really excited for those. If you can get me on the invite list, Nomi, would be totally nice. Of course, I'm joking just a little bit. But you're also playing a lot on ladder. You're always out there doing really well. What's your favorite comp at the moment? What would you shout out? And don't say Heartsteel, that's not allowed.
Yeah, I actually don't really like the reroll compositions, so I'm trying to do a lot of different stuff. I actually played a couple of scrims as well, just to test if I have a shot. I don't. But I feel like the pros are undervaluing Disco to a small degree because the opening is still quite strong, and a lot of players are looking for Zed and Ezreal, and so Twisted Fate and Blitzcrank can be left over as we saw Lalana show off.
So, Nomi, I've got to ask you a question of which player is your favorite coming into this one from the doc scene. I know it's like saying which child is your favorite. I know that. I recognize that. But I'm curious as to who you think has really been punching above their previous performances over the last 2 days.
Well, I was very surprised that we lost Saza and Kevin Parker early, and also Elias, supposed to be one of the strongest reroll players as well, but he wasn't playing as much reroll as I expected. And now we have only 5 players left, and obviously as a fellow caster, I'm kind of supporting Löscher as well. But I'm rooting the most for Dark Hydra because the World's performance for him he was playing extremely well, but was very unlucky in a couple of spots. So that was a chance for me again to realize that the players are really very invested and extremely sad if they low roll. So I'm really rooting for Dark Hydra today.
Well, I mean, speaking of Dark Hydra, of course, having gotten hold of the regional championship for the last set, and with, of course, the international performances that we've seen from the German players, how do you feel like Germany's sort of position on the world stage? I mean, second place for Jungle last time round. Do you think there's a world championship in Germany's future?
Well, there might be. We have a couple of very strong players at the top, I believe. And you can also see that we are also always having the same 10 people maybe reaching day 3 at GSC. So I believe one of them could maybe do it in the future. Salvi's somebody that can really peak very high. So there might be a chance for him. But I have to admit the French community is still stronger in Europe. So they might have more horses in the race.
Well, speaking of, my fellow colleague Counterfeit here sometimes watches the German broadcast despite knowing very little German. Do you want to shout out anyone that is maybe following you, the community, the broadcast? Do you want to try and get people to watch the German co-streams? Stage is yours.
Well, I'd be happy if you tune into the German broadcast as well. But for the most part, I'm shouting out Johnny, who was co-streaming the first day with me. And I feel like it's great that he tries to juggle a lot of responsibilities and also finding time to cast TFT. And it's always just a blast casting with him. And we're going to do that at Level Global as well for the Worlds in Berlin. So come visit us in Berlin and enjoy the show.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nomi. I can only support that. I've worked with both of you, of course, before, and it's just such a blast. So thank you for taking the time to talk to us, and we'll see you out there.
Yeah, thank you.
Makes to follow on what you're saying, I really enjoy the German broadcast of TFT because literally 1/3 of what people say on the German TFT broadcast is just English, and you can basically figure out the rest of it anyway.
True, I'm not kidding. If you want to give it a try, it's definitely easier than the French one speaking from experience. But speaking of experience, we have a lot of faces that are here to co-stream today, so check them out as well.
and the Smash lineup coming out here. So if you speak a language other than English, I can almost guarantee that there's going to be a co-streamer for it. I'm doing the count right now, and 14 plus 4, 18 different options for you guys. So surely one of them will be your language of choice.
And if you want to choose your lobbies as well, we also have our alternative lobbies back. You can check them out in case you want to see a different lobby than the one we're broadcasting. We're going to show you the other ones under these these alternative links. Yeah, I know my lefts and right. I learned them in school. So that's where you can go. And if you're ready for game one, chat, I've been seeing you spam. Love that. Keep the energy. Our casters are here and ready. Wita and Impatches Panda for game number 1.
Thank you so much, Max. We are so hyped for this day 3. So much on the line, Wita. A month of TFT coming up when it comes to this day 3, regional finals, worlds as well. And so many hopes and aspirations of all of these players start right here in game 1 where they need to have that positive momentum going forward.
Yeah, there's so many players now that will need that top 7, top 5, top 6, finish on the day to even have a chance of making it there, right? And this lobby as well has so much history. You have men coming back into it. Then you have someone like Floaters and Blasted Moon making their first day free appearance in a GSC, right? And you have Volta. Like, this lobby is absolutely stacked.
Shout out to Floaters. I'm liking his drip on the webcam right here. Good first impression when it comes to a day 3 appearance. And looking at kind of a bigger picture approach, we have a EMEA world champion in this lobby with double 61. We have a few world's competitors like Volterix, Wet Jungler, who of course finished runner-up in set 9, Runeterra Reforged. I think just an incredibly stacked lobby to start things off. And we'll be seeing what they can do, what kind of impressions they have after those first 2 days of GSC. What inclinations they have, especially when it comes to rerolls and 4-cost flex, is the kind of the big divide right now between most of our competitors.
Yeah, right. Because as you were talking to me before, right, you have some players like the primarily in the lobby. You have 6 players that are really hammering home those rerolls, and you have someone like Wet Jungler and Sorrow, right, that are on those more flex lines. So it's going to be super interesting to see how that is kind of going to reflect on when we get into the game. And again, this is one of the most stacked lobbies that we've had in GSC history. Like, there are 4 final lobby appearances in this lobby, which is absolutely ridiculous.
And even the players who are not maybe known for their veteran experience in the TFT competitive circuit are players who have, immediate relevance from this set. Zoro, who was first place going into game 7 in GSC number 1, did not win it in the end. It was, of course, Batik was able to grab that title from him in that game 7, but a player who's very experienced on Disco, has played 4 games of Disco in this GSC as well. Disco, I think, not as strong as it was in GSC 1, where it was one of the most played comps all across the board. But Zoro still keeping hang of his favorites. He likes the TF buff. It's now a viable comp despite his stats this tournament not being so hot, 5.5 average. So we'll see if he kind of strays away from that Disco game plan in this day 3.
Yeah, I can relate to this, right? I was playing a game just before we had to be ready, right? And I had a TF2 on 2-5. I went 5th.
Is that a Disco problem or a Weeder problem? Be honest.
That was a wandering trainer issue.
Okay, that I accept it.
Other people had 10 KDA on 3-5. Then there was 7 KDA, 5 Superfan Seraphine free on 3-5 as well, right?
You don't have to convince me about the pitfalls of Wandering Trainer. Believe me, I am on your side on this one.
But it kind of showcases what Disco kind of lacks, right? That the fact that you are so overly reliant on hitting those huge, the 6-2, the Sona 2s, the Alawi 2s, those front, those legendary units in your composition to really have a chance to compete for those higher placements.
And starting off, we already have skipped the portals. We're already down to this stage 1 set on the bench for Double. Has the potential opener of having either a bruiser start we're seeing with the Olaf there in the shop, or just hoping for a Heartsteel start to really pop things off in this game 1.
Yeah, right. And you were talking about, we know this from KC Double, right? He is one of the premier players that want to utilize these econ trades, play heavy streaks, whether that's heavy wins, who are very creative, plays around some really oddball reroll lines, or it is these huge comeback lines with Heartsteel. So super excited to see if he is going to be able to find a Cassante coming up in the next shop or 2. So far, no Heartsteel chosen.
He has only the easy one missing, which is the 1 cost for now. It's going to be Cassante, and the portal for this game 1 will be Radiant Blessing. So the sooner players get under 40 HP, the better. And Wita, does this game plan sound to you like it aligns with a Heartsteel opener?
It definitely does, right? And I think that's going to be one of the more interesting things to kind of follow, because we haven't really seen the full scope of the lobby just yet. We will get that in a second here, and like the first augment here as well will be a really interesting one to follow, because for someone like Double in a poll like this, I mean, like hard drops here actually wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Patient study as well could help him get to level 8 for that very important full 2 roll down. Heartthrobs is there. Wida did mention it, and it has been picked up with Cassante headliner anyway in the shop. Just double 61 doing the kind of things he likes to do when it comes to popping off in game 1 of a final day of a tournament as important as this one.
Yeah, right. And the thing is that imagine it's like a spatula on the first carousel, right? It's like that's just a 5 heart steal onto a 5. Right? Stuff can happen.
Right, there's a limit to how much you can bless him, Wida. Let's not go too far. You already gave him the Heartthrobs, you gave him the Cassante headliner.
But the interesting thing is the fact that he levels, right? Which I think is an interesting thing here as well in terms of like maintaining HP. Maybe realize that he looks around the lobby that he actually has a pretty strong general tempo line. And then once we get to those later stages down the road, when we get those 5, maybe even 7 hearts still online, you can start like building those huge cash outs instead.
Not just that, but I think the higher chances of finding things like a Yone, for example, in the shop off of the level to 4 is going to be very impactful. It's almost a case where you get so many resources and so much upside from 5 heart steal that Econ no longer really matters as much in terms of leveling to 4 or not doing so at 2-1. So we'll see if that's the game plan for Double, if he can continue this very lucky start for this game 1 here.
And I think it's also worth noting, right? You look at around the lobby, we got the augments. There are 3 copies of Patient Study as well, right? So those players, generally speaking, be trying to look for a loss. We can see Volta already at the 10-15 gold mark even, right? And that's kind of something we got to keep in mind here, that for Double, he was trying to like go for a quote-unquote open 4 strategy. That was not going to be possible.
An awkward start here for Flouders. Has the Nami headliner, does not have Disco online, does not have Superfans online either just yet. Has a bit of awkward items component start for what is an AP start here with the Nami. So we'll see what can happen in the next few rounds here, and if Flouders finds a more natural evolution to this board.
Yeah, but again, we already see now he's going to be looking towards some sort of reroll line would do it for the fans. Has the Seraphine on the bench already. Doesn't necessarily have a tier or source of him. Like he can make like a Morello or even a red buff if he wants to do that off the back of this first carousel, but really to see where he's going to be going with this.
The awkward thing is having these units on your bench means you're losing Econ in the moment as well. So the lack of direction and being open to too many options, this is where we see the kind of the downside of that, where you can make 10 here. You're hoping you do find more natural Seraphines or Kales, and that gives you kind of the direction you want. But in the process, you will be losing some Econ.
Well, that's a Kale too, and a Mordecai. It's like, yes, we found our direction, okay? There's a big sign. Mordecai's just like holding it right down. He's like, yep, this way for Kale reroll. Yeah.
Is this the case where you sell the Nami and just don't play headliner, considering you kind of need to or want to make 10 Econ here, and you are in a loss streak anyway? Yeah, that's will be the case. I think it's definitely the correct play. With 3 kills already, it's just that much more easy to hit kill 3, and that's one of the strongest comps in the entire tournament. The stats have been insane for a reroll comp of that caliber.
Yeah, and also it's one of those things where like I was reviewing a little bit with Blast of Moon, Lalana, and Stakestall yesterday, and there's also a composition where if you get something like the Mordecai's headliner instead, it actually is better than getting the Kale headliner. So there are multiple options for your headliners, which means that the 3-2 roll down can be really insane for you.
Looking at the board here from Wet Jungler, a player who, I don't know if you want to hear this, Wida, but it played 5 games of Heartsteel across the first 2 days. We saw one of them at the very least on broadcast, and he seemed very comfortable in those roll down spots where he can play so flexibly. He really understands the strengths and weaknesses of every single forecast and how to mix and match them all together. He's not just playing the cookie cutter Ezreal plus Zed plus Poppy plus Zac comp. He's trying to mix anything he's hitting, which is why he's been having so much success with that game plan.
Yeah, and just to kind of like build on like Wet Jungler's like ability as a player, right? We've disregarded the fact he finished second at the championship back in Runeterra Falls, right? This guy has played, I believe, if my numbers are correct, 9 GSCs, has gone day 3 in 7 of them. Like, that is an absurd conversion rate. I don't think you understand like how difficult it is to get those numbers, and just speaks quality about like how good this player is, and like how, after he's been able to dedicate himself to TFT more, just like how it has paid off in results.
Oh, Wida, if there's someone that understands, believe me, it's me. I blew half my fantasy draft budget on this player, and he has not disappointed me for now. He is very strongly making it into the day 3. Once again, I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that if he's playing in a GFC, which he always is, he will be making it day 3 every single time.
Yeah, and someone else that actually has a surprising amount of day threes compared to like how much we speak about him is Zoro, right? I mean, a very solid player all here. Also a very good spot to be in terms of just like sheer tempo here. Has the early 80 holder here in the Yasuo, not leading towards that Yasuo reroll, but he's just trying to build that tempo up.
Holding naturally also, maybe just in case there's some crazy amount of natural shots where he finds it regardless on 5 and can play up a tempo option. The items are not bad on the Yasuo. You can tech out the super fan and tech in some kind of healing, or maybe you can get it from some kind of augment at 3-2 as well. But as you mentioned, for now, mostly looking to be a tempo option. We'll see what he's going to be playing later on. Ideally, not going to be Disco in this case, so at least one game where he will not be going down that same route.
Also, I didn't realize that augment actually gave gold. I swear to God, it never gives me gold when I pick it. So
I do also feel, maybe the things are just the bias of our own brains and how they work, but I feel it always gives way less gold than I anticipate when I'm playing something like a Jinx carry, for example. Looking at double though, still very much on a win streak spot with Heartsteel. I do like Slam and Cassante. He's actually surprisingly a good unit at just making sure you lose less HP because he kind of kills with his ults, with his ability, his Clapio ability that we saw the casters talking about yesterday.
Yeah, like he goes really hard. Like it actually is kind of impressive, like just like how hard this unit hits as a headliner. That was like a huge shift in how the game was played, and like how the view of Cassante was on like one of the first patches where he got a huge buff coming in, right? And also we see that as an Aphelios 2 here, it's no surprise that this is a very strong tempo opener.
And for most viewers who might be thinking, he's playing an econ traits. Econ traits historically in TFT have wanted to lose and lose hard and lose heavily all throughout the first stage of the game to then have this massive big spike and big cash out. For Heartsteel, it's a tiny bit different. You really don't want to lose stage 2 because the HP you're losing in the process is not worth the rewards you're getting because of the scaling nature of the trait. You want to ideally start losing somewhere in the middle of stage 3, in stage 4. That's where you get these really massive rewards for those losses. So Double 61, despite it looking a bit odd with the win streak there, is actually in this incredibly good spot. And Heartsteel just all around. His shop seemed to be bugged with how many units he's getting.
He's just a Heartsteel whisperer right now, right? And also, interesting thing here is the fact that he's holding on to a Riven on the bench with the Hand of Justice already slammed here. Do you think there's ever a world where he's like at some point decides to go into something like the Riven reroll? Do you think he's holding on to a potential Yone reroll line?
If it's not costing you gold, why not keep the option open? If you look at the stats, you've seen how insane Riven looks in this current meta in both the Stream Invitational and the GSCs. It's been absurd how high her stats have been in terms of win rate, and you want to be winning a lot in day 3. This is not like day 1 and 2. If you have maybe the aspirations and the ambition that a player like Double 61 has, you're looking at maybe your first ever GSC win.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy when we talk about Dull, the fact that he's one of the players that doesn't have a GSC win under his belt, right? He, generally speaking, is one of the player that tends to kind of come online once we come around the championship season, where he's always in and around the mix of making final lobby or making it to the championship, right? He has 3 championship appearances under his belt, and that's a ridiculous number, but sometimes in GSC, his results have been a little bit lacking.
Would you say, Wida, that his mastery of other Riot titles has anything to do with his GSC performance?
I mean, he recently did get Challenger League of Legends.
Oh no, thank you. That's why I was bringing it up. He's someone that uses his time in unique ways when it comes to TFT. He's so good he almost knows he's already going to be qualified for EMEA Finals through ladder. So he tries to master other games in the process.
I mean, with the way K-Cop has been playing in the LEC, maybe he just maybe he's the first better crossover the other way around, like that would be a big story in of itself. But Orc here, another player, right, that we have seen really take make massive improvements, make massive strides as a player over the past year or so. Had some pretty solid results over the course of the regional finals. Was tied with Volta to make it to the championship, but also obviously Volta had the ridiculous first couple of days, so he lost that tiebreaker.
Yep, Og finished 5th in that runner-up position to find the world's direct qualification for EMEA as a region in Runeterra Reforged. That being said, Og, a player that I compared very closely to Wet Jungler, up until Wet Jungler had now the international success to really, I think, win that tiebreaker with Og, but both players incredibly consistent at making day 3s in set 8 and set 9. And again, Og did not have the best GSC number 1, did not have the best start of the set when it came to that consistency, trying to make up for it in this day 3, trying to have a big showing for himself and for the Greek community, maybe even just for EUNE as well, showcasing that some very strong players reside on this region in this ladder.
Damn, you really made him lose another tiebreaker, bro. Come on. You don't do him like that.
The caster blessed, we believe. But it seems like every board is populated with Heartsteel units, Volta as well. Ground Guard on the Cassante trying to hold down the fort. 6 loss though, Volta maybe in his comfort zone. We saw a similar game plan from Potable in the earlier days, but in this case, no raise to stake just yet. Do you think we might see that, Wida, at some point in this stage 3?
I mean, I think that Volta by far has the weakest board here, but he also has a very clear direction of what he wants to do here. He has picked up that ramping rhythm, right? So he has the opportunity to go towards a Caitlyn-centric board, for example, but mainly when you pick this Augment, you are going down the center reroll line. And when you look at the bench here as well, you can see that there's a Senna being held, there's a Yasuo being held as well. And I think a competition like True Damage just want to take those incremental cash out to just get something like a TG to put on an Echo, for example. More gold, more components.
Looking across the board, looking at the HP totals, especially Blasted Moon still the only win streaker. We're now 7 rounds into this game 1. He's still at 100 HP, and looky there, it is going to be a Senna game potentially in the making here for Blasted Moon. We talked about Kiel being a very strong reroll comp. We talked about Riven as well, but Senna, I think, completes that trifecta of reroll comps that are highly overperforming when it comes to the stats.
Yeah, it's definitely a composition that a lot of people have been taking a shine to, really highlighting just how powerful it's been after the most recent buff to Senna as a unit, right? Another thing that's also worth noting here, very important thing to note. Look at our overlay down towards the bottom here. Blasted Moon has been able to pick up this Senna headline without having to roll for anything. He didn't have to go for a stabilization roll on something like Free 2, right? Which, there speaking, can sometimes be a bit of a conundrum when you play TFT at this level. Do you go for that Free 2 stabilization point? Do you choose to, like, just try to completely just say, you know, I'm going to keep my streak regardless? Here, I just found that Senna and just went with it.
Stage 3 carousel, Ahri with a tier is here. Could be one of the most interesting options for anyone trying to play into that vertical KD8 route that has been very popular this week and has great stats as well. Anything with Ahri has screamed consistency to me throughout the first 2 days of this competition, and you compare her in so many different ways with Akali, with a warrior like Zed, like Viego, or maybe just the more traditional, more OG from the start of the set, Ahri Sentinel with Blitz holding down the fort.
Yeah, right. Another thing that's also worth noting here from Mamen. Mamen is on a reroll Seraphine line at this moment in time. It seems like he was holding on to the headliner. He had, I think, 5 or 6 total copies with a lesser duplicator on the bench as well. So getting something like the Ahri here, getting that secondary carry online super early on is a massive boost for a competition like Seraphine reroll.
Yeah, Flounder, she was on that Kale game plan, has found Mordekaiser, could be the headliner for now. You could just have or find the kill naturally instead. Items being slammed here will be that Rage Blade onto the kill, the item that we've seen now finally work with kind of the usual reputation Kill has when it comes to item holders. She always wanted that Rage Blade in every set. Start of this set, not so much the case, but now after the changes to her spell, it is much, much better, and we see how strong she has been this entire weekend.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of alluding to, right? Mordekaiser is actually the preferred way to play this composition for most players. The issue is that there are so many compositions that really want to get those Mordekaisers, and with the back sizes being as small as they are for the free cost, it's very unreliable for you to get towards something like that Mordekaiser free, which I think is something you got to keep in mind here. And again, Kale, she ramps up, has natural scaling with the items. And then Mordekaiser has that built-in scaling into his headliner ability, just really adding a ton of additional power to the comp.
And the scaling from the trade itself, from Pentakill, equally so, is I think part of the reason why this game plan works so well. These units all are trying to do the same thing, scale into the later stages of a fight. Looking now back to Volta's board, 70 gold to work with, level 7, incredibly rich. Still has his Heartsteel online up until 4-2, trying to get as many castles as possible. Mamen has hit his 3-star Seraphine, is online. Still only 3 copies of Echo, ideally in this comp. If you can, hitting a 3-star Nico, a 3-star Echo really, I think, puts it into a much better position to actually top 2, top 3 a lobby. But we'll see what he can do with just a Seraphine.
Yeah, and the big thing as well here for worth noting is that he is currently holding a Lulu 2 on the bench here. With the Spellweaver headliner here, you will kind of be looking towards trying to, like, you need to get to level 7 as fast as possible, because like this Lulu unit is not balanced. But he is stable enough right now, so we can see he takes Blasted Moon's win streak. You can see he was kind of upset about that, because he had gone level 7 with Mamen sitting on 6. And also, David, the reason why Volta was so rich, we are on, he got his Radiant Blessing. Wet Jungler will not be getting his. We saw the huge influx come through on Volta's screen briefly, thanks to our servers. Now, Volta will be able to utilize this economy way ahead of the curve of everyone else, and then go towards hitting this composition, because he's already level 8 here, 50 gold, going for that roll down, trying to figure out which comp can lead into. Finds a Riven 2 already.
And really good note to make, because I think it's very important in portals like this to be scouting the players that are going below 40 to understand exactly what the reward will be and better play around that when it comes to your augment selection of 4-2 or just in general your game plan. Knowing what's coming up is very important to use those resources in the best way possible.
It seems like we're on a Riven reroll line here.
We have the spatula, we have the bow
well.
as well. We have 6 Riven. This could be 6 8-bit Riven, 3 very early on into the game. We're already level 8s as well. Bit spatula onto Lucian. Volta seemingly going to really turn his game around.
You can see Wedgen going for the more traditional level 8 Heartsteel line here with that Ezreal headliner coming in. It is the big shot one, so not the Heartsteel, which means he's going to be having a lot harder time to find and fit in the 5 Heartsteel, for example, to completely continue to get those refuelings in. But this is not a bad spot to be in at all.
Loving the Gunblade on the set. I think Sleeper, one of the best items that Zed can carry with how much damage he outputs in terms of the Omnivamp as well. Missing the blue buff on the Ezreal. We'll see how punishing this will be. For now, of course, still an incredibly strong board that we talked about at the very beginning of the game. What jungler is an absolute beast when it comes to rolling down and making the best out of what he's given.
See, Floater's still level 6 here, right? And when you're running to something like this composition, generally speaking, I feel like you want to be on level 7, regardless of the fact you're rolling for a kill primarily. But again, the economy can sometimes have a little bit of a different say here, as teaming up is going to come through. Finds himself an Aegis, so a bit of resistance, a bit of attack speed, not the end of the world.
For my man here, who was on that Seraphine line, option really is going to be, I think, just the bulk here is the option he's really looking to. I see we're doing some research online, making sure he knows what the best pickup is for this 4-2 stage with his current game plan. Is going to skip the bulk, is going to go for the salvage bin instead. Has a chance to maybe break up some spats in the next few carousels to try and find something like a KDA spat of his own if he finds a rod. But for now, just going to itemize Ahri, who will be the second damage dealer in this comp after the Seraphine.
Yeah, and here we see the biggest spike probably in the lobby now. Floaters here finding that Mordekaiser free. He's still stuck towards the level 6 here, but he made a very conscious decision to roll for it on level 6 instead, making great use of the heroic grab back here to find an incredibly contested unit.
See, players have been making use of the stats that we've been providing for them. They're making use of the best reroll lines in the game right now. Riven represented in this lobby, Kale and Mordekaiser represented in this lobby, as well as Senna. So really, after the first 2 days have shooken down and we know what the actual best performing comps are, players are making sure they are trying to navigate the most optimal lines to find good results. Yeah,
and he's still 2 copies away. On the Kale has hit a Nafri in the process as well, right? So has a lot to add, and the thing that's so powerful about this comp is that once you find your free stars, you just start pushing levels, you just start putting in stuff like the Karthus, like the Viego, like the Yorick when you get there.
Volta has a Lucian 2.
That's pretty good.
On 4-3.
That's pretty good.
And no Riven 3 yet. I think he's missed the order of operations. There was a parentheses missing somewhere along the way. Still has to find 3 more Rivens to get that next big power spike onto this board. But 6 8-bit is already online. We saw 2 8-bit grand prizes yesterday. I don't want to, cast or curse this, but it is an insane amount of grand prizes we are actually seeing in competitive play, Wida.
Yeah, it really is. I think we saw did we see 2 of them yesterday on stream, I believe, right? When I was going in and out, watching player POVs, watching the main broadcast, so I didn't follow every single game on stream, obviously, here. And Wet Jungler, oh, that is a really, really dicey situation. The last dude comes through. And that's a huge win for Wet Jungler as he starts himself building that streak.
Recapping the HP totals, they've gotten so close throughout this stage 4. Around 40 HP for 6 of our players in this lobby, with Mamen and his Seraphine reroll staying relatively healthy for the start of this stage 4. And Blast and Moon, who had that almost 10 win streak in the first 2 stages of the game, is now sitting healthily at 70 HP. Can use that HP as a buffer to maybe go fast 9 to get a bigger spike later on in the game.
Yeah, and Blasted Moon trying to play towards something like that. RA Sentinels, as you can see on the board, with the little buddies, with the Inspiring Epitaph as well. But most importantly, Panda, there is no blue buff, there's no Najasuf on this RA, relying on the extra damage from the shock treatment alongside just the heavy AP scaling off the death cap, as well as that Archangel's.
It's not a surprise. In TFT, usually, if you are win streaking, if you're staying healthy the entire start of the game, it means you're slamming items for tempo, you are not greeting for the BIS on your units, and you're preserving HP in that way, whereas the opposite is also true. If you're loose streaking, you're trying to greed for a much bigger, cleaner, more optimal spike in stages 4 and 5.
Zoro kind of, as you were talking about, one of the players that have been playing these flex lines a little bit more here was actually going on towards the Kathas for a bit, but has a much stronger setup for this set. But he's lacking that backline carry here, and with time running out, I don't think it got the Unity 1 on the board in the last time.
Yes, I don't think a surprise Olaf outside of KDA Hex is the plan there for Zoro. Has so many items he has to slam here as well. Zed, of course, is one of the most stable stage 4 units overall. He gets so much done all by himself, even if the rest of your board is not upgraded. But overall, not quite the setup Zoro was planning for.
Yeah, and you can kind of see now one of the bad matchups, quote unquote, for Zed, right, is going to be that Ari. That initial charm stun is so huge, and then the fact that when you have nothing to kind of drop the aggro, no edge of night, the Ari just makes quick work of Zed in one or two casts.
Double 61, 5 Hearts to start things off. Very early on into the game, now at 30 HP. Volta, we know he's at 30, but he's definitely stabilized. He was in that Ribbon 3 projection, had the Lucian 2 very early on as well. But Double here might be in trouble. The traits on the side are not looking too hot when it comes to a board you're looking at in end of stage 4. He still has an Aphelios carrying a Rage Blade. He has a Poppy. He's at level 8 with 20 gold to work with. This is a very weird mismatch of units, Wida.
It definitely is, right? It's kind of one of the traps off the half prop as well, right? Because you're so committed to it that sometimes you kind of have a hard time finding out which way is the correct way to get out of it. But has found some country setup here as well, so I don't know if that's something that he's just playing as a holdover point. Time will tell. He needs to ensure he doesn't take a huge hit here, and I think that fighting Zoro right now is probably the best thing that could have happened for him.
And for better or for worse, this is a very double 61 board, but I do think he needs to find some more backline upgrades. The Senna and the Aphelios, when we're going to stage 5, are not really going to cut it. For now, the Poppy, who is, I think, one of the sleeper best units in the game right now, might just be able to do it. As you mentioned, he is facing against Zoro. Zoro, another very weak player who still has a transitionary stage 4 board, has not been able to fully, I think, get every unit he wants onto that board just yet. There's still a lot of kind of placeholder units for now.
Yeah, and another thing I want to point out here, right, is fact is a lot more players here are going to be getting their Radiant Blessings, right? Look at Walter's spot here. Look at his position compared to like the rest of the lobby that does a low HP, right? He got that Radiant Blessing out so quickly and was able to stay ahead of the curve. He had 5 win streak. Wet Jungler also is only taking a singular loss during this entire stage, right? So these players here that were a little bit ahead of the curve now have been able to utilize that to perfection and turn this game and just like manifest themselves into this game.
And right now, Volta playing a very similar game that we saw in day 1. I believe it was from Darkest, where they were playing Yone reroll. They did not hit Yone 3. Instead, they went straight to level 8, and they utilized the strength of units like Viego, of units like Caitlyn, in the case of Darkest, in this case Lucian for Volta, to continue win streaking and then hit Ribbon 3 much later into the game, but still be able to make it to 9 in the process and have a very capped out board. And, well, not so much later in the end, Volta finally hits it at the start of stage 5. Flouters as well. All the players are now trying to hit their last few big power spikes to stay relevant in this game to try and top 4.
Yeah, and another thing that's worth noting here as well, right, is the fact that there is no Quicksilver on this Riven here. Chose to make the even shot that kind of has more well-run effects as it helps out the Lucian as well. So this Riven will be able to get CC'd into matchups like the Ari composition.
This fight just seems so one-sided. My man who is at 0 gold, so he's done everything he can to make this board stronger, but a massive win for Volta here. Just going to be the Grim Reaper all of this stage 5. Anyone that has Volta in their matchmaking pool will start to sweat, will start to get nervous, especially if they're anywhere close to the HP that Og and Zoro are currently representing. Single digits right now coming into stage 5.
Yeah, not necessarily the best thing that you would be like to look for here. As you were talking about, right, David, on a day like this, it's not about making the top half cut. Taking 1/8 is kind of fine. You can kind of, you gotta get to that 27, 28 mark here. You're looking much higher on a day like this to make it into that final lobby. And even if you are in that final lobby, well, you still need to be in with a shot of taking home the title.
I mentioned there are many different ways to play Ari. This is not the one I was talking about, but all the warriors are here. I think he saw the warriors with an S. He's like, okay, so I play Zed, I play Viego, I play Yorick, I play Akali. The Ari is now gone. We'll see if this mixed match board is actually able to cut it. I'm not sure it will be the case, but hopefully for Zoro, who is on a single life here, it is going to be enough to at least win this next fight. It's just not going to be the case. The Zed is taken down as well. The Mordekais are doing so much work, still healthy, still kicking, and the fight is a foregone conclusion. Zoro, unfortunately, eliminated in this game 1.
Yeah, and honestly, we've seen Auction here double, trying to find his way onto something like a Jhin board, right? So that's something that's going to be interesting to follow, whether or not he's going to be able to pull through that. Has a ton of gold work on here. Knows he's still 1 extra life, so he can kind of hold on, go level 9, then start rolling right again. playing TFT to its limits is where Double 61 shines, what we've seen him do all throughout his entire career, all the way back from set 3.
And my man with the salvage bin did find the KDA spat in the end. We'll see what this next carousel brings up. It could be very interesting for men, especially if he finds another spatula he can break up to make another KDA emblem in the process. But facing off against floaters, Nard 3, Mordekaiser 3, Kale 3 with double Rage Blade. Yorick to summon any ghouls that could mess up with the Kale and her Rage Blades there stacking all throughout this fight. The Mordekaiser tanking so much with all the heal coming in from the Dragon Claw, stopping a lot of the magic damage from the Seraphine and the Ahri, but it seems like it's not quite enough. The single target damage from the Ahri is too much to handle.
Yeah, that's one of those things where when you have your Mordekaiser first things on that Ahri, it's just like Ahri doesn't have to care about any other unit on the board. When you don't have something like an Akali, kind of like Kafis with actual proper items, right? It's so difficult to kind of push through them when you're trying to fight an Ahri composition front to back.
Zona could be an interesting pickup for our AP players especially, but going to be picked up by Og in the end. 2 TGs, always interesting to pick up in the late game. So you get one of your secondary tanks or carries itemized as well.
Yeah, and we're jungler opting for the Akali, leaving Mamen, I believe, with the set, right? So a bit of a trade there in terms of power, where we know Mamen probably will like an Akali, but that's not going to be the case here. We're jungler picking that up instead.
Double with
defending.
Double with the Sterix. Where do you think this is going? Is it going on the Jhin, just to get the extra AD? Is it going on the Urgot in this case? It's just a little bit awkward. You have quite a few units with only 2 items at this point in time.
Yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one. I think that Urgot's probably where it is going to land up. I don't think that's necessarily going to be the ideal position for it. I think that if you found something like a Yorick, for example, on your singular role, I think you would have seen a ton more value come through with it. And there is the Yorick, right? I don't know if it's going to be coming in over the likes of that 6. It will, right? That's the big thing. You could get the Fall Mosher online, boosting up that Poppy, boosting up that Urgot as well here.
Guardian for the Thresh alongside the Yorick. Will this be enough? This board is not a board you see very often. It's not any guide you can find on the internet. It's just a double 61 board where you mix and match so many different units. But we're seeing against Volta, who is probably the strongest player right now in this game, it is nowhere close to enough. Double eliminated, and Mamen looks like he's following that same path as well.
Yeah, but this is big for Orc, right? Like the fact that Double has now been eliminated, you put Mamen into striking distance. Floaters also taking huge hits, right? So a couple of rounds ago, this was looking very grim for Orc, and all of a sudden he's in with a chance of taking a top 3 position in the lobby.
The rerollers outside of Volta, not doing so hot, it seems like, coming into almost the end of stage 5. Blast Moon with the HP he had to work with has buffered so many of these losses to still come in as the HP leader once we get into stage 6, but that doesn't really represent his board strength. He has been bleeding a lot of HP considering he was at 70 or 80 HP in stage 4.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of see Mamen's reaction right there when the second they saw it was Volterix coming on here. And with the Riven being on the correct side as well, this Ahri should be able to made quick work off here, sorry. And the Ramping Riven just provides so much extra power in the backline for that Caitlyn and Illusion, right? This is such a powerful setup here. I'd have a hard time envisioning how anyone else will really be able to kind of push through and beat Volta this game.
But jungler takes a hit, but does stay alive, 10 HP now. My question, I think, with Volta is not necessarily if he will win the game or not. It'll be if there's enough time to actually reach that grand prize cash out. I think it won't quite be the case with the current HP total. But jungler gets one more cash out, one more little bit of resources to help try and cap out this board, to strengthen this board for the upcoming battles. We're going to stage 6, where a single loss means that you're pretty much knocked out if you're anywhere below 17 HP.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's worth noting here as well. I kind of want to highlight Blastomoon's way of finding himself on towards this disco board, right? Because yes, there's not the highest capping board in the world, but with the way that his items and Orkmas are set up here, this makes a lot more sense than trying to stay on something like that KDA Ahri line, right? And again, I think this is absolutely magnificent here. Can even find an upgrade, can put the 6 onto the board now, so he has a lot more power coming through there. A little bit inefficient, right? You're looking at free Daster, for example, but you do have that disco headliner, which generally speaking tends to be the preferred one.
And the weakness of Disco tends to be staying on level 8, not having legendaries. That's where Discos tend to go 7th or 8th in the results. But using the Ahri board instead as a transitioning board to then go into the powerful part of Disco, I think, is a really unique strategy, as you've mentioned. We'll see how it'll fare against like a Riven, for example, once she does sneak into that backline. But for now, Mordekaiser standing strong right in front of the Riven, trying to buy as much time for this kill to dish out some nice DPS onto her. Could it be enough to actually burst on the Riven with 2 Hodges, Weeda? I don't think it's the case. Oh my god, this fight lasted 5 seconds.
You're like you just like presented like your entire premise for the fight, and it's just like over, right? Like it's like you're making all these well thought out points, and the game was like, well, nope. Meanwhile, Orc here gives Moon a pretty big hit as well. So Orc and Volta, they have each other now, and it's a guaranteed fight here as well. This is going to be super huge for Orc here, depending on like how big of a hit does he take here, because let's say jungler beats Blasted Moon, then all of a sudden Orc is most likely going to be going fourth instead of something like a second.
In the end, the predictions around Heartsteel have mostly come true. Double had an early Heartsteel, ended up 7th, but every other Heartsteel enjoyer in stage 2 and 3 have now used those extra resources to funnel themselves into that top 4 alongside Blasted Moon, who had the crazy win streak to make it here on pretty much HP alone and that disco board now at this point in time. Anyone who faces this Riven board is in big trouble, though. The Caitlyn as far away as possible. As we've seen these last few fights, the fights last 10 seconds in total. It's just, there's nothing to do against this Lucian with the 8-bit emblem, the Riven 3 as well, the 6 8-bit online. Every player that faces Volta has been eliminated in this stage 6.
Yeah, and Blasted Moon getting taken down as well. This was the exact scenario we're talking about. Moon just barely edges out that third place finish with a singular point of HP. And Wet Jungler now finds himself in a second place. And we're talking about this day, right? These were the 2 players at the start of the game that were quote-unquote struggling towards the low end of the standings, then made great use of those cash outs and came back into the game here. And I think that if you're Wet Jungler, this is a very good second place for you. I think that Volta, he's just way too strong. He's gotten level 10 now, right? This board is ridiculous. But again, just a showcasing of 2 of the more creative players that we have in the region. Both of these players were also in the most recent top 8 at the World Championship in Remix Rumble. David, what a way to start day 3.
Goes to show their mental resilience when it comes to high pressure situations like a day 3, like this game 1 that really sets the stage for everything else. I don't think anything can be done about this Riven. The Heartsteel, the Ezreal is dead, the Zed is soon to follow. Volta, a masterclass with what is one of the strongest reroll comps in this tournament. Riven reroll alongside a new carry, Lucian, absolutely demolishing every board they face in these later stages of the game.
Yeah, and we get to see the fact that now Lucian has kind of become a unit again. At the start of the set, he really wasn't a unit. Right, there was some bugs, there was some damage numbers that were off, and now we get to see just how strong of a unit he is. And like, obviously, yes, Volta did hit that on like 4-2 or whatever, but even then, this Lucian was an absolute beast.
And it goes to show the pacing of Radiant Blessing as well, where so many players leaned into Heartsteel knowing that they will be rewarded twofold. Both the Heartsteel trade giving them those extra resources for losing many rounds, and also the Radiant Blessing coming in at the right time, so they spike much quicker than everyone else in the lobby. And we saw it perfectly reflected. I think the importance of portals and adjusting your big picture game plan to these portals is going to be so relevant for any game of TFT in this set. Every single player here showcased why in this game 1.
Yeah, and also I want to highlight something else about, I shouldn't have desperately get into this as well, but the way that Volta's like changed his game plan to be around this Aegis of the Legion as well, right? Just positioning the fact that, okay, you have Ramping Rhythm, plus you get an additional attack speed, which is such a powerful stat for Lucian, just really showcasing just like how powerful when you get to like the creative spots and you need to like know what things do and like find those some of those hidden synergies and just execute on them to perfection.
No roller rerolls, a lot of them did not do so well, but we have one more game to check out. Shreddin, of course, tried to get the interview buff from coming on top of show. We'll see if it panned out. For now, he is the very least in the top 4. Olaf reroll is on the table here, something that we saw a lot in day 1 and 2. Can only really be played from the right spots, and Wida, one of those spots we're seeing in that first augment, too big to fail, makes these bruiser comps so much stronger.
Yeah, it definitely does, right? And to a certain extent, a lot of the time, the explosion effect is kind of secondary. It's more about the fact that you get an extra copy of Olaf, right? So that is so powerful. And just barely edge out the win here. And I kind of want to highlight something, right? We have Shinar here in the mix as well, player that was in that final lobby last time around. The player that's been one singular point away from making it to a championship before. And you have someone like Crystarian here going fourth. This is their first GSC according to everything that we have available. Made it to a day 3, finishes fourth in the first game on day 3 as well.
Great to say new names, as Tom mentioned in the top of show. New names that are coming in and not just showing up and qualifying to GSCs, but actually doing well, making it to day 3. We saw the same in GSC 1 with some of the Turkish players like Benri, like Ayemb as well. And Shreddin, just really happy for him. I think he's been a standout part of the Polish community overall when it comes to entertaining, when it comes to streaming, when it comes to playing, but now finally having a chance to show up on day 3 and have a great start as well. For players like this, where maybe it's their first time in a long time, the mental aspect matters so much of having the confirmation confirmation that you belong here.
David, we have an incident. I repeat, we have an incident.
We didn't get it from Volta, so we're like, okay, let's go over here. We're seeing Alawi 3 online, shades of 61 at Vegas. I think the only player at Vegas to get a 3-star legendary. Gobo, of course, being French, says, you know what? I'll match you double. I like Alawi 3 as well. Who doesn't like a whole lot of tentacles on their board in stage 7?
This is amazing. And imagine being Shannara as well, right? Okay, this board looks kind of beatable, and then the cash out comes through, and then you're probably going all the way down to a third from the first position spot. That's got to be a little bit of a semi-tilder. Okay, never mind. Shreddin takes 24 instead.
Shreddin's got it. Ghosts or no ghosts, it seems like you are not beating Alawi 3 Gobo. Big smile on his face. What a way to start off day 3 with an Alawi 3 already online. Is this the start of something special? Do we see a 3-star legendary every single game from now on?
I mean, it's a reroll comp, right?
Alawi reroll. Put it in the stats for day 3. We have a break ready to go. They'll be going to the analyst desk after that to break down hopefully both of these games. I want to know how Gobo got to the Alawi 3 in the first place. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, so I'm Kevin Parker from Germany. I'm 22 years old. I've been playing TFT since set 1 and started playing competitively in set 6, basically. I went second at the TFT Vegas Open and 7th at regionals in set 8. And yeah, that's me. So I like the changes that ladder players get more spots again, even though this time I actually qualified through the TRC. Usually I qualify through ladder, but this time I was lucky enough to make it through the TRC, so I didn't have to, sweat on New Year's Eve to try and get the GSC snapshot. So yeah, I was pretty happy about that. I mean, I think the best advice I can give for other competitive players is to try and not think about the circumstances of the tournament too much, and just playing your game without thinking about those other factors, which is an easy thing to say, not that easy to do. But I think that has helped me a lot in Vegas, especially because the stakes were so high, but I stayed calm and collected the entire time, and that's what led to my strong performance, I would say. Well, shout out to my mom. I don't know if she's gonna watch this tournament, but she's been my biggest supporter since day 1. Shout out to my girlfriend, of course, especially for supporting me in my journey as a streamer and player as well. In every way possible, really. And then, shout out to my friends in TFT. They know who they are. Yeah, that's it.
You know, I was setting up my counter saying days since the last 8-bit cash out. It's been reset twice yesterday. It just keeps on resetting. It seems another 8-bit cash out and Alawi 3. Our casters are like, hey, can you break this down? We've seen 5 seconds of this, Panda. Calm down. We're gonna figure it out, but not right now. First, we're gonna look at the game that we actually spent time looking at. And there was a lot going on here.
I feel like the days counter needs to go down, Makes. It might need to be minutes since last 8-bit cash out. I think Volta was really interesting. Yeah, I think Volta was really interesting this game, though, because he pretty much immediately ruined everyone's plans, right? He gets this massive win streak. He gets a Lucian 2 with 8-bit. So if you're like, I'm just going to take a couple of losses, he's going to make you bleed out too much. So you can't take losses, and if you're trying to win, you won't. So there wasn't really a whole lot of options for anyone in the lobby. So a lot of people's plans just did not come to fruition.
Well, I want to take us right back to the beginning of the lobby, though, to how we got to that point with the God Emperor Volta ending out, just dominating the screens there. Because we had the 3 different players all playing Patient Study. They all wanted to be lost streaking against each other. And and Volta was the one who came out ahead of that. He kept his loss streak when everyone else was losing theirs, apart from Blast at the top. And that also meant that Volta got first access to the Radiant Blessing, along with the Spatula game. So I think Volta, I feel, really navigated this game most expertly, chose the right path, and it really rewarded him.
Absolutely did. Now, at the same time, though, on the back of this kind of hand-holding, everybody wants Ezreal. I don't really understand it, but, it is what it is. Double with a great opener just loses out on the contest, only finds that Jhin 1, not really a unit you want to have. You want to have at least Jhin 2. Just didn't work out there. But we're going to take a look at our standings and see how the other lobbies played out, other than finding an Alawi 3 and an 8-bit cash out in some random gold lobby, which doesn't make any sense. Here are standings.
Come on, Ryko. No!
Oh.
Second page. Come on, man.
It could have been worse. It could. It's kind of wild that we've only got the two pages to go through here. I'm so used to having to wait a while to see everything.
Okay, my cat is yelling at me. I know, Ari, I'm very sorry to report that Lusher didn't make it into the top 4. But maybe now that you're here, he's going to do better. But at the very top, we have Volta, Kleekornen, Gobuster, and Tiaan making it through, looking really, really good. I'm curious how that is going to shake out. Of course, we have more games today, more than any other day. Matter of fact, as there is going to be an extra game at the very end. But I think our casters are readying up to bring us to game number 2. And I think we're ready for that one. So here they are.
Thank you so much, Max. It'll be hard to top an Alawi 3 and an 8-bit cash out, but we will try our best, Wida. We have to channel this time our caster blessings, funnel together for maybe just one player. We haven't done it in the past before. We have our differences when it comes to supporting Spanish competitors or not, but there are no Spanish competitors in this day 3, unfortunately for me.
You're glossing over a very important factor here, David.
Let's hear it.
You have opted away from leaning into one of your 25 different nationalities.
Oh, you are mistaken. Stegzor is my man for today.
Yeah, and that's why he went 8th in the first game. Simply.
I'm sorry, Stegzor. I'll try not to do it again for this game number 2, but we have an interesting mix for this next lobby. Some players coming back from that very first game, like Volta that we saw dominate with that Riven reroll comp. We'll see if his game plan changes, and we'll see what the parity looks like in terms of 4-cost flex and rerolls. Reroll, I think, seeing it in this tournament, especially Wida, has been one of the most dominant reroll patches we've seen in a long time when it comes to tournaments. Players usually shy away from rerolls because of the lack of player agency, but in this case, they are so strong and so consistent with the headliner being the set mechanic that it seems like a very viable strategy to actually win out.
Yeah, again, also the fact that some headliners just give you a lot of options to kind of just go for from some other. We saw going back to GSC1, right? Ribbonette was playing a contested hardsteel line, I think, or something like that, and then just sees a Samira headline in his shop and just decides to play country instead, right? Like stuff like that is possible this time around. That's kind of one of the reasons why, one of many reasons we're talking about that rerolls are pretty good. Wait. Does Gobuster use like a trackball mouse, or is it just something on his desk?
I think it's an orange, but I'm an expert on TFT, not so much on fruits and mouses. So we'll find out maybe later in the trivia section of his fun facts.
It looks so weird, right?
It does. It's an optical illusion to trick you, Wida. and unfocus you from this game that
We
we have at
just
hand.
got the curve. We just got the curve of TFT all of a sudden coming through. That would be something else. But yeah.
Look at this lobby though. We have Volta and Wet Jungler coming back from the game one we saw on broadcast, joined by players like Tiaan representing South Africa, which is very much a part of the EMEA circuit. Despite being very far away geographically, we have, of course, a few Turkish players coming in as well. And the portals for this game, hopefully not going to be showtime. I think players pausing just from disgust of seeing this portal even offered as an option.
Yeah, I think they're just like checking that everyone is in the lobby and all of that good stuff, right? I think the Golden Prelude here is like by far the lowest variance option, and something that we need to talk about, right? The fact that we are in the upper split right now. We are in lobby 1. These players don't want high variance portals right now. You don't mind them when you're further down in the stands, but you need that huge gain to slingshot you back into contention, right? So for them here, they just want like a nice stable game of TFT, and Golden Prelude will give them just that.
Because the seeding is done the way it is, all these players you mentioned are kind of 8-7 points, so they all want the same thing when it comes to the big picture game plan and strategy around the rest of the games today. 6 games still remaining, of course. Most of these players hoping to sneak into that final lobby, the game 7, where our champion will be crowned. A player I want to highlight who has been doing so well this entire set on ladder is Tardaman. He smurfed the day 2 yesterday. He's been prepping with some of the beasts from France, like I'm So Fresh, like Opal, like Yeduzor as well, and just a scary prep group to deal with when it comes to this set. Every single one of them has been rank 1 at some point, I believe. Maybe Opal hasn't, but I'm not entirely sure. But just complete dominance when it comes to the ladder circuit at the very least.
Yeah, I don't think Opal has gotten to rank 1, but Opal is one of those players that has been a name to kind of have a lot of notoriety in that French scene for over a year now, I feel like. And I think he's one of the players that kind of like on the same vein as like Tuxedo, where it seems like he might have a little bit more of a higher ceiling now, it seems, than what Tuxedo has kind of been able to show here. It does seem like Gobo and Volta are they're trying to give us a show here, I guess, but I will be coming right back to the Golden Prelude instead.
They're just trying to get me a little bit triggered, and congrats guys, you did succeed in this, but we're all going to go, as we mentioned, to the Golden Prelude. First augment will be gold. Very low variance. There are some things to play around, especially some specific comps like the Olaf reroll with Too Big to Fail being a much more likely option, and a few other gold augments that open up kind of different paths you can't take otherwise. They're kind of unforceable paths when it comes to certain augments, but we'll see what is in store for us as we roll into that 2-1 augment pickup.
Yeah, there's also the Unity as well being offered for Shreddin, right? Has the opportunity to go into what something like a KDA opener should something come along here. I really like to play around Evelyn in the early game. I think she is a very powerful, especially as a headliner, because she holds everything in between like AD and AP items relatively well. Like obviously you prefer to have the AP items on her, but is a very versatile unit as well. And one of the most important things to note about that would be that she's a very disposable unit. A unit that's not disposable, David. We have 6 Yasuos on this board right now.
We do, and we heard YouBetterKnowMe talking about Yasuo reroll and Solo Gasang opting for it in the first few days of this tournament. Did pretty well in the Scrim Invitational. Cindy Cafe, a player I want to highlight that played a lot of scrims during that Scrim Invitational, had very good stats as well for a player that was relatively unknown to me. As we mentioned, has not played in a GSC before this one, but is in day 3, and he's, I think, finally able to give a bit more to that discussion of this new wave of Turkish players that are showing up and really putting up very good performances.
Yeah, and also it's worth noting another kind of a development that's been this set, right? The fact that Shreddin, Ging, and Rubik are all kind of exclusively playing EU West ladder, which kind of frees up some more spots in that region as well. Klickinen as well as Savali's kind of been sitting on like 2,000 plus LP on the server for the majority of the set, which I think is ridiculous as well. But seeing some of those new names come into our view is absolutely amazing here. Wet Jungler, Hard Drops, I don't think that's going to be the pickup here, but has a very solid Jinx opener unit-wise, but not so much in terms of the items right now, David. No bows.
Yep, you really want to have as many bow items as possible. Razorblade, of course, being really, really strong. Punk is a comp that overall, unless you're going for, oh my goodness, that shop. 2 more Vias and a Jinx. Sorry for the interruption. As long as you're going for a high tempo start, Punk is all about preserving HP early and then eventually bleeding out into a second, to a third, into a fourth. Unless you get 6 Punk and just a lot of different other things happening, you're not really contesting a first in most cases. Submit to the pit is going to be the pickup here for Chinar.
It is time now to get some mature action into the mix, and I'm super excited. We also have something. We have heroic presence from clicking them. We have 2 healthy from Tiaan, so already some very creative game plans being cooked up here by our players.
And we talked about it. Gold, I think, is the one augment that opens up the most different comps that you can play that are enabled by the augment itself that you could not play otherwise. So immediately that's coming into effect here. We're going to see some players who are going to have some more economic options like Patient Study for Gobo and some more kind of generic things like Harm Assist. But overall, as you mentioned, I think a very interesting game coming up with few players potentially going for 1-cost rerolls.
Yeah, that's going to be a real kicker to kind of figure out there. Obviously, Submit to the Pit is not necessarily, that's not a 1-cost line. It kind of centers around either Urgot, Gnar, or even Jax I've seen it with as well, right? Those are kind of the main units who kind of want to go in towards that reroll-centric line for now. So just super fun augment to watch.
We'll see now if Urgot will be the main carry for Gnar here, if it will be Gnar. We saw Gnar was Submit to the Pit yesterday. I think it really makes sense. I talk about the positioning wise. You get all these extra stats on Gnar. He has much more survivability when he does jump into trouble, which is what his Headliner effect does. In many parts of this set, Headliner Gnar was actually weaker than the normal version of Gnar because he just got himself killed very often.
Yeah, and I can kind of see, like, as we're talking about some of the other options, like Gobo going back towards something like that Patient Study. So just kind of trying to, like, rise a little bit above the nonsense here, go on towards a very flexible, very open game plan, get towards a level 8, level 9 spot, and then figure out what you want to do from there.
If there's any Heartsteel enjoyers who start things off, we know how warping that can be on a lobby. We saw later on, Volta is going to be holding on to Yasuo's as well, so going to make the job for CMT a little bit harder, who started off with 6 Yasuos, going to have to hope to find those 3 extra Yasuos actually without rolling. That is really the big deal. It is Tiaan, rather, sorry, with the Yasuo 3 here, and Vampirism. So could just be a melee reroll kind of line, potentially, with something like a Ribbon coming online later on, despite Edge of Night not really being the best Ribbon item.
Even something like a Pentakill line, for example, as well, right? Edge of Night, great on something like the Viego as well. So a lot of options to be held open here. And speaking of open options, David, Volta kind of back with another flexible game plan here. A lot of tempo slams on this Olaf with the salvage bin and an early level 5 as well, could keep up that tempo.
And of course, those 2 tiers, one in the Hodge, one in the Redemption, could become a blue buff later on. So really keeping all of the meta lines open thanks to that salvage bin. One of the, I think, most interesting augments in this set, where you can play around so many different spatulas as well, where spatulas and emblems are much harder to come by compared to set 9. It really does give a lot of agency to a player, especially those that know all the different possibilities that the augment gives you in stage 4 and 5 especially.
Yeah, and also worth noting that he has a bow on the bench, so he has blue buff plus Nash's Tooth already locked in if he wants to go towards that R line you were talking about.
Carousel coming through, and Urgot could be there for the Submit to the Pit player for Gnar. We don't really see any Heartsteel units outside the Aphelios himself, so the more valuable 3-cost Heartsteel units are not available in the stage 2 carousel, which really helps, of course, find that early Heartsteel, get it online for 2-5. And I talked about throughout this entire tournament, that 2-5 breakpoint is so important for Heartsteel because it allows those perfect 8 rounds to come through before you get to the 4-2 roll down.
Yeah, and Topman here getting a Bell as final option. You have Tier being left open here. Tiaan picking up that bow, which could be a red buff slammed already as well. So pretty clear direction from him coming through now if he does go for that red buff slam. Nope. Okay, Tiaan. Never mind. There we go. I'm smart, David. I'm smart.
Pausing for dramatic effect, Wida, as we all know, you have to do in any kind of showmanship. And Tiaan is, I think, one of those players that wants to really make a mark, considering he is from South Africa, one of the only players representing South Africa in our circuit, and thankfully has made it to day 3. A player that I think you are very familiar with. He was a beast earlier on in our circuit, has not been popping off as much in the past few sets, but is now here to maybe make a mark in this set 10.
Yeah, he's a player that I speak to pretty much every single day as well. Part of like a bigger practice setup that I'm a part of. Like, it includes stakes on Alana as well, Snoopler sometimes. So again, like, so people that a person I'm very familiar with, and also all the way back in set 3, as you're kind of alluding to, he finished, I believe, 14th overall in the EMEA Finals there. Didn't just barely missing out on the final lobby, right? So players you are alluding to with a lot of competitive history. And Sensei Cafe is not one of those players with a lot of history, but he does have a Yasuo 3 and 2-6 with 24 gold to give.
Pharmacist as well, so you are able to forego the Omnivamp item. He is just smirking at camera. I think he knows we're on his board. He has some kind of sixth sense because he is just laughing, knowing that he's hit this much earlier than predicted. 3-1 is already a great spot to be in, but at this point in time, can definitely run away with this lobby. And it will be a true damage version of Yasuo. I think both versions are pickable and clickable. Usually Edgelords gives you a bit of a stronger stage 3, but with this early Yasuo 3 with a chance to pump up levels, I think that really won't matter too much for Asinti.
Yeah, because the thing is that when you get that true damage headliner into play, right, you're going to be able to start pushing towards your levels. You're going to be able to start adding stuff like Akali into the mix, because opposite even working towards the Cassandra backline. You have so many powerful units, Kiana being the big kicker as well. And the fact you're able to maintain your economy gives you such a higher chance of finding that Kiana further down the road.
That being said, you do really need just an infinite amount of BF swords for this Yasuo to do work. Ideally, you do not want Sterak's as a final item. That's just for now to get some benefit from Superfan being on this board right now. So gonna have to hope for at least one BF sword coming out of these Krugs. That will really be the difference maker. If you're suddenly dropped a whole lot of rods and tears, that could kind of really spell a bit of a fiasco for what is this Yasuo real, despite having hit so early.
Yeah, because we kind of saw that he did take a loss to Shinar, right, who granted is in a pretty good spot, or a very strong player at this time as well, with that Morello on the Urgot. But Yasuo free is not an automatic win condition, and Yasuo as a unit is kind of depending on getting those kills into scale. So you really need to get a lot of those kills early stage free to really help you not fall off towards the later stage of the game.
Ooh.
That's a lot of chains, David. It's not.
If Yasuo with the tank would be great, but there finally we do have one BF sword coming through. We'll see if he wants to slam the Edge of Night, if you want to slam the GS potentially. Has a lot of chains to work with, so he's going to have to really index into, I think, a main tank alongside that Yasuo to really make the best use of those components.
An interesting spot here from Clickin as well, right? Looking to want something that looked like an Executioner reroll centered around the Vex. And an interesting thing to note about this setup is that generally speaking, you tend to run Punk. So if you can find like an early Punk headliner here like this Jinx, you are kind of able to kind of pump those Punk rerolls. And if you wanted to, we can see that has not been the case from Clickin so far, because you are going to be getting those benefits of the stats further down the road.
And really the big benefit comes from being level 5, level 6, where you have a much higher chance of finding the real units you want, Vex, Twitch, Samira, etc., Mumu, of course, in with those Punk rolls. So we probably will be seeing him using the Punk rolls starting from level 5 and until the very end, until level 7 potentially. But a win comes through here for Klikorn, staying healthy. Gobo, though, dropping down to 64 HP after the first 6 rounds of this game. 2-What Jungler, who we saw in the last game in game 1, following a similar game plan of losing a ton of HP early, going to level 8, playing around these flexible boards with tons of very high value 4 cost and 5 cost, and then winning out.
Yeah, and both of these players are getting rewarded to a certain extent, taking those losses, right? Gobo with the extra XP from the Patient Study, Wet Jungler with the extra stats from the Vampirism.
Gold Augment to follow up here. Stage 3-2, heavy hitters, best friends, martyr, options for Tardaman. We're seeing for Tardaman, he has a Superfan KDA set up online right now. See what this ends up evolving into. And yeah, interesting augments or items being committed there, the Rageblade and the BT. There's the Executioner headline for our Turkish player. Already has a very good start for what this board wants to look like.
Yeah, right, and the fact you're able to kind of hit that 20 gold mark without really any difficulties is going to be big, but it is worth noting that he's still on Pantheon 1, he's still on Amumu 1, so while the Vex 2 and the Twitch here is a huge spike, it is also worth noting that he has no frontline to buy time for that Vex to become super impactful.
And don't be fooled, this is not Twin Tear or Triplet Tear. This is just, you have Vexes. They do a lot of good things in Stage 3, just play them on your board. It will be best friends, though, at the very least. So Executioners have a buddy they can count on when it comes to dealing damage, trying to kill off units, trying to stay relatively healthy for the much bigger roll down we'll be seeing at 4-1 when you are level 7.
Yeah, you can kind of see just like how impactful this CC stacking is, right? Volta's units did not get to play TFT this fight, like at all. And that's just kind of the nature of the clumping when you play something like the Disco here. But more importantly, that breaks Volta's 100 win streak so far. So that's going to give him that means he's going to take a little bit of a hit to his economy all throughout this stage 3.
He did want to make use of those bows, has slammed the red buff and the Edge of Night onto this Yasuo in the end. We'll see what the last item ends up becoming. The chains, not slammed for now, despite could just become a Bramble. Although Bramble has not really been the most high prio item, tank item even, throughout the entirety of set 10.
No, and especially because of the fact you have something like a Gargoyle right now, especially when it comes to like executions, right? Super powerful. You just like solo frontline the Amumu. And also, I think more importantly, the Steadfast Heart is such a powerful tank item that going for a Bramble most of the time seems to not necessarily have a lot of effect, because you also don't have a ton of like AD compositions or pure AD compositions in the metagame right now. You're looking at this right now, you're looking at the Akali, not the Akali, the Katarina, for example, right? That's pure AP on the side of Gobo.
And for this Yasuo, most likely the most important stage of this game for Yasuo and for Asinti, it's so important to get as many stacks as possible onto Yasuo, so he's actually a relevant carry in stage 4 and 5 and then just fall over or get stuck on the enemy front line for all those fights. So it's really about stacking now to then be stronger, or strong enough rather, to compete with other boards in stage 5.
Rika, Spatula on a Riven here. I don't believe we have any Riven players, as we just like get the great overview, so you can kind of get a view of like what's going on. But for someone like Klikkonen, for example, a cheeky spat could be something like an emo emblem for their own, or a punk emblem, depending on like how and where this game takes you.
Looking at Tardaman, looks like he is going to be somewhat locked in to that pentakill board for now, has a Kayle and the Mordekaiser. Tiaan is sitting on just a mismatch for now with Heartsteel online. I think the only Heartsteel player it looks like in this lobby, so a player to definitely watch out for. He has preserved a lot of HP up until now, can potentially get these huge cash outs and have so much more HP to sacrifice for those cash outs in stage 4 especially.
Yeah, but you can already see right now he's not necessarily
a strong board.
Yeah, he's not necessarily stacking a lot. And the thing is that something like Urgot 2 during this stage is an unkillable menace with that Marsher in the mix. On top of that, it's just such a powerful setup. Doesn't have true damage for this, and I don't think he minds too much. Again, he's just going to be killing units. He's going to get a little bit of extra gold coming through from that heart to just help him elevate himself in towards the level 8 point at some point.
Has a tier open for blue buff as well, is up against this Yasuo. We'll see if the Yasuo can do enough, can actually take on this Urgot before being damaged and taken down himself. We've talked about it. It's so important to get as many kills as possible onto this Yasuo in this stage. It looks like it's looking pretty good here for Yasuo. The Edge of Night procs, which is actually a good thing here, able to take down the damage dealers in the backline before trying to chew through what is one of the tankier states or units in Urgot, who seems to do everything so well. But the win does come through for Asinti, and Tiaan finally getting a little bit of those Heartsteel cash outs.
Yeah, and just like again, we can see looking at the streaks all across here, Shinnar's win streak getting torn to pieces as well. So no like turbo win streakers on those boosted streaks, like a 6 win streak, for example. You have Wet Jungler who sacrifices HP, 40 Heartsteel, 9 loss streak, so he's getting an extra gold from being at a 6+ streak, plus that potential bigger cash out. You can see Tiaan kind of just like changing his board around here, finds that Gnar headliner with the pentakill instead.
I like this better. It fits the traits better. I think Gnar is one of the best TG holders in the game, especially just as a transition unit in this stage 3. He does a very good job at cleaning up units, where Senna has more AoE damage, where she has, damage on many units, but doesn't actually guarantee kills. Whereas Gnar, we're going to see it now, jumps in, hits you a few times in the head, and you're out.
As I was talking about and alluding to here, Klikkonen has gone for that emo emblem here, goes for the Twitch right now, which is the...
I think it's because you're selling the Twitch later, right? You're not going to keep this Twitch headliner as a de facto unit.
And that's the thing I was going to allude to here was the fact that we've seen the power of emo fresh, right? And with that heroic presence on top as well, to keep in mind that when you get to like that level 8 board and the board is established, you are not running Twin Towers you were talking about earlier, baby. You don't have to give up board space for those other units. You're going to be able to like you're able to produce a fully fledged board.
You find a Zed on level 6 naturally in your shop, and you can't help but start headbanging a little bit, nodding in confirmation that you're in a good spot. Tiaan, very happy to see the Zed already. The key next transition from that Urgot and all those items, or at least the Edge of Night, will be going onto the Zed later on. For Gobo here, 1 off of the Katarina, 3 perfect items as well, waiting for the super fan to come online. Do you think this is going to actually work out? Do you think Katarina can actually pop off in this lobby?
It depends on whether this is going to be crowd diver or country, right? Because a lot of people are actively skipping the country variant of the Katarina.
As they should.
Really loved. I mean, the things like I was looking at some of the stats, and stats actually aren't that bad for it. But meanwhile, we see a free stop Vex on 6 being hit here as well. So Gobo, you assume he's a little bit ahead of the curve, but he does have the KD, and it comes now. It's such a big boost for the Katarina to be able to give her that additional power to power attacks. He has the idealism as well, so it has a lot of those really powerful.
No Zed though, so unfortunate with these items having to slam on to this unit. You have a remover, so it's going to be a clean transition later on, but I think really the roll down, you would have loved to have a very lucky natural Zed like we saw Tiaan pick up, because it makes this so much stronger. You have that dual carry setup, which with crowd divers is so important. Yone?
Yone.
Oh.
And that's a big win as well here for Gobo, because that was probably one of the strongest players in the lobby right now they had to face there. Maybe outside Totman, who has been making great use of this 2 healthy now. Again,
right,
this is
jungler. It's time.
11, but this is his comfort zone, right? He knows the ins and outs of every single thing here. And again, look at the conviction in terms of how he picks his augments here. Knows what he kind of wants to go towards and just ends up picking something he believes to be good here because he knows he needs the time to go for this roll down.
If you are a Hearthstone enjoyer, I think one of the most important skills right now on this patch is being able to, as you mentioned, pick up that 4-2 augment as quickly as possible. No stat checking, just intuition to have infinite time to actually roll down and find the units you need. Is this Zac going to be good enough? You still have not found an Ezreal. You still have not found a Zed. Well, just found it now in the shop actually alongside the Zac. So that could be the last minute option here. The Zed comes online. You have the Edge of Night. You want to have an item holder for these Ezreal items in the process though.
Yeah, and this kind of comes down to like what is actually going to be the greatest. I like the fact he's going to be playing a little bit for the Yorick now. Can he obviously make that switch out at some point if he wants to do that, which he already does here, and just puts the items onto the set here, I would assume. Right, very good setup here. Should be stable for now. Sack 2 is no joke.
And Chinar taking a page out of Baby Iguana's book, hopefully with better results, has the Jax as the main star to show it's going to look like with the submit to the pick game plan. Still not Jax 3, still not really, I think, equaling the pace of other reroll players in this lobby, like the Katarina player who already hit, like the Vex player who already hit as well. And in the end, it seems like the deciding factor in terms of winning or losing this fight.
Yeah, and a big boost here as well for where jungler, right, facing a board like Shinar's that's kind of in between 2 stools, not necessarily having found their footing just yet. So a very important win here to kind of ensure that he doesn't fall too far behind the pace when someone like Gobo, for example, makes his charge up the table.
Ezreal has been found. We'll see if it'll be just the open tier onto the Ezreal and then getting that last item onto Zed. But Volta also has hit the Ezreal in a much more stable spot when it comes to HP, when it comes to economy, and gonna now try and go fast 9 with just this board. We'll see if it'll be enough. A lot of frontline and Ezreal as a sole damage dealer.
Yeah, but he does have that Zephyr, right? So as long as he's willing to actively position around, trying to delay some of the damage output from some of these other compositions, this should give time for the Ezreal to get into the fight, get rid of some of those bigger frontliners before getting rid of those backliners.
Crown Guarded as well. 3 different Crown Guard items have been built, so trying to make the most of his second augment pickup in this game, buying enough time for the Ezreal to do things, and we'll see there, facing off against, as you mentioned, one of the strongest players in this stage 4, the Executioner player who has hit so much of his board already.
Yeah, and I believe also the top of the standings here, Totman lost their 5 win streak. You can see right there. So all these streaks are just not being allowed to be kept right now. You see like this lobby is trading blows back and forward here. Just kind of tells the story of how these different spikes are landing at different times in the lobby at the moment.
Tier so important for what jungler finds the blue buff onto his Ezreal, going to help him hope and try to stay alive because the HP totals are very different in this game too, Guido. We're seeing what jungler at 18, Gobo at 39. I guess the CNT also now at 40, but then a pretty big gap between that bot 4 and that top 4 with Tardaman and Volta sitting around 70 HP still.
Yeah, and that's a big thing that we got to keep an eye out for here, because when they get more stable here, Red Jungler becomes stable at this very moment. But the thing is here as well, David, he could have potentially had a blue buff on this Ezreal, but opted against that. Do you think that was a bit of a mishap on the side of Red Jungler here?
It could have been a deciding factor between winning or losing that last fight. I assume he waited to slam the items, the final item, on either Zed or Ezreal, depending on who he was facing and what the positioning looked like on those boards. So if he won that round because of it, A-okay. And blue buff, surprisingly, I think is still a very good item on Zed because he gets that first cast off so quickly.
Yeah, but did the Ezreal come from the carousel, or did I?
No, it was an MF with a tier.
All right, because he could have made the blue buff on the Ezreal on the bench and made the pickup and then moved something like the GS. Like, he can't guarantee the item, right? So something like the red buff pops off, then there's a disaster moment, right? Because you need the red buff on the Ezreal instead of having it on the set.
Seemingly good enough, though, to win this fight against the other Heartsteel player, against Volta, in this lobby. And we'll see now if the jungler can mount another comeback. Last game, very similar game plan, went very low in HP, and then just started rising up in those totals across stage 5 and 6, especially as he continued to get that rejuice from Heartsteel throughout both of those stages. Chinar, though, he's in trouble. He's still not hitting his Jax 3. We're in stage 5 almost, Wida. Is it too late now even for Chinar to hit? I mean, he is very healthy, though, 62 HP.
Yeah, like I want to say, you can say that he's a little bit too late. I don't think it is, right? He has a poppy pair as well, but again, look at his augments here. He's too healthy, he's submitted to the pit, and he's cybernetic bulk. He has so many combat stats that the second that this Jax free rolls around, again, he's not getting baited, he's not stayed level 6, say, I'm going to roll for Jax and roll for Jax, no, stay 6. No, he's also found a very early and very lucky and very fortunate Illaoi here to just add more beef to the board.
Facing off against the Yasuo. We'll see what Asinti has been able to do. Double Sterax and Edge of Night on this. Yasuo has popped off the red buff with the Superfan little trick you can do in the, I assume, the last PvE round. Could maybe do it again to take off one of these Sterax coming into stage 5. But the Yasuo for now seems to be doing just enough with a board that has not been fully upgraded just yet from Chinar. So maybe not the best test of strength. But a win for Asinti and Chinar. The Turkish showdown there not going in his favor.
Yeah, and a bit of an issue here was the fact that the Jax was instantly focused down by the Yasuo. So when Jax went into the backline, right, he was just like absolutely annihilated. And again, Jax 3 probably wins the fight, at least kills more of the backliners, right, that the Jax kind of was struggling to deal with in the first place there.
Volta looking for level 9 as early as possible, sitting at 60 gold, looks like, and trying to rush it before anyone else makes it to that point in time. Hardiman still level 7, still has not found Mordekaiser 3, understandably so. Mordekaiser, one of the most contested units in the game when it comes to how well he fits into Pentacle boards, into reroll boards like this one, into melee, reroll boards like Riven and Yone. He's just one of the most sought after units in the game right now.
Yeah, and kind of just grab your point on Volta, right? This is 2 games in a row where we kind of seen him be in spots where he had the ability to and aim to kind of get to a specific point before the rest of the lobby does, to have more time to kind of make his transitions work.
Oh, but this is awkward. No stone plate for the Amumu. Could potentially have, you have already the or the red buff, rather, the anti-heal onto Twitch. So Guardbreaker seems like the only possible option from those item components there.
Yeah, the Twitch hasn't been solid, you were kind of alluding to, right? He's going to be able to, he's going to be aiming to go for just the backlash and make full use of those punk rolls that he has been building up all throughout the game since the start of like stage 3. But you can kind of see the power when the set gets into the backline here, that it is very, very difficult with that scaling damage in the Crowd Diver and the Katarina to kind of hold on when you don't have that stone plate.
And the Omnivamp on Katarina that can really heal past the burst damage from that Vex. Tiaan takes a loss here as well. A lot of our Heartsteel players really have to stop the bleeding at this point in time, because in stage 5, these losses get bigger and bigger. And we'll see if his Ezreal with a Shojin will actually be able to do enough. The Jax 3 has been found by Chinar. Urgot 3 on the way. Still a Poppy 1 though. We're in stage 5, Wida.
We are, and that's a big thing here. But again, he was stuck on level 7 for a while, as we were talking about, struggling to hit here. And Topman has been kind of the same deal, but he finds that kill free. Now, one off that Mordekaiser we're talking about in the previous game. It is such a difficult unit to 3-star because it goes in a ton of boards.
For Tiaan now, we'll see if the Shojin Ezreal can do enough. He's facing off against the recently upgraded board. On the opposite side, the Mordekaiser are going to tank so much. If the Ezreal ult hits the Kayle and kills her off in time before she can skill those Rage Blades, could be the difference maker, but misses, whiffs on the left side of that kill in the end. And maybe that buys just enough time for Kayle to do her thing. The anti-heal being so relevant here as well with the Morello onto the Kayle. The Ezreal misses again, but it's really just down to the Kayle and the Echo. Oh, surely not. What a frustrating fright on Tiaan's side. Everything went in just the opposite direction of what he wanted.
Yeah, and it's kind of been like what has been happening here for a couple of the last 2 fights we've been watching here for Tiaan. And also you can kind of see his reaction to that cash out as well. Not exactly what he would have wanted here. An absolution can be a bit of a solution, I suppose, but not necessarily the greatest thing here as well. He was hoping for gold. He was hoping for duplicators, right? Looking at the bench, he's sitting on Poppy pair, sitting on Sack pair. Like, he would have liked to have some sort of injection to sure off his board. He did not need more items.
For the complexion of this lobby, Wida, there are 5 reroll players and 3 4-cost flex players, but they're all playing Heartsteel. So many different comps that are not being played at all. Ahri untouched and just not really a viable game plan, it seems like, from most of these openers. The Ezreal once again trying to do his best. The battle of the Ezreal, rather, the civil war here. Again, Tiaan's Ezreal is not the best at focus firing the units he needs to. Misses the opponent's Ezreal, but it should still be enough. It looks like the Absolution, as you mentioned, doing so much at helping the Zac survive for as long as possible, with the CC coming in as well.
Yeah, and also just like that AoE damage reduction, right? It's such a big thing here in a matchup like that Ezreal. Okay, that's a Lucian pair potentially being picked up there as well. I believe already has an even strut, so that's not necessarily the item that you would like to find. So I guess you want to find an actual proper item here. The Warmarks being on 1 cost is kind of awkward as well, right? Because you would have liked to have that potentially be another frontline item. But the Gunblade, as you're talking about on the set, one of the most slept on item combinations in the game here, it seems like that was his option.
In the scene T, looking at the HP totals, a Yasuo reroll player not doing so hot. I think he just did not have the right components coming off of Krugs. Couldn't really snowball the Yasuo as much as he would have liked. Had just a red buff on him for most of the game. And is now sitting at 6 HP. Obviously, a place where a single loss will knock you out. And will kind of erase the great result you got in game 1 if you get an 8th in this game too.
Yeah, that's kind of one of the interesting things, right? Because it kind of just like eliminates like any momentum that you built at the start here, especially in such a small field as today with just the 32 players. Like all of a sudden you go from like lobby 1 all the way down to like lobby 3, just like in the blink of an eye. So something you gotta keep in mind here, this is not necessarily the same level of security as you have on day 1 and day 2.
Side switch to the left. Can this Yasuo jump onto the right unit at the start of this fight? Can he wrap onto the Katarina as quickly as possible? The Echo stun will be pretty big here, but the QSS is on the Yasuo, so he will be avoiding most of the CC coming in, and Yasuo now starting to clean up. One hitting pretty much everything along the way. Can he outlast this Katarina damage? I think the answer is going to be no, as T taken down an 8th, unfortunately. Needs to try and regain his mental. Tiaan, as well as we're seeing there, not happy with this result. Will be a 7th potentially for Tiaan.
Yeah, I think that he does, and that's not going to be the end of the world, right? It puts Tiaan that puts him at 10 points, right? So it's definitely not ideal, but essentially it's the same thing as going 4th twice, right? I think that's a different way of looking at it, to not get tilted, right? Again, just realize the fact that, okay, I could have gone 1-1, it's not the end of the world. The maximum amount of points that a player can have after game 1 is 16, so only quote-unquote 6 points behind the top player at the end of game number 1 is something you gotta keep in mind, because again, with the way that the scoring in TFT works, it is very easy for you to kind of make up that gap.
And Volta with a forbidden tech, 2 Jin 1s on his board. Did not have gold to buy any other unit, of course. Not exactly the board you want to assemble, but you are level 9. You are at 3 HP, and you could be in big trouble. You're facing up against Chinar, who has not hit Urgot 3 just yet. Maybe that buys enough time for Volta to survive this one. The Jins are coming through, but the Jax is still alive. The Omnivamp so big onto that Hodge. The cast from the Ezreal comes through, and it looks like it's just enough. Volta will be surviving for at least one more fight. Gobo down to 3 HP. White Jungler on 9. This lobby getting so close, Wida.
Yeah, these Heartsteel players here really like not having the greatest of times at this moment in time, right? Both with Tiaan in 7th, Volta currently in 6th, and also like White Jungler at the elimination station. Again, think back to the start of the game. Volta was just living life, right? He was just like, okay, I'm going to go 9, I'm going to go ahead, I'm full on tempo, and now he is facing a potential bot 4 placement in this second game of the day.
Gobo as well. His board looks strong. His augments look great. Idealism. You have 4 Hodges built. You have your Katarina 3. She's Crowd Diver. You have your Zed as well. You are missing Kiana and the 6 Crowd Diver Spike, which I think is what we're missing in terms of why he's been losing so much HP in stage 5. But we're coming into stage 6. We need to roll. We need to find one specific 5 cost as well as that Zed upgrade. He has not too much more gold to work with. Can he actually find it in time?
See,
oh, there it is on the last roll, just as all good players do.
With the exact amount of gold as well to be able to pick it up. So we'll be able to just move some items around here. Knows that the Evelyn 2 is obviously going to be much worse than the Kiana 1. Just move those items over. And there we go. This should be a strong board because up against Shinar, right? And he has this very powerful Jax as well that can just kind of end up mixing, goes directly onto that Katarina. But the healing you're talking about.
The Echo stun was so big, stunned so many of these frontline monsters that are all circling around the Echo there. And that is enough. The Jax gets bursted down. He's most of the damage onto that comp from Chinar. Chinar's still healthy enough though to take a hit and still be at a comfortable 19 HP. Not so much the case for other players like Volta, who looks like he's taking a loss here. It will be a bot 4 for Volta. Could not make Heartsteel work as well as he did in game 1.
And that's a huge for Wet Jungler as well, because that's one of the players that had the option potentially to have enough power to kind of outscale him, outcap him for the rest of the game, right? So he's now the lone survivor of the early Heartsteel onslaught, it seems like.
Jax reroll currently top of the standings. We have the Executioner second place. Jax is the kind of the new one to come in. Of course, Jax did get buffed recently. Submit to the pit. Also got the change that makes it a much more viable augment, it looks like. But the Kiana here, I think is going to be very interesting. The last minute switch, foregoing the KDA Hex positioning, trying to bamboozle his opponent.
They're trying to get away from this set here, most importantly, right? That's such a big thing as well, because, yes, you're talking about this, but again, the set has such high burst, he's able to almost contest and get out, kill this Katarina, right? So they think this is good here, just allow the scaling and the fight to come on naturally, and I think it's kind of a big thing here as well, just kind of show the heads-up play of some of the top players in the world.
And the Echo really being the MVP for Gobo. So many key stuns on these melee units makes it so Gobo does end up surviving that fight. Big win for him. Top 4 as well. Wet Jungler, who did so well in that game number 1. We saw both Volta and Wet Jungler, they first and second last game. Now a bot 4. So much more balanced scores for them coming into game 3.
Yeah, and again, I love the fact that Gobo here with the heads-up play, right, says, you know what, sometimes people feel like they're linked to their KDA pattern. It's free KDA, it's not like a 7 or 10 KDA, right? So the immediate power gain is actually not necessarily worth it, like sacking your matchup completely for.
Turkey and France repping the top 4 here. 2 players from each of our countries with some unique comps coming into the limelight for this game too. The Jax, we'll see now what he can do up against this Gragas 3. A very unique board from Tardaman, making use of 2 healthy and adding in units that are not usually added to the Pentakill comp, like the Gragas, like the Sentinels overall, with a 4 Sentinel trait spike there, and buying so much time for the Kayle to ramp up this rage that we're seeing it here. No Mosher is getting even close to the Kayle. She can just dish out damage completely untouched in that backline, and it should and would be enough here to get the big win that they're looking for. Chinar, unfortunately, gonna get 4th place.
Yeah, and that's obviously rough from a singular unit here making the difference. And now we have Klickanen versus Totman again. And Klickanen, a player that, if I recall correctly, when I've been looking at stuff here, has been at very high, as I was talking about, above 2K on the Turkish ladder. So not a player we see a lot of on the EU West ladder, but again, very exciting performances from him here as well. And what a way for him to start day number 1 here, potentially at worst at 15 points.
Tardaman not taking his foot off the gas, was an absolute beast in day 2, topped the leaderboard, got that spot in the winner interview at the end of the day, and now coming into this day 3, the first 2 games at the very least, following that same exact trend, being one of the most dominant players his entire set on ladder, and now transferring that same results to tournament. Gonna be the last fights of this game too. Tardaman 12 HP, Clickhorn at 14 HP, the Vex and the Twitch all on the left side trying to burst down the Mordekaiser, but this Mordekaiser, BT, Crown Guard, Steadfast Heart, gonna still buy so much time at 3-star, especially the 2 healthy, adding so much HP. Look at all these ults. He's able to tank, he's still rocking out, still very much alive, and you blink, next thing you know, the entirety rest of the board has been taken down, and the Kayle cleans up just enough, but Clickhorn survives on 1 HP, Wida.
Yeah, but at this point, I don't think there's anything you can do, like, in terms of positioning here. And Annie 2 is not going to be a difference maker between getting past that Mordekaiser or not, right? And again,
don't disrespect Annie. Come on, she's trying her best, we know.
But again, we saw this last game as well, right? The Mordekaiser headliner just takes this composition to a completely different level. Yeah, and again, makes great use of the extra stats from something like the 2 health he was pointing out. And even in the mid game, just playing like 1 or 2 extra units here gets you so safely through that you're able to just, like, completely overpower your opponents here, and a great adaptation coming through from Totman.
We'll see if the burst will be there. A bit of a different strategy this time around, trying to test and see if something else can change in the results of this positioning. Vex and Twitch now on the right-hand side, very far away from the Kayle. Do a much better job of breaking through part of that front line, but the Gragas, the Redemption, the AoE healing coming through here as well. The Mordekaiser still rocking out, and the Kayle slowly ramping up those Rage Blades, 2 Rage Blades to be precise, with the Best Friends attack speed buff as well. The Mordekaiser is not dying just yet. One last cast comes through. Clickhorn knows he did his absolute best, but not enough to defeat Tardaman, who is on crazy hot streak to start off this day 3 as well, Wida.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, right, that you can kind of see how the matchup tends to go here. Like, it's very difficult to win this as a front-to-back for the executions, but if you have any items on that Carthus, for example, by the time that 3rd, 4th cast rolled around there, he would have been able to kind of take out that Kayle in the back, and then all left with the Mordekaiser. So, very close fight, just lacking a final few components to fully turn it into a win.
Go down now to a break and see how our analysts are going to break down this very reroll centric lobby in game number 2. 5 players on reroll, the rest all are hard steal. Really curious to see what the analysis looks like, but I'm sure you guys are as well. So do not go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
I'm Enzo, I'm 23, I'm from France, and I'm a pro player from Gentlemates. I really like this new set. I'm really good in ladder, but the mechanic of Chosen is not really competitive, you know. But I think it's okay. I really like this new change. I'm one of the players played the most in ladder, so I think 10th place is really good for having a really competitive ladder in Europe. When you have talk about the most good people in EMEA, I think it's Wet and Double. It's a good ladder. We have Ging, is really good. Lelouch, Travis, Combis. We have a lot of good players in ladder. No, I prefer a lot this new set. Set 9, it's only for a bad player. Gambling Tom, it's not for me. I think in this set, people is not really creative. People all play the same comp and can't be so creative. Yeah, I think true damage is a little broken. I have only one goal. It's win world. Thank you to my family, my friends, and vive Gentlemates!
You know, I had a whole plan for this desk, but it was completely annihilated by one little Gragas 3. We were all in super excitement about Tartman's board and how he put that together, and I just think it should be the main feature of this desk. There's more in this game that we will cover, but each at its time. Matt, talk to me about the Gragas.
Okay, so I see like 5 Gragases on this guy's board, and I'm like, what's going on here? So he has 2 healthy, and he's playing Pentakale reroll. So he's got a bunch of 2 costs anyways. Gives a ton of HP to all of his units. The Lobby didn't have that much backline access for one, so that Kale can ramp up pretty well. But also, importantly, as Weeda mentioned towards the end of that game, that headliner Mordekaiser with those items, the Steadfast Heart, Bloodthirster, and Crown Guard, allowed him to stack up that percent AP for free and act as a secondary carry. Because the frontliners are just not going to die. That redemption from Gragas is going to keep the Mordekaiser up as well. So that entire board was synergizing with itself in a way that no matter who died, there was at least one carry left. And I just thought it was just so well executed because it was not what I was expecting. Because Gragas shares 0 traits with the rest of the board, but ended up being a key component to that win.
Yeah, no, this is such an interesting lobby to have to follow up to our first round, where coming out of that one, we saw Gobester pulling off the 3-star Alawi. We saw the late game really coming to life here. But to have our Heartsteel players going out all in the bottom 4 is absolutely astonishing. And I'm all here to see that we've got more variety in our final day of GSC number 2 than we would have expected.
Yeah, and I mean, you're mentioning it. I think Gobo's board deserves a little bit of recognition here as well. Picking up the patient study, deciding to, hey, if I already get that, then I can just invest my gold into the rerolls instead. Goes for the Katarina, finds the idealism, really nicely played out. You get the first Hodge anyhow, then also finds the Kiana and claws his way up into the top 3 there. Was super cool. I also really liked the submit to the pit from Chinar. I thought that was cool. We're not getting a lot of these boards, so the Jax coming out and doing decently with the top 4 was also pretty nice.
I'm so sad for the Yasuo. I really had faith. Our 1-star reroll was back. That was kind of the best spot from which you could play it, and that just... The Gragas made up for it. The Gragas made up for it. I just got to remember that. That's the important thing from that game.
Sometimes you need to make sacrifices, and I'm not saying that we're sacrificing a Cynthia, but we did have all of the Ezreal players go bottom 4. So surely there was a little bit of a trade-off here that we can kind of even out in some way. We'll see how the standings look and whether or not that is the case and who's still reigning on top. I believe at the very top we're going to see Tartman, but let's see how the rest is looking like.
Do remember again, our players today are really looking to hit into the top 8 for our final game. So these opening rounds can really set the tone. At least our players towards the top have a little bit more to be excited about, but we have no undefeated players as of round number 2.
See my boy Ryko up there. I see a number 6. I see an incredible second game. I did want to note, though, interestingly, Dark Hydra having a little bit of a rough start to the day. Incredible player. We mentioned KnowMe when we asked him, who's a player that stands out for you in this competition from Dach? It was Dark Hydra. So hopefully he's going to be able to turn it around. Again, we're only 2 games deep, so we've got 4 more to go before that top 8 is decided. So plenty of runway for those players who are in the back half, but they really do need to step it up in the next game.
Yeah, they do. And I mean, you're seeing it with Ryko. Has a little bit of an unfortunate first game, then turns it around and suddenly is in the top 6. There is still lots of games to go for these players before we cut down to our top 8. So I'm sure we're going to see some more movement on that leaderboard. But first, we're going to go into a break, and then we will be back with game number 3.
What's up, everybody? We're back. It's ready for game number 3. It's the boys, our very own boy band here on the cast. And I'm excited, guys. We came out of that last one looking good. We just got his hair combing up. We've got the glow-ups coming out left and right. So we're going to be going into pretty much the middle of the pack here in game number 3, which is exactly where I want to be.
Yeah, I mean, this is where...
Matt, you on the left?
Yeah, I'm actually really concerned here. When I saw the players all go in the same portal, I was like, oh no, please don't be Wandering Trainer.
Oh boy, so this, as you're saying, Matt, this is the point as Augment Power will be the choice here, that our players can potentially fight back into contention for that top 8, but it's such a high stakes part of the tournament. We're coming close to the midway point of the main part before that cut to top 8.
Yeah, right. I have a very important question for you, Matt. Right, because we are pretty much equally aged. I assume that Peter is more of like a tech dad type of person, because I feel like he was alive before they disbanded. We kind of
the band. They just never credited me.
So like, are you more of like an NSYNC, or like you more like a Backstreet type boys? Where are we at, Liberia?
I think Backstreet Boys had better vibes. I Want It That Way is all-time classic. You know, I think in 100 years' time, classical music, we'll be thinking Bach, we'll be thinking Mozart, we'll be thinking Backstreet Boys. I think that's the echelon of songwriting we're at. It should have been a synergy in Remix Rumble. That's all I'm saying.
Hey, I mean, isn't that like kind of what Hardstyle is to a certain extent, right? Like they're kind of like
kind of. We have Backstreet Boys at home. Don't worry.
I mean, all I'm gonna say, right? If I had to pit, if it ended up being like a boy band fist fight, I'm taking Hardstyle every day of the week. I'm sorry to say.
Got set.
Gosh,
he's got us covered.
Wait, don't leak the secret game mode coming in the end of patch.
Oh, look at Solo's board. He's got 2 cats already. And across the board, we also see Stegzor and TLT. TLT is heavy in Punk already.
Yeah, no, like, he's like listening to some bit of Green Day, I mean, hopefully this game doesn't like turn into a Boulevard of Broken Dreams, right? Because if he goes 8th here, it's going to be very difficult for him to make it to the final lobby.
Nothing to say that, honestly. Nothing to say that.
First augment's coming out here. Tenet already calling his shot, committing to that pentakill. Solo taking a look.
I have a big question though, Matt, right? Because his name is Tenet. But will people actually understand what he's trying to do? Like, will they see his vision? Right? Because
I think as long as he has John Washington running very quickly towards the camera, we'll be good. And he's got
he completely left me behind there
already.
I mean, he's definitely a metalhead, right? It seems like so. So we're good.
We're rolling. Heavy up. He's already got Kale reroll started, which we've seen multiple games this set. We've got the healing from the augment, so calling a pretty strong shot, given that he had that Rage Blade off the jump. So looking forward to seeing how this evolves across the rest of the lobby. I'm wondering if TLT stuck with that Punk opener.
Well, we've certainly seen a lot of people using it, either as a way just to get the game started and maybe find a different reroll, but I'd love to see somebody actually fully commit into it. One thing that did leap out to me was you mentioned the Solgasang with a couple of Katarinas. Picking up the learning to spell as well seems to indicate, to me at least, we might be seeing a committal in from the very beginning to the end of the game.
Coming out across the rest of the boards. I'm taking a look at the augments here. We've got some interesting ones coming out. Solgasang going for that ramping AP. Darkest actually picking up the training dummy as well. We saw that was going to be the Randuins. I wonder if he's going to go something like Disco from that.
The Blasted Moon already slamming down a Gunblade here with the 2 healthy, so it does seem like we might have some contest here on the Kale reroll line already. So it's worth noting that we actually had a discussion about like 2 healthy yesterday, if I recall correctly, about the fact that like you can play it in the mid game. Just like this augment is like good to second you have like 2 or even 2 or 3 of the units in play, so it's actually not a bad stabilization tool here. He does lose his first few fights here, so That is something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I hope. Well, we haven't got the same setup we had in the previous game with a couple of people picking up the 2 healthy to help drive that down. But we know Blossom Moon is picking up the 2 healthy. We know that the Katarina reroll board is also going to be going for some of those 2 costs. So we might be in another setup here where maybe we will see it be more reroll heavy overall.
Yeah, it's worth noting, right, the more copies that go out of the pool, the easier it is for the other rerolls hit, unless you're playing the same composition. So, for the likes of Tenet as well as Blasted Moon here, right, who are both currently leaning towards a potential pentakill line, they will be kind of contesting each other here. And meanwhile, you have someone like Stakesor, who's just kind of rising above the madness here, has that like plate mail here on the Tom Kench with a level 5 going towards them. That could be a contra line. I forgot the name of Mogul's Mail for a second because like we don't really see this item so much these days.
No, not since Dragonlands have we seen it with any frequency, but gonna give him quite a bit of gold. And Country not even proccing until there's 1 unit left tells you a little bit about how strong this board is in the early game for Stegzor.
I have a question though, right, Peter? Because like what type of mail does a Mogul actually get? Right, like, are we a business Mogul? Are we like a music mogul? Are we just like a regular mogul? Like what type of mail do you think you're getting under Rift? Like, you just like, get mailed like all of like your company profits, and it's just like that 2 goals, just like your like company profits.
I don't know. Whenever I get it, I just seem to get junk mail.
As someone who has an LLC, I can tell you, at least in my case, it's a lot of Capital One cards. They're just like, hey, do you want a new credit card? No, I've got one. Thanks. Stop sending me mail. Every bank in the area constantly sending you applications. It's awful. I don't want any Mogul's mail. I just want the things that I've ordered from Amazon. Thank you very much. The rest, not interested. Digasparta slamming that adaptive helm in there in the front line. Wondering if that could move to the back line if he doesn't want to full commit into this disco. We've seen it used on Vex. We've seen it used on Bard. So a fairly flexible item here for those AP carries.
It's also worth noting, right, he is currently on that Stars of Bond, so we'll be looking towards a 2-cost reroll line, most likely. Already got an early Seraphine, is holding on to the Lilia here, so I don't think it's out of the question that we'll be seeing a Seraphine reroll line come through from Digasparta.
I really hope we do get to do so, because again, we know that the 2-cost rerolls are going to be thinned out a little bit in this lobby. I think glance around to see what Darkus is up to. They've got together some of the Heartsteel early on, which I don't think too many players across this lobby have been able to find them for themselves yet, so we get a little bit more cash injection from stage 2.
It's crazy how strong having 2 Namis is, because you're seeing the CC, they're slightly offset because of the tier on 1 Nami, so that it's just chaining perfectly instead of overlapping with each other. So Digasparta, I suspect, is going to be winning a lot of this. And there goes Star is Born Augment coming in handy for picking up that Seraphine 2 right off the bat.
Yeah, exactly what I was talking about here, and it kind of like the point that you're bringing in here as well with the Namis, right? Because the Nami is such a great item holder for the likes of that Seraphine if you end up going for something like that Spear of Shojin on her. So I think that's pretty cool here. Another thing that's also very cool, right, Matt, is like the Salvage Bin game plan here coming from TLC.
Oh yeah, Salvage Bin we've seen be so successful earlier on in this competition. It gives you ultimate flexibility so you can slam whatever items you want that give you the power right now, and you know that at any point you can full sell and then assemble a completely different board. Hard on the mental and physical APM, but incredibly doable.
Yeah, and it's working out pretty damn well so far. The Jinx doing a great job against the Senna board. Of course, we did see a ton of Senna being used in a kind of similar way to Jinx, the transitionary piece early on. Tilt and Stakes off coming out of the stage 2, I believe both with their win streaks intact.
Oh, that's a Viego.
I see.
Yes, we have eyes apparently. Amazing.
That's I'd say that's a little early. I don't know how hard hitting that analysis is, but I think you should play it.
About as hard-hitting as one of the Backstreet Boys in a fist fight against Seth, probably, right? So
that's not very hard-hitting.
We're writing fan fiction on this.
I don't think Timberlake's got hands like that.
But Timberlake wasn't a Backstreet Boy. Timberlake is an insane.
I get them so confused, man.
I mean,
it's all a blur.
I mean, one did Bye Bye Bye, the other did, all the other songs. So yeah. They all sound the same to a certain extent.
Thank you for clarifying that one.
In all the other songs, you know, like all the James Bond theme songs.
Mm-hmm.
Backstreet Boys. Could you imagine them doing Skyfall, by the way?
Only every day we
I'm just envisioning this in like the most crazy, like early 2000s pop, over the top, like in stadium production, just like rain falling down and just like Skyfall, but like a very like Timbaland-esque production on it.
Hold on, we didn't talk about Darkest, who's cooking pretty heavily right now. 7 Casantes. Just putting it out there. Just a theory.
Are you trying to lure us down the garden pathway again?
Yeah. Well, I'm remembering Darkest's famous runs as Guardian player back in Dragonlands. That was how they made the first splash, just going for that heavy frontline comp. So maybe some echoes of that as they continue their full loss streak into round 3-2.
All right, taking a look at some of the other streaks. Again, Till and Stags are up the top of a maintained very good streak. Soga Sang, the only one who's been able to kind of compete with Darkest towards the lower end, has kept hold of that Katarina since the early parts of the game. So, again, presumably at some point, we're going to have a world-endingly strong Katarina who can just wipe entire boards.
The silver argument's coming out.
Yeah, I was like, with the silver argument is pretty good for the players that are win streaking, right? Because like it means the lobby tempo won't generally change here, and the pickup of that Urgot headliner on level 6 with that shop is perfectly timed here. That is such a massive pickup here as well. We'll be able to fit in the country as well with that bench time catch.
Depends on what he wants to sacrifice here. He's going to keep the country in, has that Urgot. Still executioner. As we head over to TLT's board, we mentioned it earlier, we know the salvage bin, plus now late game specialist. This is a really deadly combo if TLT can make it out of the early game alive.
Yeah, and with the tempo that he's kind of been accumulating, right, with this streak here going level 6 now, trying to protect it. I think it's him and Stakes are actually going up against each other right now to protect those. I believe, no, it's not. It's not. I'm tripping. It's not a big little legendary Titans. You know, I can bait it. It happens.
Well, we've now got the two kind of aspects going up directly against each other. Late game specialist from Tilt's side, from Darkest to Tiny Titans. As Admin Showers let us know, the potential for some really, really strong late game. So we almost have our first round on stream and our second round on stream clashing up against each other. 2 cost rerolls against potentially incredibly high-end boards.
Yeah, and Darkest here going for the raise the stakes here, right? Really trying to create those late game high-end bosses you're alluding to, right? Making great use of that Tiny Titan, saying, you know what, this is how I'm gonna come back into this, get that big swing, get that first place to put themselves right into contention here. And Eston here as well, Sensei, sorry, finds that center free on free. This is such a huge spike. This is so ahead of the curve right now. This is one of the most powerful 2-cost reroll compositions in the game.
It's almost
this is the
musical.
second game in a row that Asintia has done this. Last game, it was a Yasuo 3 in the middle of stage 2 before PvE even happened, and now a Senna 3 at 3-3.
I think this is going to go a lot better, though. I think one of the big problems always is going to be with the Yasuo. You're diving right into the middle of the opponent's board, and it's always very volatile. I think this Senna should be a lot more reliable. Again, our players in this lobby, they need the good finish here to fight back up towards the top 8. I think this is a great board to make it happen.
Yeah, also worth noting that he hasn't fallen into the trap where you slam that second, you slam that Spear of Shogun, right, then you go into it. So he has that death cap going for it. Has a lot of raw power on the Senate and making use of the Spear of Shogun from the super fan item.
DLT, last one out. Nobody has their streak intact anymore. Darkest, actually, I think Darkest does. That loss streak down back to 70 HP after picking up the Tiny Titans. Should have ton of money in the bank at this point.
Yes, that's right. Yep, go ahead.
So we haven't been able to see too much of Blast of the Moon, but he's ticking away towards the tail end. The Kale board coming together with the 2 healthy, as we noted from before. But with Soga saying, we've seen several players look for rerolls from their silver augments, trying to get their boards online just a little bit quicker.
With learning to spell as well, it's going to be very useful for this team. Scales up into the later stages of the game. 1 AP every 2 takedowns for the team, and it's a massive cat reroll board, so it's going to start stacking pretty quick.
Yeah, and if you compare this to the spot that Gobo was in the previous game that we saw him on stream, right? This time around, Solga saying is not behind the curve. He's kind of ahead of the curve if you compare him to everyone but his sensei, right? So getting that free cost online this early on here with the stacks you're talking about is absolutely massive here. Spada also finding himself now on a free win streak again here with a 2-star Blitzcrank. Maybe we're not playing Seraphine reroll, guys, but we kind of are. I don't know what's going on here. I'm going to be honest with you.
I mean, there's a lot of Seraphines to throw in the bin, but I mean, you've got such good units, and of course, you spent one of your augments just trying to get this initial strength, those initial 2-stars in place. It seems like a big risk to leapfrog that and say, you know what I found in the shop is good enough to disregard the Stars of Born entirely.
And Nomi was saying in that interview that he thinks that players were discounting the Twisted Fate carry a little bit too much in his opinion. So Sparta picking that one up, the Morello, we know, an incredibly good item for this Disco team, and now that you have that Blitzcrank in the front line to give you some beefiness, we're seeing just how much damage Sparta can put out.
Also a rough mistake. It's a rough mistake as well because of the fact it does not get the extra 2 gold for the Mogul's Mail, right? Dies just slightly before it. I think on like 39 stacks it dies, which is really unfortunate. But this board is ridiculous, and then kind of interesting the fact that he didn't sell off his bench here. So he's still in 2 minds, it seems like, at least, right? Because you can play the Blitzcrank if you want to in the Seraphine boards. So interesting whether he wants to value that higher than the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to say that the Seraphines are being left in place. Do you want to point out, though, as we come into stage 4, look on the right-hand side, the streaks there are absolutely crazy. We've got win streaks, we've got loss streaks, we've got Darkest on a 10-loss streak. The entire lobby has got a lot of money in the bank, and they've got streaks to back up their economy as well.
Darkest stopped cooking. There was almost a Cassante 3 here, but they gave up on it. Oh, no, they didn't. There's 2 Cassante 2s on the board. Maybe the dream isn't dead, guys. Stegzor, though, picking up quite the late game, finds that Poppy headliner. We've seen how strong that can be, and has a Ziggs on the bench while he slots in Jazz plus an Ezreal.
Yeah, I mean, we can see where this is going more long term, but Till over on the other side has got an interesting setup there with the executions being put together with some very nice Ezreal itemization. I think we had Abin Shad pointing out to us before that some of our players were trying to do this to roll down at 4-1 and get hold of these high priority units before they became too contested.
Yeah, and the big thing as well here, right? You can kind of see at the scale. You have 2 coins, you have 2 sides of the same coin that go against each other with Stegzor's board, and then you also have Darkest, right, coming through now with the 460 cash out into a prismatic as well here, and Darkest needs to speed this up here. Cannot spend too much time on this augment selection, needs to make a decision right now. Goes with the lucky gloves here, takes the cash out. This turn will be a massive APM check, as you were talking about earlier on here. 35 seconds to pull this off.
Okay, rolling down pretty quick. Hasn't found the headliner that they're looking for. There goes the Ezreal. Not a huge surprise there. Still 50 gold left and only 20 seconds left in the round. Trying to find and fill out the rest of the composition. Has the red buff and the Infinity Edge already on, but down to just 13 gold while the reroll continues.
Yeah, and most importantly as well, no blue bluff. No, that would be, I don't know, but there's no blue buff at least for this Ezreal, right? So he's kind of reliant on just a natural gains here. You can see he does have the lucky gloves as well, but no glove either coming through. So just stuck on these free gloves here with only 1 TG in play.
I don't think Darkest wants to... Yeah, I mean, that's something, but I don't think Darkest wants to be able to go further. So we'll reforge into the Radiant Even Shroud, so that at least allows a little bit more damage, even if this Ezreal won't be casting as often as Darkest would like.
Yeah, you can see where the weakness is happening as Blasted Moon continues with this Kale board we saw earlier on. Starting to fire away, and Darkest, 12-round loss streak, folks. This is not looking great.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, right, that this wasn't necessarily even like a strong and full, like an incredible board from Blast Moon either, right? It was KL2, Mordekaiser 1, a lot more one stars in the front line here. The black and blue buff really hurting this Ezreal's ability to kind of chew through those front liners quickly enough to have any sort of meaningful impact here. Would like to not have to use the duplicator before they have found another way to kind of boost his board up, but the way it's looking right now, like I feel like you're almost forced to use it on this sack just for stability.
I don't think there's going to be too much more time to work with, especially when you've got other players like Till who are also on a major loss streak. One of these two players will lose that streak as of this round, and if it's Darkest in particular, I mean, they're going to be in a pretty tough position to fight back and get enough gold to really get those 2 stars online.
But the most important thing for them right now is the fact that they saved the HP. They have 2 lives now, and start rebuilding that up here. And again, it's also worth noting that I did not have the full kind of scope of the matchup pool for Darkest, right? And they have a much more clear idea about where the matchup pool is. And I think that, again, they made the right call here by not using that duplicator, because it allows them to have a much stronger payout here. Darkest has first priority here on the tier, on a sack, allowing him to save that duplicator. And get the blue buff for the Ezreal.
That's about as much as you could have asked for off a carousel. You get that front line, you get that core item for your carry, and maybe can turn this around, and just in time with only 21 HP.
It's going to be a tough ask to claw up the table, though, because Solo is on a substantial win streak. That learning to spell, apparently the spelling bee has been passed. We've got a very, very strong board in the country version of this setup. We mentioned the previous lobby, not usually the way people want to go, but Solo has committed in from the beginning, and this board is coming together swiftly.
Yeah, has that spat as well, right? Which is one of the things that is also like such a powerful tool to kind of really elevate this board going towards that 5 control. And the fact that he's on such a big win streak here, in such a stable position, if he's able to get to level 9, level 10 even, right, he's able to kind of go in towards that, maybe get that 7 control line in if he wants to do that, because he's only on 2 crowd divers, so doesn't have like that scaling power of just the 5 striking out as much as he would have if he was on a more crowd diver centric comp, but he does have that dread seed coming in to add to the pressure.
And look at all that healing as well from Katarina. Nearly died, got all the mana from taking that damage, and then full heals up with a double Hodge.
So I guess this does raise the question then, if we don't have the full crowd diver in place we'd be expecting to see for the Katarina, who's going to be the secondary carry once presumably Katarina stops being the complete centerpiece of the composition?
I mean, you're looking into the likes of a Kiana being added in to kind of top everything off, right? You're looking at potentially, depending on like what items you get as well, you could start adding in a stronger backline setup as well. So you have plenty of options here. And Digga Spada, well, he did end up on one of those Seraphine lines, but it's going to be the Lulu one instead here, and Lulu is such a powerful tool, but does not have that hologram that we normally see it with, more commonly see it with, because the double hyperpop stacking is so powerful. But Lulu free, Seraphine free, Blitzcrank 2, this board should be stable.
I mean, Matt, Zigga's been giving us quite a show here, going from Seraphine back to Twisted Fate, back to Seraphine and Lulu again, but I mean, maybe it could all come together. We do have to still remember Digga is operating with 1 less augment than everybody else is. The Stars of the Born expended to get those 2 stars in place, and the Seraphine a little bit quicker.
Oh, the dodge from the Ezreal, wow. But yeah, I mean, I think this is the epitome of play what you're given, right? You get given a TF, you're like, okay, maybe I'll try this out, but I don't want to abandon the Seraphine just yet. Let's see what comes next. And being able to navigate those transitions multiple times is really impressive. Not enough to stabilize, apparently, but at the very least has found a direction that fits what he was given, and hopefully Digga Spada can turn it around from there.
I want to highlight something very important here. Darkest sold off their Ezreal here, trying to find a different line to play, because there are like so many other Ezreals right now, and I think he wants to find a different headliner. And with the flexibility of that duplicate, I know he has a ton of an option here. I like this as a way to kind of look at what they can do here, right, and figure out if there's any sort of out for their game plan. But it doesn't seem like they found the they have the Ezreal 2, on the bench, right, so picking up that Blitzcrank instead for more frontline.
I think we're going to have to cash and duplicate because there's no more room left. 1 HP, no last stand, no final reserves. This is going to have to be it. We've got Tenet just above on low HP as well. I think we've got several players here who are looking to challenge Darkest' ability to even get out of, 8th place, let alone move up to 7th and even the top 4.
1 HP here. You're going to be looking at this backline, see how much this Ziggs can get done with that stacking damage. But the Karth assault right into the backline. I think that's all she wrote here for Darkest, as both backline carries taken down from the pentakill Lich. And unfortunately for our Turkish player, this will be their last round.
You can kind of see it on their face as well, right? The kind of the head and hands there to kind of realize that they probably should have used that duplicator. And meanwhile, we get to see another three-star Mordekaiser. Are we going to be going 3 for 3 today instead of those winning out the lobby? Well, that is going to be this one to follow here. And the important thing to note, right? This is the board that we just saw before. Has the metal hats. It's a Karthus 2-7, has the binary airdrop as well to just spread out items across these 4 units. There is so much power on this board here and now with that Mordekaiser free coming into the mix as well. This board could make a huge comeback.
I think that's what I love to see about these kind of setups here. When you've got the multiple carriers, you've got the Akali there as another potential carry as well. Just you can throw that much more power in, and Tenet needs the power right here and now because, again, they're going to end up like Darkest soon, only on 15 HP. They need the wins.
Look at his Mordekaiser, just nearly immortal. And you talked about this on the last cast when we saw this before. That stacking AP does so much for that front line. And you have a board where you're contesting a 3-star Kayle. It's already been taken. Your best option from there, set that Mordekaiser up for success. And we're seeing it look really good.
And also another interesting thing here about this lobby, right? We have 2 players currently stuck on level 7. Both of them being reroll players, right? Diggerspotter and Tenet. We saw Diggerspotter hold on to so much gold earlier on. And someone that's been holding on to their gold to get more gold is going to be IMTLT here, right? Had that late game specialist, but his level 8 roll down was a little bit too deep, so he kind of had to just sit out and wait for almost an entire stage to get that benefit of that silver augment.
Frontline is looking a little bit dicey. At least we've got a couple of items down, a couple of tentacles, but it's not amazing. Up against the center board, of course, which will thrive off of clusters. That first shot from the center doesn't do the most massive amount of damage. We do have the Zed who's going to take the full shot, but not fall down, and he can walk up and delete the center just like that.
Also worth noting, though, that Sensi is one of these other players who kind of in the same vein as IMTLT, holding on to all their gold, trying to go level 9 here. There is no Kiana on the board just yet, right? No, they have the HP to work with. Knows that he can take his time, get into the mix here, now make a reaction off the back of this carousel.
See if this carousel can do anything for our players stuck lower down. I know for a fact that one of them has a Lucian pair. It might be Tenet or denying it from TLT, not quite sure. So we'll take a look after this carousel. So we have a couple high value items still left on the board.
I do want to take a chance again to point out that we're seeing the HP pixels dropping precipitously from 3rd all the way down to the current 7th place, in large part thanks to how strong Sologasang has been, continuing to win streak with that Katarina reroll. And we know with Learning to Spell, that board just gets stronger the more it wins.
Looking now at Tenet on this final roll down, not able to find anything, contested on the Kayle. No real alternate here. You need to keep the 5 pentakill in order to enable that Mordekaiser. Going to be going for the detachment there to get a little bit more AP on him.
You're just trying to build up your proper carry, right? The Even Shroud not doing a ton of work in this fight earlier. Now you're talking about this board, you're learning to spell. Well, Tenet, well, he can spell his name backwards and forward, but will he be able to stay in this fight?
The country emblem.
Yeah. The Mordekaiser right there in the front line doing quite a bit of damage, but Katarina uncontested still. AoE from that Mordekaiser ult not landing on her just yet. It's her and Hecarim versus the world. There goes another ult from Karthus. Not enough to finish it off. Katarina can't find another.
This is exactly what you were calling out, Matt. The headliner, Mordekaiser, is an actual damage threat towards the Tenet because he's getting AP every time he gets a kill with the use of his ultimate, and apparently this Mordekaiser's killed more than a few.
You can kind of see here as well as talking about the fact that his sensei was going level 9, right? He hasn't found a Kiana, hasn't even found a Kali 2, right? Like these huge spikes that you needed to kind of sure off this composition and really help this Senna carry. Well, they're just not present at this very moment in time. And Dick Espada also kind of struggling here on a 2-loss streak down to just a single point of 10 HP. But his sensei, IMTLT, Dick Espada, and Tenet are all in brink of elimination.
Yeah, his top 4 is going to be quite the battle.
Oh boy, yeah, there's no money in the bank for the majority of our players. They're committed to everything. They know how important this lobby is. Perhaps great fortune awaits them, a chance to get into the top 8 if they can make it out of this lobby and towards the top end of the table. This Mordekaiser has been scaling up, but the Poppy has got the hammer and she's bringing it down right now. One more ult with Swing It, and it's waiting and gets the shot!
And that's such a rough one as well. Like, that's such a rough one for, you can see Steaksource's reaction at the top of your screens as well here. He knows that, like, that's a guaranteed placement potentially going to the wayside. And he's one of those players that are currently on 40 HP. Like, he has a huge buffer to work with. Like, for him, he just wants these players below him to die. He doesn't want them to stay in the game. He just wants to go home, pack up, take a second place to the bank, and laugh his way out of this. But you can kind of look at his Tenet, his Sensei, and IMTLT all currently winning out.
Lots of options here. We can see Tenet still rolling down to try and find that Kale. Not going to have the greatest luck with it, but only 2 away regardless.
Oh, I'm not feeling good about his chances, but there's one more. That's a not a KL. And, I mean, you've got to throw everything at it here. We've got the extra item, which will mean the Akali will come online as effectively a 5th itemized unit for Tenet's board. There's so little HP left in the rest of the lobby. Tenet could jump into top 4 very soon if these rounds go well.
You know it's bad when you've got a Thieves' Gloves, a Lilia too, but so many items for Tenet, so little space. Blasted Moon level 9, Ziggs 1, TF2 right there in the back line. We see the Zephyr goes on to that Karthus, a little bit of damage delay coming in. Mordekaiser rocks out once more, still on the upper echelons of HP. Shields away from the TF ult, but it's not enough. He's all on his lonesome, and Ziggs will take him down. Tenet, unfortunately, will take a 6th place.
That brings us to our top 4. Blasted Moon, our number 1 finisher from day 1, our number 2 finisher from day 2, perhaps the number 3 finisher from day 3 if he's a fan of patterns. But this board, I mean, it's pretty damn good to even challenge for first in the lobby.
Yeah, it's also worth noting, this comes to the back of, like, again, creative usage of his rolling for days, the great use of the 2 healthy here, right? Just using it as a way to kind of just buff up this board here, get extra value from the disco healing, all that good stuff here. Again, great creative play from Blasted Moon, stepping out of that contested KL reroll line.
Back on Solo Gasong's board, we can see this Katarina with the infinitely scaling AP has worked so well. Only player who's been able to maintain that econ aside from Stegsor. And you can see just how uncontested this Katarina is. Still full HP with a shield. Fires off another dagger, and it's just the Ziggs and TF left. And there she goes. Oh!
Wait! He does it! I was fully prepared. I mean, you look at the gold totals, you look at the boards here. We've got Solo Gasong and Stegsor. They're both on 60 golds with, you know, over 20 HP left. Blasted Moon and they're both on the teens with no money in the bank. It seems like an obvious top 2, top 4 situation here, but maybe. Okay, I'm going to take it all back. They just went level 10.
That's the point I was about to make here. Like, both Stegsor and Solo Gasong just went level 10, right? They're sitting, holding on here, trying to figure out where this game will be going now. But it's going to be Blasted Moon going up against Stegsor's board here, right? So potential double elimination on the card with TLT and Solo Gasong in the mix as well.
Yeah, take a look at that Ezreal in the backline there for Stegsor, still firing away. And Zed is directly under the Twisted Fate in the upper right of the screen. Twisted Fate goes down, Zig shortly to follow, and Stegsor going to be easily taking this round and taking out Blasted Moon into that 4th place.
He just saw Blast sinking in his chair, almost dropping out of frame there. Just knew it was over the second that Zed got in there. up to our top 3. Again, this is hugely important for our players to even scrape one more place. Tilt is on the win streak. Sologasang may have dropped off. We might have actually seen the ceiling of the Katarina comp be reached.
Also worth noting, right, Sologasang picks up that Crowd Diver emblem, which is going to allow him to go towards that potential 6 Crowd Diver angle once this Kiana decides to show her face on this board. Still yet to show up, right? And again, TLT on this win streak here is a big issue as well here in terms of the fact of like someone like Stakes, right, who's trying to bleed out. He was kind of angling for a second now, going to level 10 now, can start contesting for the lobby, but Sologasang's board here got a lot stronger with that 4 Crowd Diver now being added into the mix without having to play bad units.
Oh boy, Matt, we were talking about, country versus Crowd Diver Katarina. Why not both?
Yeah, you can see that Katarina going to start off with Giant Slayer, no longer needing the double healing, just looking for the damage. You can see just how effective it is as stuns go out into the backline. Full heals from that Katarina, still just unable to be killed. Another dagger goes out, full health still. Ezreal doing his level best, gets taken out nonetheless. No one will go down, though, because Stakesor had that massive battery of HP, but this could be the very last round of this game.
Yeah, and the big thing here as well now is we are going to have the showdown between Sologasang and TLT, right? Potentially. Could be a Ghost Fort as well, but TLT just fought the Ghost, but we know that for a fact. So Stakes are here, the one with the Ghost board. Most likely, I would assume, I can see TLT and Sologasang guaranteed to fight each other here. You can see he's just trying to find those last couple of upgrades here, making great use of that late game specialist. Lucian 2, Ezreal 2, Set 2, allow it to. This is such a strong board, such a powerful one here. This fight should be fireworks.
Keeping our eyes on the right-hand side of the board. Keeping our eye particularly when the Z ends up going. We saw how much difference he made before when he found his primary target. This time he's on the opposite side of the board from the Katarina. The Edge of Night gets procced very quickly, and he gets nailed out instantly. The Katarina is going off, tearing through multiple carries, still left on him fighting. For the last bit of Crowd Diver damage, gets the kill. Sologasang stays alive.
Yeah, and also worth noting now that I'm unsure if Stakesor did have this before, but has found themselves a Yorick headliner here, right? That's such a powerful one to add into the mix, and will also sooner rather than later find that potential half steal. It will have no impact, obviously, right, with this being the final fight going to stage 7 here. But guys, we have 2 players on level 10 going head to head. What a game.
Couldn't ask for much more. This is absolutely incredible. Sologasang gonna still be digging for that Kiana, as you mentioned earlier, Wida. Couple more rolls left as Stakes are looking to see how to cap out this board. Will sell out for the headliner Lucian. There's the Kiana.
All right. Ask and you shall receive. It's such perfect poetry here. We're talking about whether it would be the 2-cost rerolls or the ultra late game boards, which would end up taking the situation. Sologasang somehow has managed to marry the 2 and end up with almost the perfect board.
All right, so we're going to be watching this Katarina on the side of Sologasang. On the other side, that Ezreal, Lucian, and Ziggs. You can see the AoE start coming out. Katarina will get off her first cast, but she's 1v1 against the Zed. She gets lost in the mix, fires off another dagger, keeps herself alive for the time being. Another dagger heals her up. It's so close. The Crowd Diver damage is insane, and it's all up to the Dreadsteed. 1v1 versus the Ezreal. He cannot take down the horse.
What? Apparently you didn't need to Katarina in the end. You just needed a big bad horse to get the job done. Astonishing stuff. I love the way that game played out.
It's just so much happening everywhere. Like, again, Sologasang correctly identifying one of these reroll lines. We know him so well for right, Matt. Think back all the way back to set 3. Cockmore, Battlecast, one trip. He knows these 2-cost reroll lines in and out. He knows every single line in and out because he spent so much time preparing that sheet, right? He's aware of pretty much every single thing in the game. So many players would skip learning to spell in his spot, most likely. He picks it up, has the early 2 Katarinas, absolutely just capitalized on it with perfection.
And I do want to point out, you called it way earlier in the game, Wida, but that 6 Crowd Diver made such a difference because you have all of those Crowd Divers going in and hitting that extra damage into the backline so that when the Dreadsteed was the only thing left, Ezreal was already like 2 HP. So just an absolutely incredible game for our analysts to break down in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
My name is Double61. I'm from France. I'm 19 and I am TFT player for Kamen Corp. In set 9, the best player, I think it was obviously Wet Jungler. I mean, I feel like he was a really good player, but he couldn't show some performance in previous set. But finally in set 9, he did the second at World. So yeah, I think he's a really good player. I hope it will be me. I mean, a third title of EMEA champion would be great, but I don't know. I hope it will be me or maybe my cousin. I don't know. My goals for TFT, I won championship one time. It was in set 3. And I think my ultimate goal is to win it again. I mean, I think I can do it with a good preparation. I think that we have the potential in Europe. So yeah, it's the objective. I think LAN are really good ideas. I mean, this is what TFT is. The Vegas Open was incredible. I played the finals. So yeah, the emotion I had when I was on stage, it was incredible. So yeah, I think that if TFT has to grow, there have to be LAN. So yeah, I think that's really good. Shout out. I mean, I always say it. K-Corp fans are awesome. They know it. I always say it in all interview. I mean, their support is incredible. So thank you guys, and continue to support us. I hope we will not disappoint the fans.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Someone should have told you that the pony would kill the learning to spell for Zologazang really popping off there. I'm earning a lot of smirks in the green room. I don't care if anybody else laughed. I think it's hilarious. As we are going to be looking at the Katarina coming through here with the learning to spell. I thought exceptional spot recognition, really cool.
Great to see so many AP carries now viable, early game AP carries especially. We saw Learning to Spell at Vegas with any reroll, and that ended up really working out. But I love to see it here with Katarina, despite it being country Katarina, which I think is a big low roll. Solo knew how to not tilt off of this and really just say, hey, I'm going to play the country variant instead. Did get bailed out by that Crowd Diver emblem in the later stages of the game that really let him hit that next spike to actually win out against the capped Heartsteel board from Stegzor.
Yeah, and then, you know, speaking of these Heartsteals, I know everybody likes the Ezreal. Unfortunately, though, you cannot all have him. There is a little bit of hand-holding that we are seeing in every single game, and it's a tough line to maneuver because obviously you don't want to leave it open for one player to run it through. But at the same time, if you're holding hands, often the result is also bottom 4. And for Darkest, it's just mostly what happened there. Really unfortunate roll down, then goes for the Ezreal that isn't the Heartsteel, but rather the big shot headliner. Finds the blue buff late, cannot really make anything happen there. It just unfortunately fizzles out.
And with 50 gold remaining, there's maybe the discussion of not actually buying that Ezreal headliner. You already had one Ezreal. We're maybe hoping to get, I think, the unit that really stabilizes you more in stage 4, which is Zed headliner. And he had it at one point. He had the chance to maybe sell off the Ezreal and buy the Zed. Didn't do so. Overall, just a lot of decisions that were kind of 50-50 from Darkest that didn't end up panning out in this game. In the end, sold the Ezreal at the very end in stage 5 regardless, but then couldn't roll down for a better headliner. Had to settle for a Blitz, which is not ideal in the Harsh Steel setup. So just a difficult game, an awkward, an unsatisfying game for Darkest in the end.
Yeah, and unfortunately, similar storylines for the other players from Turkey coming through here. Stinty, we saw him in the previous game, finds the Yasuo super early, doesn't have the board to really make something off of it, and he had a better result, but still not great. Finds the Zena really early on, and then it's only a 5th place. Similar for Tenet, not being able to find the kill 3, really unfortunate.
I think for Cinti especially, had already hit a Senna 3 very early on. That's maybe the biggest power spike he'll be getting the entire game. The Prismatic Augment at 4-2 I think didn't really help too much because everyone else got so much stronger. Cinti with Bulk did not make the best use of that. I think in the relevant spikes or relative spikes, he didn't gain as much from that. So I think it was kind of understandable that with all the different Heartsteel cash outs, his board will start falling off. And in the end, it was probably a disappointing 5th considering how strong Senna reroll is in the stats right now.
Yeah, but with that, we will take a look at our standings and see where the cookie actually crumbles. Ooh, bad news for Greece there at the bottom with Yellow Tomato and Tropical sharing those last 2 spots. Og also not very far off, a player we've been seeing a lot of in the last set. As we are moving through the rounds here, we can see that the top is very heavily favored towards Turkey and Germany, with GoBooster being in the mix there.
And Shinar, a legendary player when it comes to day 3s, a little bit quieter in terms of, making to day 3 compared to Wet Jungler or Og, but right now, topping the standings, 1st place for Shinar. I'm just so happy. He's put in so much time into leveling up his understanding of this game throughout all the different sets we've been casting. So I'm happy to finally see him getting that big spotlight onto himself.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's so great. Similar story for Tartman for me. I think both of these players have shown exceptionally all throughout the set, and I'm so happy to just see him here. But with that, I'll stop yapping because our casters are ready yet again to bring us game number 4. So we're going to go on over there.
Thank you, Megs. We're here ready for game number 4. We're at the halfway point, folks. I completely forgot what consonants go in front of those words, but it's fine because I know what's coming next. I know we've got a game 4 on the way. I know we get to see more teamfight tactics, and that makes me plenty happy, especially after last game. If we get another Steed 1v1 to end the game, no complaints.
So what I'm trying to say here, right, Matt, you're fully correct on that. Dreadsteed's absolutely bloody brilliant, mate. We'll love that again, yeah.
Is that your impression of me? I'm appalled. Well, I feel like that's our next opening section. Oh, I guess what I was trying to mouth, and honestly, we really just took the words out of my mouth. That's why it was a whole bit, I swear. I really hope we get to see. I think we will be going to seeing some of the players we've seen before, like Volta. I hope we get to see multiple players really going off huge and kind of clashing up against each other, because that really leads us to our most epic endgames.
Yeah, I'm really excited because I see in the upcoming lobby we've got Dark Hydra, who I was seeing on the standings, had a rough start to the day, but every single game has been getting a better placement since then. So not only consistency, but improvement throughout the day. So 3 rounds left for those players on that lower half, the lower 3 quarters even, to get into that top 8 for the final game of the day. Remember, we are going to round 7 now in our Golden Spatula Cup. So there's one final lobby to decide the winner. So that top 8 is so much more important.
Yeah, just because with the way that the spots here for GSE points end up panning out today, just being able to scrape your way into top 8 and then potentially leapfrog a couple of players could be what guarantees you your qualification for the regional finals coming up in a couple of weeks.
All right, let's look at some of our players are. Looks like their spirits are still in a good standing, which is Oh, yeah, I think it's reasonable. We are getting, as Matt said, past the halfway point, but there's still a lot to play for. Let's get in and see if our players want to spice this one up for round 4.
Oh, let's go. Let's go. We are in the middle, right? These are players that really would like to have a huge performance. And one of the ways you can guarantee that kind of a high roll line would be something like the Wandering Trainers here. So it's a 3 out of 8 here. Mamen going on to the Tactician's crown, so we have a pretty good chance of getting something really spicy this game. Attack Mamen, one guys, the entire lobby into Attack Crown.
Oh man, I've got mixed feelings on that. It was going to be the Wandering Trainers. I was like, is this fun? It's a little fun. And then Mamen just 1v7ing everyone else to get the Tac crown.
I mean, to be fair, Mamen did 1v7 everybody else in the first 3 rounds of day 1, so it's only right.
Beautiful. Just absolutely stunning round 1 gameplay coming out.
Oh. All right, so Wheaton, based on based on the Tactician's crown, we've got +1 team size for the entire game. How's this going to affect how our players approach this one?
It means that in the early game, we'll be seeing players take a lot more damage than you normally would see them take during the earlier stages of the game because, well, more units in play means there are more units potentially to be alive. And with the way that also affects the game means, like, sometimes, you know, those closer fights means you just, like, don't even kill a unit because there's just too much of an overload in. So that's something our players will have to be aware of. And also, some of the compositions that can, like, flex in, like, a composition like the Heartsteel Asheville composition, right? That has a lot of open spots and kind of play around some separate bonuses. Okay, Walter. Hi.
All right. We've got Punk potentially coming in. I'm looking at that. I'm excited. I see Almost Country coming in from Mamen. We've got some people shaping up.
What's like Almost Country, Matt? Is that like Taylor Swift's early works, or like where we're landing on like Almost Country?
So I think you're looking at Swift. I think you're looking at anything that uses steel string guitar, you know, with the slide, because that's a very country instrument. Any genre that calls something a fiddle, I think, you know, we're looking at Delta bluegrass, Delta blues, that kind of thing. You know, almost country. But yeah, early mid T-Swizzle, I think also counts as almost country.
I wish I knew enough to be able to follow up on this. I think I'm the triangle player in this particular band. Hey, we've got a really powerful portal coming in, being combined with silver augments. So, you know, as you said, maybe this is a way to see some of these early boards differentiated and see some of these overrun win coming in.
Yeah, and I'm actually really excited to see the way Crystarian kind of approaches this, right? And I've been talking a little bit about Crystarian all throughout the week, and actually already at rehearsal, I was like, who is this, right? Because the thing is that he qualified as the high, like as number 1 on the CIS ladder coming into this on the Russian server, and whenever we see a new player that like takes that spot, it's normally like it's been like an S Crescent or like a Fabulotus, right? If it's not Sacred Norris taking that number 1 spot here, he hasn't had that consistency all throughout the set, right? It is going to be Sacred Norris going through ladder to the regional finals, the Rising Legends finals, right? But him here, GSC debut, makes it to day 3, new player to potentially watch out for coming out of the Russian scene.
I'm fascinated by the item slams here. I very heavily suspect they won't be staying on the Evelyn as much as my heart wants it. So we move over to Mamen, who had that opener. Oh, it actually is a country opener. He got there.
Huh.
Right, so he found the banjo, that's what you're saying. Like, no longer steel string guitar.
And the drummer swapped from sticks to brushes. I think those are the 2 big ones.
So, Mamen, if Mamen wants more cowbell, where should he go next?
Well, Alistair's not in the set, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, I would allow some Alistair in the mix, but yeah, Alistair not a very... It's actually kind of interesting, right? We have an entire set that's like based around like the music in League of Legends, in the League of Legends universe, right? In our entire universe. And I think he's one of the few champions that when he has an emo where he plays an instrument, why is he not in the set?
You know what? That's a good point. He's got the triangle, Yasuo's got the flute, and he got in. You know, I feel like we're a little bit biased against sentient cows.
I think this is the casualty of not having mid-sets, honestly. We could have got these requests in at the beginning of the set, and we'll be sorted by now.
That's right.
But you know, like the thing is that the good thing about there not being any mid-sets, right, is that none of the people that are like going to these concerts in the Runeterra universe cannot go and say it was like, how was the concert yesterday? Oh, it was a very mid-set.
Holy moly! I like that, Weir. I appreciate that joke.
It was good. It was good. It hurts, but it was good.
Oh, Dark Hydra.
2 players on EDM. I do want to say that. You know, while we all process Weed as banger, I do want to say we have 2 players sitting on EDM in the early game.
Huh. Well, I think this is like also a pretty good demonstration from Dark Hydra that this particular Jack setup. I mean, we've got the items we're looking for the AD flex long term, but it's working here in this context very well.
Well, until it got assassinated by a Corki, but maybe the Senna is going to be able to pull something out here.
Kaiser is one of
maybe she's got it.
Yeah, I will say that like Kaiser, like Senna is one of the few units that Kaiser cannot reliably like outsmart in the 1v1, right? Because the thing is that Senna is like a hit scan more than like a projectile, right? So Kaiser cannot dodge that, but there's a lot of like projectile abilities, right? Where sometimes like you'll see like a Kaiser with like 20% HP, sometimes just like solo a unit that she shouldn't be able to solo with like 60% HP, right? So that's like one of the more interesting things to kind of talk about.
Just for clarity, for anyone who doesn't know what hit scan is, it's when you don't have a traveling bullet. It just turns off where you fire it. It certainly worked pretty well in that last round. Just taking stock of where we are. The men and Org both on win streaks. We saw the men with the country board before. Org with the spoils of war and some early sentinels has been pushing down some pressure as well.
I just looked at the bottom. I was like, damn, Dark Hydra got a Tactician's crown already? And then I realized.
You know, that's fair. Honestly, I am interested because I think Crystarian was the one to pick up the Negatron cloak, which would give that Bloodthirster to that Evelyn. So you're going to have that best in slot for something like a Riven in the later stages of the game.
Yeah, you're looking at Riven. Yeah, like you're looking at like a Riven, you're looking at a Yone, you're looking at Viego items as well, right? That's kind of the 3 big kickers with that item setup. There's a lot of flexibility, so you do have the opportunity to go towards at level 8, get that Pentakill composition online if you want to go down that route. But as we've seen so far this weekend, Riven has just been an absolute menace once she comes online.
And we know those items will be good longer term. My eyes are drawn towards the bottom because of what you said before, Wisa, with the Tactician's Crown in play. Volta and Digger Spada, they're the players running the lost streaks in this round, or in this lobby. I'm looking to keep track of their HP and how quickly they're going to get beaten up by some of these more aggressive boards.
Looking at Ogg's board, he's going to be running that KDA, potentially moving into that Yone carry, as he does have 2 of them on the field at the moment. So later game, Edgelord Zord just going to stick with the good old Heartsteel.
I do believe that this, the Org's Yone did turn up from an orb, so it's definitely in a much better spot than he would have been otherwise. Let's see how Digger Spada does up against Volta. These are our 2 players on lost streaks up against each other. An awful lot of money at stake with these 2 boards trying to be as weak as possible. Yone being trapped in the corner. I still don't think it's going to be quite good enough to stop Volta from breaking his streak.
Yeah. I think it's funny that we've got both those losing boards. Both of them, I can tell why they're losing.
Well, this is a throwback to what we saw before. Volta won out an entire lobby because of getting into a 3-way contest for the lost streak. In this case, he's now been denied an awful lot of gold. Instead, has just lost a bunch of HP in exchange.
Yeah, these has no risk of losing to Crux. Like, that's the biggest one, right? It's okay to lose by 1 Crux. We all know that, but with the Tac Crowns here in play from the portal, that's never going to happen. So gets a nice extra bit of gold injection here as well on top of just all the money he's kind of accumulated with the early 1-2-3s, which is one of the more powerful augments actually, because it's kind of a multifaceted augment. Like at the base, we get a lot of units, so you get a lot of gold. You can make your breakpoints easier. But on the flip side, you also get the chance of hitting something like a set, like a Yone, like the Aphelios, right? So you're able to have a potential extra lifeline into finding Heartsteel.
Now, Digger Sparta going to be picking up that country girl. Katarina herself And now going to have 3 country on the board, wondering if this is just a little bit of a pivot to go through, as Mamen is running to Tahm Kench 2s.
Do you have a big of a dream about the Tahm Kench 3 as you do about the K'Sante 3 map?
Potentially nightmare more than dream, but I'm interested to see where it goes. I'm open to it.
There was like big henchman vibes over the way it was set up, because I set up like on either side of the Vi, right? And the Vi has like the very menacing outfit. So it's like big henchman vibes over the two. It's like, to be honest, you'd be scared, right? If like Vi showed up at your door with like her huge like mechanical fists, right? And she's like starting to threaten you, and you're like, I'll have your money by next week. And then like 2 huge catfish just shows up and like drags you away. Like, I think that's a pretty powerful tactic, you know?
Vi's a raid boss, and she's got ads.
Oh, boy. We're getting into a second augment, and they are going to be silvers across the board. One which I wanted to bring into the conversation from Cafe down towards the bottom is we've got a stim pack, which is going to be coming into play relatively soon. A whole bunch of extra augments. So we've got Golden Spatula, who's on the big loss streak, but Sente Cafe, who's also looking to try and lose HP in a hurry.
Here we go. Some heavy pivots coming in from a lot of our players. Going to be putting in that Senna headliner. Remember, this could just stay the Senna, or we could pivot into something later in the game like that Ari. Lots of flexibility with these AP items. You could even see a Twisted Fate as well.
All right, let's see what they've got for us.
It's a very riveting fight. That's why I like the long pause.
The Evelyn's actually putting in work. We've been talking about Evelyn as like almost. She was. I'll still say it. I still think compared to every other Evelyn we've seen this weekend, that one was putting in work.
I think we need to put out
3-star would go great, but it could.
I think we need to put out a general call to our players now. Somebody needs to 3-star someone, cost. Otherwise, Matt is going to leave today very disappointed indeed.
I just want to see how good they are. I just want to see.
Up until the point that Evelyn was like, the Evelyn was winning up to the point they were losing the fight, right? To quote the Goat Scara.
The classic Ghost gaming.
One of the greatest, like, it's up there with like your team here tomorrow. Big is also legendary, right? But like, we had some early banger. That was some banger moments back in the day with those interviews and stuff. But yeah, Dark Hydra on a win streak, Matt.
Yeah, I'm excited. 6-round win streak so far, longest win streak in the game. Wasn't able to streak all the way through stage 2, but setting himself up really well for success. So we head back over to Volterix as well, who we saw get his loss streak interrupted, and it looks like he's been win-loss since then.
Yeah, which is not ideal at all. At least it means that you can try and play a little bit stronger and try and preserve HP for the Heartsteel a little bit longer term, but losses aren't fantastic. When you're seeing other players like Org finding the units you'll be looking for earlier than you are at level 6, things are looking a little shaky.
Also, Org is not playing headliner. So he was like trying to like lose streak, right? It don't have the headliner in play here. No like obvious item and champion combinations on this character. Like if this tier had been on the Ari, for example, right, that's a huge priority, but even a 4-cost tier for something like a Volta would be massive.
I want to update on what we saw from Sente Cafe before. The stim pack has been broken open by dropping below 50 HP, so that's 4 more components being put in for a single silver augment. They've been brewing for Heartsteel for a while, so I think coming towards the tail end of stage 3 is when we'll see Cafe really come online.
And also another thing we need to start talking about is we do see the stim pack come through is that how do the players like set themselves up for 4-2? Because we go silver, which means it's going to be a 50-50 between the gold and prismatic, and that's obviously going to change the way the lobby is going to play out with like an insane amount depending on what one those two do. You try to like set yourself up to make greater use of a prismatic augment. You try to pray for that gold augment, try to keep that, and just pray that the lobby tempo stays a little bit lower.
And the board strength is going to be pretty pendulous from here on out, because simultaneously when those players are breaking their loss streak, already going to be rolling down, they're going to have the extra components from that stimulus, and then they're going to have these even bigger swings. And like you said, if that even includes a prismatic, things are going to get very dangerous very quickly.
Even all those extra stim pack items or components, at least, not enough to turn the corner for Syntax Cafe because he doesn't quite yet have the units to go with all of these fantastically done items. We'll work towards the end of stage 4. Syntax Cafe, the only one to keep a lost streak going, though.
Oh, I've seen this
has been interrupted, though, unfortunately.
I have seen this movie before. Voltairix getting an Aegis. We don't have the ramming ribbon this time. We don't have a ribbon free in the making, but at least it's a line we know he knows how to navigate. There's a water ball just fell off my desk. I guess the water ball was just excited to the fact that
it's thrilled.
Yeah.
Sitting on Punk, though, which is interesting to me. You know, has those twitches in the backline. Looks like it's going to be turning towards an Executioner composition. You can see that Karthus and Samira both on the bench there. So we see the scariest Evelynn I've seen in competitive so far.
It wasn't overly scary, ultimately.
No, but still, like...
It's on a scale.
Speaking,
it's on a scale.
It killed a unit in stage 3. Terrifying as far as Evelyns go.
What a nightmare. But at least for Volta, you know, that's a step forward in the right direction, because if you look at his goal compared to everybody else in the lobby, he is way behind. He hasn't got a streak. He hasn't got gold in the bank. He needs to put together something because there's a lot of power above him on the table, and he needs a good win here.
Og's in a bad spot, too. He hit this Ezreal really early, which should have accelerated him a little bit, but he's been going win-loss ever since he hit it. He had this as something like 3-3, so really he's not finding the spike you'd expect, and he's sitting on this 4-cost carry, which is great in theory. Yes, Ezreal, fantastic carry. But if you're on a 4-cost carry and it's just a 1-star and you're running up against a bunch of 2-star carries, your board's going to suck for a bit. And Og is kind of feeling the pain of that as he's not been able to establish any kind of tempo off of it.
I also will say, though, he has been playing majority of that stage without a headliner in play here, right? Could pick up the sat now. It's not a hard steal one, which you would have liked, right? Get that 5 hard steal online, but also he is relatively healthy at this point in time. He's 76 HP. He's under no pressure now. We're going into the stage 4 here, where they really start to pick up the hard steal stacks. And as we were talking about earlier on here, this was an expected Riven line to come through from Crystarian now. Has found the headliner Riven now. Should be looking to turn this game around.
We said this right back at the beginning of the day. This was one of the compositions to watch with an incredible stats coming out of day 2. See how well Crystarian is able to navigate this, because we've got, of course, enough items from being slammed before. We've also got the Viego coming in as a secondary damage source.
A really big swing here from Crystarian, and he's going to need it, sitting at that 50 HP mark, dropping down soon to below that stimulus. And we're going to have the final augments coming out. You mentioned it before, Wida. This could be prismatic or gold. It will be gold, so less of a swing than it could have been.
Yeah, I think a lot of players here will be very happy about this, right? Someone like Blasted Moon, who's kind of just chilling, playing a pretty classic tempo play, right? Had the early econ from the 1-2-3s, picked up the vampirism, right? Would like to just be able to maintain their streak for a while and then just make a decision afterwards. So I think when the likes of the lower end of the lobby here, Volta take a spot, to probably hope for something that could build them out a little bit more, make a huge swing back, but that's not going to be the case.
I'm seeing some frantic tactics.tools checking from Crystarian.
Well, just look at the kind of augments which are coming in. We can see that most of our players are picking up the things to bring their boards close together with some immediate onboard power. The men picking up the Submit to the Pit. The Mosher board has been holding out for that one to come together. If it had been prismatic, it wouldn't have been possible.
It's also worth noting here that Crystarian actually chose to skip the heroic grab back, which would have put him 2 copies off the Riven, right? Finds one of the initial rollout here. Believes that he's strong enough to pick up this dual Lotus, get some crit chance into the mix here, make that Caitlyn much more of a menace once his Riven comes online.
We're going to see the Senna getting assassinated. We talked about it earlier about how this could have been an item holder for something like a Twisted Fate and Ahri, but Blasted Moon deciding to keep it on the Senna, and unfortunately seems to be getting a little bit punished for it, as she was just run over by a Riven too.
Don't think that's going to be a good matchup longer term, honestly. But Syntax Cafe, who we remember before with a stim pack cash out, is still our lowest HP player. Has been working very hard to get this online. This is something we did see before, though. When you can't find the Ezreal, the Ahri will do a pretty good job of substituting.
Yeah, definitely will, right? But again, you would like to see like an IE for that Ezreal at some point, but now you just gotta make do what it will. But this is also kind of the old school Ahri Warriors build, but you don't have the pieces that make that a powerful piece of the puzzle. And meanwhile, you look at the side of Dick Espada, who has that headliner Ezreal that gets absolutely annihilated by the set. Such a good unit, such a versatile AD item holder in this stage of the game here. Just to kind of pivot back to Blast of Moon as we have the gold overlay being shown here going into the carousel. The fact that he's picked up the heroic grab back, gets an injection of the duplicators, makes the 3-star Senna, and now just sits on 60 to 70 gold, just waiting to go level 8, waiting to go level 9. What we have seen in the previous games be an issue for some of the other Senna players in the fact of not hitting here. He's setting himself up for as much success as possible.
Watching the items come out here for our players. Tier picked up there by Asinti, though I don't think there was an open component to combine it with that would have a strong effect. I don't recall the exact components as we see Dark Hydra picks up that blue buff for Ahri if he so chooses to stay with her as the AP carry.
Yeah, it's all coming together here on Dark Hydra's board. A much, much better slot. I mean, he's on a small loss streak right now, but we've got players like my men close by who are also on a loss streak, hitting at some of their upgraded boards. The men, of course, with that Mosha board coming together. The 3-star Argot brought online as the main carry.
And the Riven brought on there by Crystarian in the same turn, this 4-5. Very pivotal for multiple of our players. We'll see how well Digasparta's board fares against this newly minted Riven 3. So far, not great. Yeah, it's rough.
Ugh. I mean, maybe we're getting... this is presumably what we were seeing and not seeing, because we didn't see a ton of the Riven on the stream necessarily, but we did see that across the entire tournament yesterday, Riven was absolutely tearing people to pieces. Is there, from what you've seen of the comps in this lobby, is there anything that can take it on?
It's going to depend on like a lot of reasons why these Riven boards they tend to survive as well. As well as like the positioning is so difficult because like the second that the Riven gets into the backline, it's just game over. But if you have compositions that will be able to just lock her down for as long as it's needed, right? I think that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. And sometimes she just gets cut around, gets burst to the Kingdom Come, right? So something like the Gaspada's board here, if he's able to find that strong front line to hold out for a while, could be something that we could look into. But getting the TG here is actually such a big thing as well, because a lot of these items are so good on a unit like Set.
Yeah, Set is one of those units that can pretty flexibly use almost every item. There's a few of them in every set. That was unintentional, I swear. But he's one of the ones that can benefit very well from that item, as you said. And I think it's also worth noting that Mamen was on a 7-round loss streak before picking up that Urgot 3. So turning his fortunes around, and economy's not in as good a spot as I would have thought for that streak.
Well, it's worth noting that there was one person who's in a much worse spot. Center Cafe has been eliminated as of that last round. The Stim Pack ultimately didn't pay out into anything at all. I think the rest of the lobby just got too far ahead of him.
It's also worth noting, right, this is kind of going back to the point I was bringing up at the start of the game here, right, with us being on the portal where everyone gets a Tactician's crown, you will just see people die sooner because the tempo is higher, because they end up taking more damage. You take a Sparta going 9 on 5-1 here to add 10 units onto this board here. 4 big shot for the Ezreal. As long as this front line can be held together like I don't know, like it needs to be stronger than a piece of paper right now. It's almost there, but 1 or 2 upgrades away here, and this is going to be such a powerful position to be in if you are Digger Sparta. Continue to get those hard steel econ cash outs here to kind of build up board, but a lot hedges on this set, on this Alawi, and this Poppy.
Bro, what were those rolls? Picking up 2 legendaries for the board, getting that Lucian in, getting a Ziggs pair, getting the Alawi in the front line, going up against Momen's board, which, as we mentioned earlier, has been struggling the past several rounds. We're going to see the Ezreal do his best to take this down, but that Urgot just seems unkillable despite the upgrades. It's going to be down this 3 versus 1, but that is a terrifying crab. Ezreal doing his best, but just can't burst through the shield.
Yeah, FF15, 9x enemy top laner, Urgot fed. What? Okay,
wait a second!
I spoke too soon when I asked what that shop was. All right, I'm gonna ask it again. What the hell is this shop?
But it's Salvation. Diggerspotter is the player on the lowest tournament points in this lobby. If he goes out towards the bottom 4, that's pretty much going to be curtains for him. But these, finding a miracle shot like that is exactly what he needed.
That is like, it is undescribably big here as well. Like the ability to go into something like the Yorick, move those items over to the Allow It to without any sacrifice of power, without having to give up the remover on the bench even, is such a massive pickup here.
Now we're going to see in the backline this Senna still firing away. That's going to be the main target for this Ezreal. Drops an ultimate, doesn't quite find her, but look at that front line. That set still so healthy by the end of it. Diggersparta will survive one more round.
And rolling the invincibility frames in the last round, the Diamond Hands was so crucial because the center board relies on pumping out a massive amount of burst. And if you can soak it on one unit and discard it, it's absolutely everything. But checking in with Volta as the 3 players remaining towards the bottom HP stakes, all on a single life, all having spent absolutely everything they have.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is going to be a very close top 4, and then the battle from there really begins. But these players, all on loss streaks except for Diggersparta, their last round, as Volta and Diggersparta go up against each other. One of them will fall here. Executioners in full swing as we see the Vex and Samira doing their best, but just can't get through that newly minted Alawi too. Even MacArthur Assault just isn't enough. The Ezreal full health with the Gunblade takes down Volterix, and Diggersparta has turned his fate around, makes it into the top 5.
Yeah, and with the Executioners going to full swing, it was not enough to prevent the murder on the dance floor right there, as Volta and Orc also do get eliminated, right? And a lot of interesting specialists here on the carousel. Emo, KDA Sentinel, and Pentakill. So a lot of ways, a lot of flexibility. Remember, with the additional slots from the Taxation Crowns, some of these augments, like some of these specialists are so easy to use.
We saw a little tussle there over the Pentakill Spatula. Dark Hydra, the one to come out ahead. Of course, he's already got a Pentakill board put together, which is very good indeed. But now we know it can push that much further. Might be able to catch up on some of these Heartsteel power-ups.
Diggersparta is just getting winning shops this entire game. Did he slip Mortdog a 5er before this one, or what's going on?
I mean, he's still going to overcome an enormous amount of HP from everybody else, but yeah, if he falls down now, if he doesn't make top 4, at least he can't say it's because he didn't get lucky.
Just incredible. And the ability to survive this long, I joke about it being in the shops, but he's been playing on a knife's edge for the last several rounds and getting rewarded for it with these massive units. So we can see the Ribbon's still a bit of a for a while. Finally takes it down, though, and the Caitlyn just can't clean it up. So Diggersparta really has turned his fortunes around pretty significantly in Stage 5.
As I was talking about, right, if Diggersparta was able to elevate that front line, be able to hold on and slow down the Riven for as long as possible here, and now with that 2-star Lucian in the mix as well, he would be able to kind of just put a halt to Crystarian's odds. But also look at the gold though. Crystarian is the only one that's still yet to do a huge investment into improving their board state across the entirety of the rest of the lobby right now. No one's above 10 gold.
Really keeping his nerve here with this Riven board. We've still got the chance to itemize our Caitlyn, but yeah, Crystarian has at least got the 2 games in the bank. Bear in mind for Diggersparta, though, as we check back in, Diggersparta needs to be able to beat everybody else in the rest of the game. A single loss will send him out in the bottom 4. This board is pretty damn impressive, but is it that impressive?
Gunblades in the backline. Look at this. Ezreal just keeps healing himself and his teammates up, firing away, gets targeted down by that incredibly tanky Yorick, and will take down everything but the Alawi, all on his lonesome. And it looks like Diggersparta, unfortunately, not able to make it out of the bottom 4.
And now we have our top 4 to talk about. Crystarian, Mament, Dark Hydra, and Blasted Moon here. A combination of the old, the new, and the returning, right? You have Mament racing back his first GSC. We heard him at the top of the show, day 1, talk about how he was unable to really dedicate himself to playing TFT until this GSC, pretty much, right? A complete void of 11 or so GSCs, where he won the first one, then had a bit of a middling performance in the regional finals, and there were some questions about his ability. He has shot every single question down this weekend so far. Has had an absolutely amazing run so far.
He's in a very good position, though he's got tough competition. Blast the Moon sitting at the top for the time being with 51 HP, but Dark Hydra is on a tear with a 5-round win streak, so that could flip-flop in a second. Crystarian still is in the same spot Golden Spatula was before. A single life remaining, has to beat everybody else trying to challenge for at least top 3.
The Kane picked up on the bench, not going to swap it in this round, it looks like. So waiting for this 1v1. It will be against Mamen. This Mosher board, we've got 2 3-stars coming in, the Jax and the Urgot. A lot of damage in that front line for both players. And that Riven going to be able to cut through the Jax in short order. Caitlyn fires off an ultimate into the Urgot. Riven finishes it off. One more round, Crystarian will survive in this top 4 as 2 players dip below that 20 HP mark.
Crystarian here gets a fight against Dark Hydra, right? So that's a very important fight for him, right? And Blasted Moon now will get Mamen. We just saw that there were some questions about Mamen's board state here. So with a board that's going to be as clumped up as that submit to the pit, Mosher board here, this is going to be a field day for the center most likely.
Yeah, we were talking about whether or not we could see Blast the Moon realize the true potential of this board. We've got the Akali 2 online, fully itemized. With the Senna, of course, been here for a long time, itemized, and the Kiana is waiting there to become even stronger as well. We'll see if the prediction comes true as the Moshers get torn into, the chaff units get taken away, and everything else falls just as quickly. A huge loss and an elimination.
And we see exactly what Widow was talking about. That first Senna ult into that clump of Moshers just took out most of them. All of them down to just a sliver of HP, an auto attack away from death. And that just kind of wiped the entire momentum from Mamen's board. Wasn't able to finish it out. And now that's an incredible spot for Blasted Moon, who has stabilized rather impressively after a couple of rounds of looking kind of dire earlier on.
I'm so annoyed that like Makes put this into a cast chat because I was just sitting on this, right? Like, you could have said it was a momentum. No, not.
I was thinking the same thing, but I was like, no, it will put off everybody else. I'm not going to say.
Great minds think alike here. Meanwhile, Blasted Moon, Dark Hydra here alongside Crystarian, we're fighting for their lives at this tournament. Right now, you can see the Akali 2 doing a ton of work, but the Riven makes his way to the back line.
Does go away from the center though and actually falls down. One of the rare occasions where the Riven hasn't torn through everything. I couldn't quite see if that was enough to get the elimination. It was.
I think Blasted Moon wins this pretty handily. 51 HP versus Dark Hydra. Crystarian goes down in 3rd. So beautiful game from Blasted Moon. We weren't sure how consistent he was going to be able to be through all 3 days of the cup, but apparently very.
And to do it against our reigning regional champion as well is absolutely amazing stuff. If you weren't here for the first 2 days, Blasted Moon, extremely humble in assessing his own abilities. He's going up against some of the best. This is going to be an absolute brawl, and it could well be the end of the lobby.
Keep an eye on both boards. You're going to be looking into the back line. That Senna for Blasted Moon is the core to his composition. If she goes down, he loses most of his damage. But you see this huge clump in the front line. Watch the Senna ultimate. The first one will go out and hit so many units, all of them down, barely surviving. Out comes the Karthus ult. Senna still alive. There goes the melee carry of Dark Hydra. And that is all she wrote for our German reigning regional champion as Senna, finally
he's gone and done it!
Down. So close.
The boy has done it! That is amazing stuff. And of course, as we said before, this was such an important lobby. Now, I mean, Dark Hydra left extent, but Blast the Moon in particular has the chance to punch his way up the table. Top 8 is what we'll be battling for over the next couple of rounds. The Blast has given himself the foundation to make that a possibility.
Yep. The thing I was really worried about there was going to be that backline. We saw multiple times that Senna 3 get taken out, and I was like, okay, Blasted Moon's doomed. And then all the compositions that had that level of access died. So he no longer had anyone else to threaten him. That Karthus does not have enough damage to take down the Senna on its own, but the Senna sure had enough damage to take down the rest of the boards in the lobby. As we move over to Lobby C, a very tense 1v1 between Darkest and Tenet.
What have we got here, Wheater? we've got the Lulu, we've got the Ari, we've got the Senna. This is looking like a pretty damn good board from Darkest.
It definitely is. It's a bit of a Turkish reroll showdown here, as we are in the last lobby, I believe, of the standings right now. These players here, Darkest and Tenet, they will be looking to make their way back into contention for that top lobby here with back-to-back first places, but it definitely is a difficult position to be in here. You can see Darkest with this Seraphine board that's incredibly capped out, as well as the Lulu here, actually, primarily. Excuse me. Currently on a 4-win streak now. Again, we didn't necessarily get a full picture of what Tenet's board looks like in this spot here, but we do see somewhat used impact to great effect, Peter.
All right, we'll see in a second, Matt, what Tenet's got. We've got two huge boards against each other, and the other side is the excellence of execution.
The Executioner's in the backline, going to look for the damage onto the front lines, rapidly melting. But look at that Echo. If he can just get in the way of those ultimates, he'll be able to tank for quite a long time. One more shield. He's got it in the bag. Down goes Samira. Down goes Vex. And down goes Tenet as Darkest claims round number 4.
Well, it's what we, honestly, Darkest, as we mentioned before, definitely a crowd favorite and a favorite amongst the cast as well, just because of historically what they've been able to pull out. Some miracles runs. She said, Wida, it is going to be a stretch to see Darkest make their way up and get into the top 8, but heck, you've got nothing to lose by giving it your all.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things we got to keep in mind now, because now with the 4 games gone by here, we're going to have a full picture of what every single individual needs to do to maximize their odds of getting in towards that top 8.
We'll check everything out with our analyst desk in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere.
back to the analyst. And after this game, I feel like I have some hope, Panna. The Ezreal players all going bottom 4. The rerolls succeed on the back of a tag crown lobby, but really what caught my eye was the Senna taking first place. Now we all know that getting that Senna 3 is really the big kicker and when you're spiking in damage, but what do you do after that, and why did Blast at Moon get that top 1 finish?
The early Kiana helped a lot. Farming extra components helps to itemize both the Kiana and the Akali. I think how early you hit the Senna, and in terms of the items especially, Nashor's is the one key item I think you really need on Senna in this current patch after the damage rush came through, and the positioning as well. We saw the kind of Senna in the middle. Every fight we saw against the Monster boards, the Memem was running against the Dark Hydra's board at the end with the pentakills. That massive middling clump that surrounds the Echo is the key thing to this comp success. You want the Senna with her AoE damage to deal with the front line in 1 or 2 casts maximum, and then she can clean up the rest of the board very easily.
And speaking of cleaning up boards, we saw a similar success for, first of all, Dark Hydra, who kind of pioneered out of the Ezreal and leaned instead into the Karthus, into the Viego, found success there with the 2nd place, as well as Kristiran and Mamen, who you already mentioned. On the 3-cost rerolls, really showing us what these high-value units, the 3-cost 3 stars, really can do here, and just, knocking in once more how good of a comp Riven is, I feel.
I think the big story with the Hearthstone players especially is the fact that they're in a position in going to this game 4 where they still need a lot of points to make final lobby. You have to play for that 1st or 8th playstyle. There are other ways to do it that are not just Heartsteel, especially if you're scouting, you're seeing 5 players with Heartsteel in stage 3, where most of them are not going to be pivoting off of it. That was, I think, the big problem with Heartsteel in this game. It's still very strong. I think it's still one of the strongest game plans to have in any lobby coming into this tournament, but not when you're 5-way contested, not when all the edges are out of the pool, not when you're scrambling and rolling to 0 on 4-2 to make any kind of a feasible and stable board. So props to Dark Hydra, played Heartsteel most of stage 3 and 4, pivoted out when he had a chance to into Pentakill and top 2'd because of it.
Yeah, and I mean, we saw it with Giga Sparta, right? Getting so many great shots, but it's not worth anything if you can't capitalize on it. The reroll comps just having their power spikes earlier, then you're sharing all of these units, you're not really being able to get the full capital potential out of the Heartsteel, and with that we'll have to take a look at our standings and actually see how they look after game number 4.
Looking at the 32nd position, Floaters unfortunately not having the best of day 3's Lusher as well. Did not get the interview buff from being on the top of show. And Volta, some big names here. Zoro, who went almost first in our last GSC, was leading the standings going to that game 6, not doing so hot in this GSC number 2, but at the top, Dach and Germany doing so well here. Some of the OG names alongside with the new school. Wet Jungler 2nd place, Salvi and Solo 3rd and 4th. I'm sure you must be very happy, Makes.
Yeah, I mean, I can see what's going on. We're sacrificing Lusher's standings for the other players to do well. My cat just hopped in a box to pout about the results that we just saw. And with that, we are going to go into a break before we bring you game number 5, and we'll see you on the other side.
So I'm Tiaan. I frequently go by Tiaan TFT. I'm 24 years old and I'm a South African TFT player. I've been playing since set 1 and I consider myself quite a veteran in the scene, but I'm still here to make big things happen. So far it actually is my favorite set in a while, probably since like set 4. The headliner mechanic, I feel there's still some drawback to it, but it does bring some interesting things into the game. And I feel like set 10 as a whole, there's so many different mechanics brought together through the previous sets that it's extremely complicated. I feel like it's going to take thousands of games for a player to be like absolutely perfect at the set. So I feel like this set, there's always room to improve, and that's what's exciting me. I do feel like ladder is the most consistent way to bring the highest skill players into the tournament. So I do agree that they should be given more spots. Usually I keep myself calm before the tournament, and then I usually go on stream and I play one ranked game just to get the nerves off. Just no matter if I go 1st or 8th, it doesn't really matter to me as long as I warm up my hands. I don't think I have any like strange rituals. But before the tournament. Just, you know, trying my best to relax, keep my anxiety down, and do my best. Yeah, I have a lot of shout outs to give because I feel like throughout the process, there's been so many players that have helped me. I have to start with my family, who's actually watches my streams sometimes, which is crazy, and they've always supported me. My amazing fiance, who I don't know what I would do without. And then the many players I've met over the years, and certain unnamed Discord study group. Really appreciate you guys, you know who you are. And yeah, thank you all for your support.
Today is the big game day, the final day of the TFT Cups, and we are so close to finishing it out. 2 more games to go until we cut down to the top 8, and then another final game to crown our winner, Panda. We have a new lobby with some interesting faces, and I'm really excited to talk about them.
Names we have not seen yet on broadcast today. Names like Ryko, for example, Christerian, we just saw. He's kind of one of the newcomers coming in from the CIS region to try and mount a bit of a comeback. These players are 9th to 16th currently in the standings. They need a good last 2 results in games 5 and 6 to try and make that top 8. Play that 7th game to play for the championship trophy of winning GSC number 2. Tiaan, also a player that started off very strong, not the best results in the last 2 games. Shreddin in a similar fashion.
Yeah, Shreddin we talked to this morning, Tiaan we talked to yesterday, so we did get a little bit of an insight on how these players are feeling. Both of them actually saying they don't like the rerolls as much, so I'm curious on what we're going to see from them as we are going to be hopping into a champion delivery game.
This is a portal that kind of benefits players that don't like reroll too much. You are going to be benefited from playing a bit more flexibly, a bit more open when it comes to those 4 and 5 costs coming in much later into the game. If you get a good one that fits your team and you have a space for it, you're going to have much more benefit than just selling it for 4 or 5 gold. So we will see the parity between rerolls and between 4 cost flex. I think it's been all over the place in terms of results. And I think especially for you, Makes, we're going to look at the Heartsteel players because there was 5 Heartsteel enjoyers in stages 3 last game. We'll see if it'll be a little bit less in this game. I think players are not so desperate for points as they were in that game 4.
Yeah, it really comes down to that, right? How hard do you need to win? How safe can you play when it comes to whether or not you should go down this Heartsteel route? This game, this arena, it's yapping so much as we are watching the Colosseum here on Shreddin's side. Already has the Lulu. If we get a hologram opener, that'd be crazy, but he is going to sell it off, say, nay, it's not what I'm interested in.
Could be a Katarina opener instead, 1 in the shop. The Evelyn item holder could potentially in stage 2. We'll see, because I think the stage 2, especially the headliner, is going to be so important. Trying to find these extremely impactful headliners like the Olaf, like the Vi, like the Heartsteel Casanti, of course. But Evelyn, I think, is in that middle of the pack. She can be very good with the right items. She can definitely deal enough damage in stage 2, although she does fall off a tiny bit in that start of stage 3.
And, you know, our colleague in Iberia is watching. I'm just going to say, I'm sorry, Matt, despite the fact that there is 5 Evelyns and one of them is a a chosen, she is not going to be the carry here. But we do have augments, as Golden Augment starting us off here, Crown Guarded, something that players have been picking up a lot, and specifically these item augments are so strong early on.
Will be Jewel Lotus in the end. I think Shreddin may be trying to play in a way that is following the steps of the game and what it's giving him. Has the HODs already built, has a chance to play into these crowd divers with the Jewel Lotus helping out to damage across the board. And it looks like it's gonna be the case. Slams onto the Evelyn, which will be the item holder for stage 2, hoping to maybe go into that Katarina headliner in stage 3.
We are seeing all of the augments being picked up here. Directly, strong direction from Ryko saying Pentakill is where we're headed for this one.
I think we will be playing a bit of a win streak start in this stage 2. At the very least, it levels up to 4, which is not super common with Heartsteel, but as we mentioned so many times throughout this day, with Heartsteel, you are fine winning rounds in stage 2, preserving HP, and then getting those losses in stages 3 and 4, where you're getting much, much better rewards because of how the trade scales into the later game stages.
Specifically, Metalheads is such a good augment if you are looking towards the scale comp that we've been seeing all throughout the tournament, really, because it gives you that extra healing, it gives you that sustain that buys the Kayle some time. So I really like seeing that. We're shortly picking up a Yasuo headliner here. It's not going to be the case. We'll sell that one off instantly again and try to look for something else. But TLT seems to also be thinking about the Kayle. I saw Kayle 2 pop up there.
And Kayle is one of the strongest item holders and headliners in stages 2 and 3. Not even just the reroll version of her, but you can play her with a Heartsteel opener, pick up kills a headliner, have her deal a lot of damage in stage 3, kill off many units, save you a lot of HP in the process, and then sell her off. After the buffs and after the rework to Kayle, specifically one of the key units to have on your board in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, absolutely right. Love to see it. Now, what I don't love to see is the Heartsteel, but of course, we cannot escape it. Multiple players are already back on it. You're looking at Tartman, you're looking at Psycho. Both of them are running it, and then we are going to be seeing what everybody else is on. I'm interested in Crystarian's board. If I'm seeing correctly, we got a little bit of a punk start there with Twin Terror.
And after the rework to Twin Terror, it's no longer fully locked into just being good with executioners. Because of the change from crit chance to attack speed, it means that so many other comps can now make benefit of it. We saw a lot of cookery after that first rework came through, players on ladders across the world trying out all different ways to play it, trying to see if there were any other viable options. And the Jinx Twin Terror with Punk is viable, even if just for the early stages of the game, for stages 2 and 3, it can definitely do work.
And speaking of doing work, I was actually surprised by how well Punk is doing in general in this tournament. I wrote it off just a tiny bit. I thought players were mostly just running it in the early stages to then pivot to a late game board like a Legendary Soup and stuff like that for cost headliners. But we are seeing full Punk compositions come through every now and then, specifically when players are able to jazz them out with some extra emblems, I should say. So I'm curious on whether or not that could be an option here for Crystarian in the long run.
With Punk specifically, I think it's just very well suited for the current meta, for what Punk wants to do best, which is stay healthy the first 3 stages of the game and then slowly bleed out. Because of the Heartsteel players and players playing relatively weak boards to what we're used to in TFT, it's so much easier to win streak and to be very stable with Punk just because of how the Punk trait works, where you get so many upfront stats. And that's going to be the case with Punk. And we saw in so many games, leading the HP totals across the entirety of the first 3 stages, and then slowly bleeding from 90 HP to 60 to 30, and then maybe pittering out to a second or a third. But that's still a second or a third that gets you a lot of points in a tournament setting.
Yeah, absolutely right. I was looking at the bottom of the screen there, trying to count how many people are on Heartsteel already. I think we're at 3.5 from everything I've been seeing, but for Crystarian, you're looking at it right now, is already level 5, so says, I'm not going to slow down. I'm trying to play to my strength. I want to go for tempo, and I want to try to just natural these Punk units for now to be as strong as possible, move through stages. But speaking of being strong, TLT finds the headliner Kayle, doesn't have Superfan in, so that is a build Rageblade, which you can run 2 of those. You can run the Superfan Rageblade and you can run an extra one. That's commonly item trio we are seeing on the Kayle, so really nice to have that online already.
And Hydra picking up the Jinx here without Punk, but still a very good headliner. Can make good use of bows. We see 2 bows slammed for the red buff onto her for now, trying to win streak, or at the very least trying to stay healthy in the stage 2. It does look like an angle towards Heartsteel. The red buff for the Ezreal, the even shot already slammed. It makes the most sense from this current spot, but Hydra, as we saw last game, he was playing for Heartsteel the entire early stages of the game and then pivoted into Pentakill instead. So I think he's a flexible player that can adapt, will not just, straight up force something if he thinks it's not a good spot for it.
I do think the spot is pretty good though. 2-6, you have the Mordekaiser, you're now getting closer to your super fans, selling off some of the extras that you do not want in terms of trying to get your econ back up. I think this board is cooking and we're going to see more of this all throughout the game. It is a little bit of a weird situation for the Metalhead player, for Ryko, who also has this as his game plan though.
Uh-oh, TLT up against Ryko. They're both trying to lose here. TLT putting his headliner and his Mordekaiser onto the bench. No traits activated. Lilia in jail, unfortunately. She has not been behaving well in this stage 2 and gets jailed for the first few seconds of the fight. But in the end, it looks like the Gnar and the sets and the Aphelios still being alive might be just enough for that loss to come through, the extra econ to come through, especially in that 5-loss streak for TLT.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate for Ryko there. As you said, they both wanted that loss, but only one can get it. So TLT must be very, very happy. Now, I'm interested on what's going on for Rubik, because there is one player that is loss streaking pretty aggressively. If you're at 65 HP already at Crux, that's usually a message that you should maybe check in and see what's going on there. I'm not sure if we're also on a Heartsteel angle, because the last time we saw the units on Rubik's board, I don't think it was, so that was nervous.
It was the Yasuo headliner, so potentially just, again, trying to ramp into Yasuo 3. Until you get Yasuo, he is a pretty useless unit. I think the balancing for a unit like that scales into the late game due to his ability, he needs to be weak when that scaling has not yet happened, and that's the case for Yasuo, where he's just not very strong as a standalone item carrier in stage 2. So we'll see if Rubik is able to hit that. We saw a fellow Turkish player, Sinti, try and make that Yasuo work. Was not the case, even with the very early natural Yasuo 3. So looks like it's going to be Senna instead, potentially the Senna 2 for Rubik.
Gonna be seeing if we can head on over there and check it out. Does find the Senna, as you said, but it's going to be a natural one from everything that we are seeing here. Is rolling down quite deep to try and find the Yasuo, and that's the first thing that makes me unhappy, because if you are playing these rerolls, these one-cost units, you really want to natural them in order to preserve econ, or at least natural them mostly in order to preserve econ and then be able to keep up and get to that late game that you were talking about. And it's just so hard if you're investing this much gold already on 3-1.
There are many comps in the game that if you look at them, you try and rank them or say how strong they are standalone, it would kind of be factually incorrect. You have to rank them, from the correct spots. And Rubik's spot, I think, is not really correct to play for Yasuo here. Only had a single sword coming into it, doesn't really have Yasuo items. He has rolled down so heavily to try and find the Yasuo 3, still has not done so. Vampirism can help you, of course. He's lost so much HP already and can just, not have to build a Omnivamp item on Yasuo in the first place. But this is looking really rough. Still one copy off of Yasuo, rolling under 10 gold. We're at level 5 as well.
I want to be a fan, right? Every time I see our players, I'm like, okay, what could be the angle here? Where can we take this? Does find the Yasuo though, but I feel like this might already have been too little too late. At least with the Tactician's Crown from the Augment, you are going to get a little bit of extra board strength, even though you are behind in levels. But is that enough? We'll have to wait and see.
And the biggest thing is just one item on Yasuo. Yasuo is a champ that you have to be able to build a ton of items right now. But this is the most important stage for Yasuo, stage 3, where he's able to actually scale and get that extra AD for the late game fights. So it's looking really dicey. We'll see if the Titan's gonna be good enough. I think it's definitely not a BIS item on Yasuo for the most part. But in this desperate spot, I think you had no other choice than to build it.
I think if he can get maybe one more healing item and then get that second carry potential out of the Senna, because he is closer to the Senna as well, there's a chance that this board could work out, but I'm also a little bit worried about it in the long run. Now, we do have one player that is making it close to the carousel, 3-3 with 100 HP, and that is going to be Ryko. Ryko here just absolutely smurfing through the early stages.
Playing an Urgot as an enemy carrier, so already making a lot of good decisions. Urgot just an absolute beast in stage 2 and 3, has been the entire set, still is at this point in time, and you have the opening of those new comps, the monster comps that are now once again meta viable when it comes to playing 6 monsters, when it comes to playing augments like Submit to the Pit. We've seen them all throughout today, even very recently with Mamen, who was playing for that country board last game, ended up with a vertical monster instead.
If I'm seeing correctly on our little spy sheet, there is a Poppy and a Zac for Ryko already. So we do have to look at the board soon enough, but I assume we're going to head on over there after the carousel. For now, we're going to take a look at Psycho, who will take another loss. Doesn't seem too pleased about that, as on the other side, there's already a Zed coming through from Tartman that is dishing out a lot of damage.
And some key forecasts coming into the equation now for some of our players. There is no Ezreal. There is no way to try and propel yourself into that 5 heart steal at this point in stage 3. There's no Zed either, but there are a few Pentacle enjoying units onto this carousel. Yakali can be picked up, the Arthas as well. Overall, I think it's going to be a little bit scary for Rubik and TLT, because, or rather for TLT and Zyko, both French players are angling that kill reroll, it seems like, from the item slams right now. You can't really transfer these AP items as cleanly to that Karthus because he doesn't hold Rageblade as well. So it's going to be a little bit dicey. If these players can test each other, you could see that, you know, standard 7th and 8th holding hands where both players are not able to hit on time.
Champion delivery kicking in. We can see the Thresh come online here for Zyko should he want it. But once again, we do have the contest going on between Zyko and TLT. Both of these players have very clearly signaled that for now, Kayle is what they want, and they are holding those units and maybe also hands further down the line. Ryko's board, though, this is the one we were talking about. Is that, wait, was that a Poppy 2 already?
Looks like it's a Poppy 2, potentially. That is okay. That explains a lot. And this is the one upside of win streaking. Because you are pumping levels to defend that win streak, you do have kind of that first look at a lot of these forecasts. You have much higher chances with the shop odds of finding the forecasts that further propel your win streak. It's kind of a snowballing effect, and we're seeing that exactly happening here for Ryko, who has found so many upgrades that have helped him stay so healthy throughout most of his stage 3. Finally taken down. There is a very, very menacing Kayle on the opposite side there, with enough time to scale those Rage Blades to do so much damage and deal with all these different monsters on Ryko's board.
Yeah, positioning kicking in there a little bit as well. Really, that Poppy not going anywhere, getting stuck on the front lines. Your carry is also not reaching that Kayle. Like you said, she just levels up with the Hex Tech, has a lot of healing. Dark Hydra
raise the stakes.
Cash out.
5 heart steal, last stand. All of a sudden, if he navigates this game well, he could become a Grim Reaper once this cash out comes through. If he reaches the 500 heart stack, especially, that is one of the most impactful ones in terms of really upping the just quality of rewards you're going to be getting.
Yeah, we're going to keep our eyes open for this one, as it is most likely going to kick in right after this. Yep, looking good. You have all of the items already. He did pre-level, so we are going to see that level 7 come on through. Chances are looking good for Dark Hydra as this round is concluding. We're going to hop on over and check in with a Kayle versus Kayle battle, but it seems like Kayle is going to win this.
Expert analysis makes, well done. But it could not have failed with that one. We'll see though with Zyko if he's going to pivot off of this. Okay, the Rageblade is coming from the Superfan, so he is not actually locked into playing Rageblade onto one of his carries. So this could just be a vertical Pentacle board, and it will be. We're seeing already level 7, 50 gold. Not going to be stuck on playing Kayle reroll and contesting TLT in the process.
We're going to be looking at what Wolves bring for our players. Zyko gets a unit first and foremost, but a golden orb with a spatula rolls around. That one could be interesting.
And it goes fat as well. You have the chain already on your item component bench, so a lot can be going in favor of Zyko here if he gets the right roll down on for 2. We're see he's already fully pumped into going level 8. Only a little bit gold to work with. He's gonna have, actually, once he goes 8, quite a bit of gold to hit the Viego, to hit maybe the Karthus upgrade, to sell this Kayle and try and find the full Pentacle board we're seeing here. 6 Pentacle right now, will be 7 once he goes 8.
Is Shreddin going for Katarina reroll? I've been just seeing the cutoffs pop up on his screen. We'll have to check in with that and see where this one is headed. On the other side, we are seeing what Christerian has opted to go into after that punk opener, though. We have the Executioners coming through. Samira, Twitch, and the Vex in the backline already, trying to level up that Samira first and foremost.
Still 50 gold to roll, so still a lot more extra gold to pump up into his team to make sure he hits all of these 3 stars. 3's a crowd as well, alongside his Pantera. Gonna be absolutely crazy. 3's a crowd here for Ryko as well, but I think Crash Test Dummies will be a more interesting option. Really great combat elements all around here, actually, with Inspiring Epitaph coming through after the reroll. The Cell comes through on the kill, and now we start trying to build the strongest pentakill board possible to survive and hopefully succeed in this stage 4.
Those have an RE2 online that's currently carrying that Penta spat that he found off of Wolf. And that is so good because now you can say, okay, I don't actually need the kill. I can go for those 4 costs. I can go for the long run. Maybe even for the very long run where you go for the Yorick eventually. We'll see how that goes. But it also means for TLT that he is now uncontested on the line. He can try to find it, and that's exactly what he does as soon as he sees that the contester has moved out of the line. But seems like Kale doesn't want to show up 2 copies away. She's not going to come together.
You do have 2 duplicators, could potentially try and save them for the Mordekaiser 3 and just pull those out of the pool that might not have any more Mordekaisers left with how many players could be playing for Pentakill, could be playing for Mordekaiser as one of their tanks onto their board. All in all, we've seen the success of this kill comp depends on both 3 stars being hit and being hit early enough at some point in the stage 4, similarly to Shreddin's game plan. Katarina has already been hit, going to become one of the scariest players in this lobby with a very clear direction all the way from 2-1.
For Hydra, cash out has come, and here is what we're going to do with that. Gets the Akali online straight out of the gate. Does have the perfect Ezreal items, but can he find the Ezreal in his shop? Does keep going, and it doesn't seem to come. It doesn't want to stop by and allow Dark Hydra to build out this board.
And this is sometimes the weakness of these roll-on. You're looking for such specific units. You cannot really play as flexibly as you would like. No Zeds, no Ezreals, Anvil still to be popped. So much value, so many resources still untapped at the start of this fight. And Dark Hydra's at 23 HP. He cannot afford to start off rounds like this where he has not been able to settle his board in time.
Yeah, and I mean, you're even seeing it. He's still thinking about which of these items he wants. Takes another loss here, goes for the Aegis in the end, but I'm more worried about the lack of actual carry potential on his board. You really wanted that Ezreal, you couldn't find it. Is this going to be the end of it? Is there anything in this carousel that can stop this fate? The last stand still in place, but 1 more loss and it's going to proc.
He really has to find the right headliner as soon as possible. The Alawi and the Zac were both great options to strengthen his front line. Picked up the Alawi in the end, maybe hoping for an early Alawi too, but no gold to roll with really, so it's going to be very, very awkward for Dark Hydra here.
Next in line, just looking across the champion split here, we are seeing that Ryko has found his pentakill comp, is running a Karthus 2 fully itemized. That one should be strong, so if you have him in your match pool, you might be worried about it, but Dark Hydra back at it. Has a Zac here in the pool. Not necessarily what you would have wanted.
The problem here is that he has a lot of frontline already. He needs more damage. He needs the Ezreal, for example. So you really want to try and balance your headliner around getting whatever you're missing. And in the case now, he is missing damage. He is missing that Ezreal headliner. If he can find it, it would be a huge, huge bonus.
Is rolling. No gold left. We're going to slam the items that we can and hope for the best for this Akali. And in a little bit of a toxic matchmaking round, the Ezreal does come around on the other side of the board from Ryko. Did find this headliner, and he is going to deal every damage that he can. Ult goes through. Akali stays alive. Will try to make her way towards him, but he snipes her off. Poppy and Ezreal, the only ones remaining. Can the Caitlyn, together with the tanks, actually do something here? And I don't think she can. I think this might be the end of it. Last stand proccing for Dark Hydra.
The key thing would have been not proccing this last time this fight. In the end, the loss comes through. You proc the last stand right before the PvE round, which would give you a rejuice of gold to try and find a better headliner and just overall a better carry to hold these items. The Akali is okay, but obviously not anywhere close to an Ezreal. Just unfortunate all around for Dark Hydra. He had so many tools to work with, a crazy cash out, great augments as well, with last stand being one of the best combat augments in the game, but I don't think he has the damage to follow it up with.
And like you said already, that really is the crux of it all, right? And if you can't find it, you cannot find it. It's just as simple as that. And that sounds like a stupid thing to say, but really it comes down to hitting a comp that you can work with in those few rolls that you get after the cash out. And for Dark Hydra, it seems like this one is going to be enough. So he does get another chance after this round here to assemble a board, but time's ticking for him.
Even a Jin could be fantastic with a lot of this front line. It'll buy enough time for Jin to actually do work, even as a one-star unit. The Zed as well needs to find some extra items to become relevant as a secondary, or in some cases a primary carry, depending on how the items look for the Ezreal if he finds it. But 1 HP for Dark Hydra. Rubik now at 16. Crystarian, despite that Twin Terror setup, is now losing and plummeting in HP as well. 33 for him. And Ryko has stabilized relatively with a Pentakill board, 36.
Ooh. Okay, I like this. So we're not only running the Kayle, we're also running the Gnar as additional carry. There's a few outs with the Kayle board of what you can do for a secondary carry. Gnar is just the easiest because it's also a 2 cost, so more likely to find this one, but we're also close to the Mordekaiser. Did use the duplicators though, so those are gone. You really want that Mordekaiser to kick in to buy you the time that you need.
I'm on level 6. That's the problem for TLT there. The problem for Rubik is the fact that he has not hit the Senna 3 yet. He has hit the Yasuo. Is that going to be enough, though, as just really a stand and like kind of the primary carry? We have 6 true damage now. Kiana is onto the board. BT and the Edge of Night can transfer over to her to see if she can farm some more components and help this comp continue scaling outside of just the Yasuo himself.
Vex 3 also coming online for Crystarian all across the lobby. Damage is spiking up. That last champion delivery might even change more things up. And for Dark Hydra, we finally found him. The chosen hero Ezreal has come around, but is it enough against a Katarina board that Shreddin has assembled? He's been on the Katarina for a little while now and has 5 wins in, but it looks like it will absolutely be enough. That Katarina gets annihilated. Shreddin knows exactly what's coming, and Dark Hydra hanging in there for yet another round.
And the Yasuo with the stacked Titan Resolve should be able to solo and win that fight. It will be the case. Ryko takes a hit. Ryko takes a hit. That was just an accidental rhyme there, but I'll take it. And the Dark Hydra, as you mentioned, just barely able to find the Ezreal in time, is now on a single point of life. So positioning matters so much more. There is no space for mistakes really for the German player. The reigning champion for EMEA, if he wants to make it back to EMEA Finals, he cannot. He doesn't have that backup with the ladder results. He has not been high on the snapshots. He needs to make it through off a great performance in this day 3.
And you can see that more and more units are popping up, but he is definitely thinking about the possibility of 3-starring this Ezreal, and I want to say that's a bait that we've been seeing on other players' boards as well. With how contested this unit is, it's just so unlikely to find it. He's really playing for the long con here, and he needs to live for that long in order to make it happen. We're going to watch him go up against Tartman here with the Zed chosen. The Lucian fires up in the backline is not going to be enough, and Tartman now also falling lower and lower. Same for Rubik. Seems to be on his last life. We looked at the Yasuo, we looked at the Senna. Is still off the Senna, I believe.
Dark Hydra's board is really scary for all of these players who lost too much HP in stage 4. Even if they do become stable now and they hit all their upgrades and they think they're relatively strong, there's a player with Last Stand and who's had a massive Heartstone cash out, so they will almost never be stronger than Dark Hydra himself in most cases. So it's really a scary time to be playing in a stage 5 for players who are on just that 1 life. Could be Rubik even at 16 HP.
And this is a board we were kind of mentioning in passing as we saw it move through other boards, but really a little bit of a creative spin on the Jazz board. You're going for it this set. You have the EDM in, so you get a little bit more ults off of the set, and the Lucian is your main star in the backline, trying to get you some extra damage, but I don't think it will be enough. We'll see whether or not the Ezreal can actually lift this one and get another ult off. But yeah, absolutely. Tartman hanging in there. Level 9 and Dream waiting for that 3rd Lucian to come around.
Tartman can find a Lucian on this carousel. It could be so big. We'll see as it rolls through. Going to be a Yorick. We're going to have a Ziggs as well. The Apelin emblem could be interesting, but there are no Riven reroll players as far as I remember in this lobby right now.
Nope, no Riven. We have the Katarinas, we have the Kales, and we have the Vex and the Ezreal. That's about it. Interestingly enough, that Nashor's still open is going to be picked up by our Vex players. A really nice little pickup there. She's going to love this one as Shreddin and Ryko both look for the final spoils of the carousel.
And Rubik, I think, did hit the Senna 3 off of the Senna he just picked up in this carousel. So a big spike, it looks like, and yeah, that will be the case for just that little bit of extra combat power in terms of trying to win pretty much every single fight remaining in this stage, because he is at 1 HP, but no last stand in this case, like Dark Hydra.
No last stand, but what really saved Rubik from everything I could tell is finding that Qiyana off of the champion delivery, allowing those 6 true damage to come online, really helping him out here now with the Senna in the backline. Hopefully it's enough for the Tactician's Crown empowered board to move on closer, but Tartman is on the other side. One of these two players is going to get knocked out, and I'm not sure who it's going to be. We have the item factory going strong there, getting another item out onto the backline. Lucian on the side of Tartman has not yet been found, but it doesn't need to be there as the Zed finishes out and Rubik gets knocked out. Same though for Dark Hydra. Unfortunately, wait, no.
Oh, no, it was a visual.
I got baited. Yeah,
you got baited.
It's happening.
I've learned my lesson this tournament.
I see the minus points. I'm like, oh my goodness, it happened. But no, Dark Hydra is still here. I'm sorry.
And Dark Hydra sitting on 6 Ezreals now, trying to sneakily maybe go for a 3-star Ezreal if he's given the opportunity, maybe getting some extra resources from the Heartsteel, but now finally trying to make this board a little bit stronger, needs to move out of the Cassante, needs to move into the better frontline units to try and match the strength of all these other insane boards. Look at the HP totals, 23 for Shreddin at the very top, and Dark Hydra at 1 HP. So close between all these players. One bad fight could be the difference between a 6th place or maybe a 2nd or a 3rd in a lobby like this one.
Yorick! That guy had a shield that looked like it was twice his HP pool. The ghouls are coming, but they cannot do anything here as the Gnar, the Mordekaiser, and the Kale still going strong. In the end, the Akali will take out the backline, but is it enough?
The Gnar, he one-shots the Akali. The Karthus goes down as well. Oh my goodness, TLT just barely able to get that huge win. Ryko, we see, is not at all happy, eliminated in 7th place in the end. What an unfortunate fight there at the very end. You thought it was going to be in favor of Karthus of the Akali, but the Gnar cleans up.
I mean, that's the tech, really. It's so good to have him in there. He does give you that backline access that Kayla's just lacking. And if you are already re-rolling on the 2 costs, on the 3 costs, it's much more sensible to go for the Gnar 3 rather than trying to find the Karthus. And in the end, it was stronger than the Karthus too. So we'll see how it goes now that the rest of the players are all on their last life. Look at this, 11, 10, 10, 8, 6, 1. Everybody could die in this next round potentially, as we will have a lot of rolls being done.
Every player looking at their matchmaking pool, looking at the cross swords, and just hoping that there isn't one next to Dark Hydra. He's on a 6-win streak. He had a massive Heartsteel cash out. He found a way to finally stabilize at the very last moment once that last stand procced. And every player has to hope they're not going to be facing him. He's the Grim Reaper of the lobby right now. Tartman maybe as well, though. Look at this board here. Lucian upgraded, the Qiyana upgrade as well.
Really, the Lucian is the big story that you need to be afraid of with this board, but we're going to hop on with Tristarian going up against TLT. It's a Kale against the Samira, the Executioners against the Pentakill, and the story seems to be pretty clear cut on who is going to take this one. Kale's frontline crumbles, and with it, so does she. Going to take a look at that Lucian here, but it's not enough. Dark Hydra hanging in and taking out Tartman.
And with everyone on 1 life, 3 players eliminated in that last round. We're at 6-2 now. 3 players remain. Dark Hydra sitting on 6 Ezreals, but no gold to roll with. No real 3-star potential on this Ezreal right now. Just using the 2nd Ezreal as a very good damage dealer with the Jewel Lotus picked up as a 3rd augment.
And like I said, everybody's on their last life. Every single loss, a player is going to get eliminated. And it could potentially be a double knockout the way these boards could fight here for Dark Hydra from a situation that looked like it was desperation, not finding this Ezreal, proccing the last stand, and then in a clutch move on neutrals, bringing it all together to being the boogeyman and the executioner in this lobby here. We'll see him go up one more time against Crystarian. The executioners in the backline just falling off. The Ezreal has no problem dicing through this board. That will be the end of it for Crystarian. And on the other side, Ryko does win.
And Ryko, who was sitting on the Ezreal headline earlier, now is on the Illaoi headliner, which he found at level 9, which is a rare thing to do, but maybe the thing he needed to do to try and win this game outright. Jhin online. All of the most important and impactful 5 costs in the current meta are on this board. Ryko should be the victor, but Dark Hydra's on last stand. That's so much comeback strength coming onto this board as well.
Really, I have, just looking at this, both of these boards seem terrifying to me. I have no idea what way this is going to go. One thing that's going to be a big point is the front line for Ryko. Look at these chunky monsters that he built out together with the tentacles from Illaoi. Is just going to throw so many bodies on the field that will suit as targets, but it seems like the backline from Dark Hydra doesn't care at all. He's just absolutely getting annihilated. Turns the tide on the back of the Lucian there, and Ryko wins this lobby.
And Ryko showcasing why Edge of Night, despite Jhin not being a melee unit, is so important. He ramps up into the later stages of the fight with the turrets. Once the Edge of Night procs, you get these very valuable 2 or 3 seconds where he deals so much damage, picking off units one by one and winning the fight in the very end. Huge comeback by Ryko in this game. This lobby was, standings 9-16, so they really needed a big result to be able to, again, contest for that final Game 7 lobby after this next Game 6.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at Lobby B. I only have one word. Maybe our analysts can take it for their analyst desk. It's holy moly for what Ryko just did there in that last round. But we are hopping over Lobby B, checking in with how it's going. We're seeing Darkest at the very top, followed by Stakesor, Lalana, and then Zoro, the top 4 players. Once again, a familiar picture, Panda. All of them so close.
And the boards have not changed too much either. 5 costs galore. The Heartsteel AD flex moving into the 5 cost carries. Level 10 is from Stakesor, I believe it was, on the opposite side, who we saw already committing to level 10 earlier in this tournament day. But overall, it seems like all these players are perfectly navigating how to make it to level 9 with enough health to then power up their board, fill them up with legendaries. This last carousel could be so relevant for the players now remaining.
Going to be seeing what they pick up. Lalana being released last here. Stands in the middle, that Giant Slayer. Such a popular option. Instead opts to go for a belt. We'll see where that one goes as we are hopping onto the board of Darkest, who's currently running a Lucian headliner.
Lucian headliner, Jhin 2 as well. Illaoi not upgraded, but still, what a scary board to look at with binary, especially. So many units fully itemized once the binary procs at the start of the fight. Contagion, one of the best combat augments to have in these later stages of the game. We're going to be dealing so much damage over these prolonged fights.
Going up against Zoro, Lalana has Zoro in his match pool, I would assume then, just going by the indicator here. But one of these 2 players is going to get knocked out, and Darkest did lose the previous round, so I'm not sure where the power level is standing. On the other side, we are seeing that Caitlyn, headliner, taking actually a bunch of hits from the Lucian, but does in the end remain alive, but not for long. Lucian coming in clutch. And I think that's not going to be enough. The Jhin trying his best against the Akali, but here come the goals, and that will be it for Darkest.
That's a strong front line on the opposite side there. Just not enough damage to actually chew through that. Zoro versus Lalana in the end. Lalana trying absolute best to get some more points. Only 16 coming into this game number 5. So really has to rack up quite a bit. We know the cutoff for the final lobby tends to be above 27 or so for that top 8. So we'll see what it looks like here. But Ziggs fully itemized. You have the Jazz emblem as well for the 4 Jazz. Great combat strength augments as well.
Yeah, this is really, I'm pretty sure the traits go even further than from what you
they
can
do.
see. It's just completely unlocked traits for everything that you have here. We will see how it does against the Caitlyn board that we saw previously. Lalana against Zoro in the lobby 3 here, as we are going to take a look between these two players who can win out. Lalana trying to stay strong, but the Caitlyn gets nuked out from the Lucian, and Lalana will take this one.
The last Caitlyn cast did not come through in time, so big win for Lalana, big win for the UK TFT scene. And Zoro trying to mount a comeback. We talked about Zoro a lot today. He was going into Game 7 last GSC at 40 points, first place, just barely lost the title to Patik in the very end, and is maybe trying to make it, repeat back-to-back final lobbies would be a great story from a French player that has been dominant on ladder, not so much in tournaments up until now.
We will take yet another look at another lobby, because they're still going, and so are we. And we're just hopping.
You jinxed it, Makes.
It seems like Tropical 1. I mean, oh, is it Opal? Okay, I have no idea.
Opal looks too serious to have won the game. He was just like staring like, wait, why is my webcam on the screen? We'll find out, but that was a very fast conclusion to that game. I don't think there are more lobbies left, Megs, are there? Are there more surprises?
I don't think so. I think there would be one more, but it probably has already ended. We do have our break ready, and after that, our analyst desk is actually going to go back to the Ryko game and tell you all about it, so stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Left. I've been playing TFT since set 6. I'm a 5-time Ultraliga participant and a regular GSC player. The set in which I've had my best performances was set 7, actually, and I think I'm doing approximately well, I suppose, in set 10. I haven't gotten eliminated from Ultraliga yet. I made it to my second GSC, so I suppose that's pretty alright. So I'm not exactly completely happy with my performance thus far, but I've had worse. I mean, ladder is consistency, basically, so it shows just how consistent a player can be over the entire set, right? So rewarding consistency is a pretty good idea. So yeah, I'm very much in favor of awarding more slots to ladder. I myself usually make it through TRCs or open qualifiers if that, well, doesn't really work. So it's not personally the best for me, but I believe it's overall best for the game. Yeah, so there are 2 players that win with like the absolute weirdest and craziest boards. Like, one is Double, of course, who like really sometimes goes into these unorthodox lines and plays them to perfection. And the other is Volta. Like, sometimes I have no idea what happens on Voltarix's board. How does it even win? What is going on? But it turns out that in the end, it's actually pretty strong, and he's like top 2s or even wins the lobby with this something that he's built. I'd like to shout out my team, PMK, and my lovely and supportive girlfriend, who's been supporting me basically throughout my entire TFT journey, and also to my family, who usually watch me.
That game was absolutely draining. I have never been more certain someone was dead and been wrong as many times as that game. I'm going to start with the person that I thought was doing really well and ended up going 5th. TLT, let's talk about it a little. Early on, contested Ryko for that loss streak, won that, but then both of them were going for Kale reroll. Then Ryko pivoted out, and you know what TLT did? Rolled down completely and hit nothing. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely not a thing. And then suddenly is able to find the Gnar 3, the Kale 3, and the Mordekaiser 3, brings it up, and I'm like, all right, this dude's going to do it. He's going to pull out the win. And then dies in 5th. I had no idea at any point who was going to win this, but I'm glad it was Ryko. I mean, I've still got the Italian flag here somewhere.
Also, I have one on Instagram I can send you. I know David is David likes it a lot. It's a very fantastic. It's a very fantastic flag. But no, also like another thing as well, like Dark Hydra, right? Like you caught like really living up to his name this game, right? Like you cut off one head, then all of a sudden he just comes back stronger with multiple heads coming into play, right? Getting that last stand online. As well alluded to in the cast as well, just like one turn, like kind of too early, right? Would have liked to have that into the neutral so you had an easier time transitioning, but finds that poppy and then managed to get a full-on transition into a board that ended up going 2nd.
I did want to take notes because, even this early into the game where we're looking at the replay, I think one of the big things that defined this game for me was Ryko from Italy, who ended up coming out on top. Having the escort quest in play from the very beginning of the game meant that he was receiving a ludicrous amount of more money than everybody else, using that to turn into a win streak, to then turn into more money, and that allowed him to unlock the most ungodly of boards to end the game with.
I thought he was doomed too. That's the thing. This game was so hard for me because my heart was broken and then repaired so many times. Because Ryko, I was just like, okay, he's got an Ezreal, sure, but it has Morello blue buff Runons. Surely something's going to outscale it. And it did, and then he replaced it with a Jhin that did great and was able to carry those items and do something with them. And it was just such a back and forth journey. So incredible pivots in the end there by Ryko to be able to pull that one back before, falling victim to Dark Hydra just in time.
Yeah, I mean, all of it as well, right? Like, again, great use, again, kind of just pivoting back to Dark Hydra for a second, as we kind of saw him go for that true damage Akali with the blue buff as well as the setup there, right? Really just putting in a bit of a shift as well, kind of just like saving him, giving some more time, saving some HP, stuff like that. Great way for him to kind of understand that he needs to find different pressure points. And once the actual rolled around, obviously, it was curtains.
All right, gentlemen, I'm very excited to see what's coming next. We've got the standings. We know there's one more round before the cutoff comes in, and then we'll have our final 8 fighting for those places. I'm holding my breath as we're going to move to the second page in a second, but we basically bid farewell to quite a lot of players' chances of making the top 8 at this point.
Yeah, they're looking at
all of them are on this page.
Well,
unfortunately.
Yes, like you can see my man's glorious return to GSC competition. He still has one more game to play here, but it's not going to be in contention for winning. But even then, he has a 100% day free rate. Very few players has that. And look at the top of those standings, Matt. There are quite a few German flags here, right? If we were to cut it off right now, there would be 4 Germans in the top 8. And those are all like the 4 most storied German players as well, you'd say.
Yeah, the top 8 is a time capsule. Dark Hydra's back, Salvi, GSC winner, but he's been around for ages. Solo Gasong, Galaxy's championship, EMEA regionals. It was just so ridiculous seeing all of those names. I'm like, hey, wow, I haven't seen those names in a while, and seeing that they're doing so well. Solo Gasong could feasibly pull out his first Golden Spatula Cup win, which would be super exciting for him because he's been to those regionals so many times. He's shown he's reached this echelon of play, but hasn't quite been able to cinch the victory. And now he's in the perfect position to do so.
Yeah, he's been a top 10 player at the regionals before so many times over, but I think the time is ready. I believe our casters are ready for this penultimate game. The cutoff awaits. Mates, David, take us in.
Thank you so much. I was over here saying casters, start game, time's running, we want to get those games started because of course, Panda, this game is, it's the penultimate game. It's pretty important because you want to make it into this top 8 lobby.
It's very important, and there is a relatively big point gap as well coming into it. It's not every single player on the same amount of points, so different results have different value for each of these players. Double does not have to play that first or ace style to make it into that top 8 of the standings going into that game 7 potentially. The cutoff will most likely be around 30 to 31 points, so if you're at home, you can do the math on what your favorite player needs to do this game to make it.
And of course, you are looking at the lobby. Like you already said, we will be seeing different game plans coming out, and that does involve the portals as well. Seems like the lobby is pretty decided on wanting the Scuttle Puddle, but do Chinar and Crystarian allow that? Yes, they will, and it is going to be a Scuttle Puddle game. You know what? I've been waiting for a Crab Rave, but they just don't seem to happen on our tournament realm.
Good. It's a good thing that they don't. We have enough wandering trainers already. In this case, I think Scuttle Puddle, one of the 4 fun portals that is actually voted for quite often that players do enjoy. I think there is a lot of nuance to what you do in terms of decisions in this portal to get an edge. Overall, because you get so many resources from the PB rounds themselves, gold and gold augments, for example, are a little bit less valuable because just you get the same amount of gold and it's not worth as much relatively.
Now, keep in mind that in this patch specifically, gold openers were actually removed. So you cannot absolutely high roll the Scuttle Puddle. Everybody's going to get around the same amount of gold. And that of course also means that most of the players will try to defeat these with not as many comps on their board already. Of course, unless they have an opener like Tartman, who already has Heartsteel.
Good job, Tartman. You're on my fantasy team. I need you to get a good result and make it to the final lobby to rack up even more points. And this is a 3 Heartsteel start. We're still in stage 1, and he's already prepped and ready to go for what could be potentially a very early 5 Heartsteel if he's able to lose the first few rounds in this stage 2 and get a Yone off of that stage 2 carousel.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great start. For the current patch, I don't think you could be any happier with anything else. On the other hand, we are looking at players like Darkest slamming that tier there just because we can, as he is going to be able to defeat all of these with just 1 unit and make 20 econ on the back of that. Each of these crabs gives you 1 at least, and so that's nice little quick maths for you there.
Yeah, quick tips for viewers at home who have not played Scuttle Puddle in past sets or in this set. You only need 1 unit in any of these rounds to actually win. There is no losing pretty much to these crabs unless you don't field any units at all. And that means that if you have only 1 unit, you reach 20 every single time in this stage 1. So it's a great way to get the extra econ, as you mentioned, Makes, with the changes to econ in this patch specifically. It's really just that much more valuable. Something like Lucky Streak here, for example, is not as valuable as a normal game of TFT because gold is worth a little bit less.
Yeah, absolutely right, and that's why we're going to be seeing that one rolled away right from the get-go. Does not want it, says nay. Chinar actually picking it up. I'm a little bit surprised about this one. Darkest still thinking about it, and in the end is going to be the support cache coming through. Sneaking a peek at all of the other augments being picked as he goes for the Aegis. A lot of very generic ones. Take my bow, we have Harm Assist coming through, and ooh, double.
Just trying to field any kind of board right now, and not to lose too much HP in the process. The idea of open forwarding Scuttle Puddle, I think, does not make too much sense. You do want to kind of use your gold for board strength and preserve HP, which is much more valuable than gold is in this portal specifically. Heartsteel, we're seeing there on the side of Tartman, we already saw him earlier on, is now pairing a few Moshers along with that to get a few unit kills in this stage 2.
And I already mentioned it there briefly. For double 61, we are seeing Too Big to Fail being picked up as an augment. He's also running an Olaf. So I am very excited for this course of events and what is going to come from it.
Could potentially be an Olaf reroll game we've seen already quite a few times throughout this tournament. Too Big to Fail is one of those enablers that makes that comp that much more viable. Only 4 for now, but no headliners. So really 3 more waiting to be found once you get that headliner Olaf pickup.
3, 2. Wait, I'm confused. That's too much math for me. Anyhow, we're looking for Olaf is all I know. We do have 1 duplicator as well, of course, but we do want to hold on to that one. It's always weird when you get the golden duplicator at the start of the game.
It is because you kind of have to wait too much time to get value from it, although I think it is completely correct to sometimes use it on a lower cost unit just to get that 3-star as fast as possible, especially if you really are banking on that Olaf 3 as a way to fast 9 thanks to the combination of both the Olaf strength and the too big to fail pickup as well. But looking at Alana's board, one of the masters of early game, completely and totally understands the strength of Urgot as a unit. Red buff and BT already slammed.
And keep in mind, Lana was the player that told us he went into the practice tool on Tournament Realm just to prepare playing with different opener compositions, as that was still a thing with the components at the start. I'm sure he's still doing similar things to try and test strength of different early game boards. As we are moving through the stages, we are going to be seeing Darkest, who very early on made the 20 go up close to 40, and there it is, 40 gold for Darkest.
And Tardman, you're seeing here, despite having heart steal early, has leveled to 5, understands that you have to use the extra gold you get on this portal to make your board stronger, to not lose HP in stage 2, because you get so much more rejuice gold anyway in all these different PvE rounds to continue beating the econ threshold, to continue having pretty balanced and healthy economy as you move through every single stage of this game. And the extra level up to 5 means you have a much higher chance of finding units like Yone with higher percentages in your natural shops as well.
Gonna be seeing that Olaf headliner come up, but not for double. Chinar has him instead. On the other side of the board is Tartman, who found these hard steals so early on. And I'm just looking, you know, at the different comps that I'm seeing on players right now. You'll see them in a second on the carousel as well. And I think Christerian is just trying to run it back. Really seems to value these punk openers for a nice little start.
Even if not as an actual punk reroll game, but more just punk as kind of ways to tempo into level 6 and not lose too much HP because of the flat stats you get from the trade itself. Looking at the carousel, there are no Yones, there are no Hearthstone units whatsoever. There is a Vex and an Urgot for anyone trying to angle Executioners or Country. This could be one of those outs to get there.
Okay, surely that's a little bit of a visual buck going on there for Darkest, is it? Is he open forting?
He had a very weak board, potentially maybe deciding, hey, I'm not killing units anyway. Might as well just sell all of this trash and try and hope for better natural shops. Maybe trying to hope for...
Are confirming.
No, yeah, it's just a straight up open fort, 50 gold. I don't think you want to be playing EDM Jax here in this case. You do have the makings of a hard steel board. Could buy these Cassantes once the fight starts. I think Cassante's on the board, on the bench, in the shop, no diff. He's not killing anything anyway. And he's going to try and go for the 5 loss streak in the end.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing what Darkest does with this open forting that we just witnessed from them, but we are also going to check in with our other players, of course, hopping over to TLT. Very generic opener. We have the core key. We are trying to maybe get that hard steal online with everything that we are seeing right now. It hasn't come together. And on the other side, the punk board that we mentioned in saying from Christerian, it's going to roll around way too big of a force.
With the GS Slam, with the 8-bit online, and seemingly the, you know, trying to really index into 8-bit in this stage 2, I think it's more likely IMTLT is trying to play for Riven in this game. Has Harm Assist as the first augment, which is obviously going to be very good for Riven in general, has been the entire set. So we'll see if he can make it there. Riven has one of the highest win rates that we've seen across any reroll comp in this tournament up until today. And that could be the out that TLT is going for to have a big result in this game 6 and make it into that final lobby.
For Tartman, of course, with those wins, we are going to keep it going, just trying to keep it in there, get the cash outs every now and then to juice up the econ, try and play to our strengths, and maybe try to beat Lana. We'll see whether or not that's a possibility. Currently on 100 HP and 4 wins in, but they have each other in the match pool, so it could be a matchup between the two of them. Looking at Lana's board, we are running a little bit of disco, and that was the comp that I think Nomi was saying top of show players seem to undervalue. Would you agree?
In the early game, especially, I believe so. I think Disco Opener is just really strong. Urgot, really just the Disco core plus units like Kale, units like Bard, units like Urgot do so much in the early game with the extra stats you get from the Disco trade itself. And we're seeing here, I think Lana perfectly knows this, abuses in some ways this Urgot, a singular Urgot 1 to win streak all of this stage and put himself in a very good position to probably pivot off of the Disco coming to later stages, as he does not have items for TF and does not really have any AP items at all. Darkest now trying to make any kind of a board here. As the Cassante, gonna have to hope for maybe some Heartsteel headliner at level 6.
these scuttles don't do anything, so really he could still be going with less of a board just to make it through. I know the Krucks always feel threatening, but these little guys wouldn't do anything. They're just little guys.
It's more so the opponent he's facing in stage 3 after these little guys that will be doing a whole lot. And he's at 67 HP or 68 HP already, so it could be a scary place to be at if you don't build a board. The idea of open forwarding, it's so hard to come back from it because you have to hope your natural shops give you good enough units that you don't have to roll to find anything better to actually have a semi-stable board where you don't lose 6-0 every single fight.
This is where the magic should happen for Darkest. Does pick up the Seraphine headliner, and that's a really interesting play. We have seen the Seraphine reroll from other players as well. We got the Lulu on board, 5 Spellweaver online, as well as the Aegis that would protect a little bit of a squishier backline. I'm not sure if we checked the KDA yet. There is one KDA Hex that I, personally, I just hate it. I hate playing with it. It's so bad, but something that isn't is an Olaf 3 coming together for double here.
Double finding it on time, using the duplicator to do so, it looks like in the end there, but finds the country online as well, gets 3 Bruiser, gonna have to hope for a 4th in his next few natural shots, but with the Olaf 3 online, he can start popping levels now and trying to go 8, maybe 9 with just the Olaf himself, although needs to find some better items here. Could be slamming QSS on the Olaf, chooses not to. The belt will become a Stair Axe, and then maybe wants a BT as that final item.
I love Olaf. The fact that he hits faster and stronger the lower he goes just is so entertaining to watch to me. But what's also entertaining is augments, and those are rolling around just about now. It's going to be another round of gold augments. Surely the blank slate is not something we're considering. Rolls it away. Twin Terror, I'm not actually sure that's a thing with Olaf. We've been seeing a lot of...
I've heard rumors, but we're gonna see it looks like. Oh, I'm excited now.
With him already having the 3-star, he says, you know, after all, why shouldn't I?
A little bit of cookery going on here. Gonna try and make the best possible use of this Olaf 3. We'll see how far this combination of augments will get him with too big to fail, potentially helping out on both of those Olafs blowing up and dealing a lot of extra damage once they do end up dying off. I wanted to mention quickly with Darkest picking up the Seraphine headliner earlier on. We saw Tardaman, despite playing the Heartsteel, had 5 Seraphine, was maybe angling towards Seraphine reroll as his comp, so that will make it a little bit harder. Looking at the items we talked about, it is going to be an early TF, so it will fit the board for now, but we'll see if this is going to be good enough for him to actually commit to playing TF throughout the entirety of this game, with the BT now going onto the tank.
While Brolaf is running around on the other side of the board, coming through from double, and this one is trying to make his way towards the Twisted Fate. Big issue with the Twisted is that he just spray and praise for the most part, so he doesn't have the nuke on a single target unit that could help in taking down something like an Olaf. Really unfortunate matchup here for Lalana.
And this is what I was talking about, Tardaman. 5 Seraphines. Having those 3 out of the pool from Darkest makes his job a little bit harder in terms of rolling for that Seraphine headliner. For now, it's a Senna item holding instead. So this could just be, if he finds another natural Seraphine, he's going to commit to it. If not, he can just decide to play for Heartsteel instead. He can decide to play for Ari in the late game. We'll see exactly what Tardaman wants to do. He has, I think, a very good spot in terms of having different options open.
We are in a little bit of a game, a pause, just keeping you updated. We don't know why exactly, but most of the time these kick in. It's because of some connection issues, so we'll see and wait what's going on and whether or not we can get back into the game as soon as possible. But while we're here, that allows us to take a look at the overall health and state of the lobby. And one thing that has to stick out, if you're looking on the right side of the screen, is TLT's AHP, 7 losses down. We know he's on that Heartsteel, but can he actually transform it has to be the question there.
And my guess was correct. He is going to be playing for Riven in this case now. He has the QSS already slammed in the Corki, so that pretty much decides it. I think you're not slamming QSS unless you're playing specifically for Riven reroll as your option going into stage 4. As you mentioned, though, very low HP. It's very tricky to play for these Riven or Yone reroll lines while coming into the roll down with sub 40, sub 30 HP, because it means that if you miss, you don't have that backup HP to actually cover you.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. On the other side is Darkest. We're now getting another glimpse on this Seraphine reroll. Like you said, it's a little bit of a contest, so we'll see what comes out of it. But for now, seems to be good enough to move through the stages and deal enough damage after a little bit of a harder open from Darkest. Tiaan losing again. dropping lower and lower. He's on half from what Tartman has, and Tartman is next in line. That's a big change.
We do see a Riven with a spatula. TLT immediately perks up. He's like, oh, is this for me? I'm first pick. Thank you. It's right in front of me. Thank you, Mort Dog. We'll see if that'll be enough. We could see, obviously, the 8-bit emblem. We could see 6 8-bit. This is a lot of ifs, though. We have to wait and see if Tartman, or if TLT rather, even finds enough Rivens to stabilize at 4-1.
And really, that's the big thing, because you do want to run the Riven as headliner ideally. And that means that you'll need to find it first. And looking at his board, there's currently one Riven 1, if I saw that correctly, goes to level 7 here to try and up the chances of 3 costs rolling around for a TLT. And now you can see the gold is dropping as more and more units are being found.
Tartman still itemizing the Senna. Senna's gone. Just trying to pick up all the loot orbs here. Finally has enough bench space to get them. And is going to be rolling for the Seraphine. It looks like they're in the end for Tartman. He has committed into that line. TLT for now has rolled down, has not hit the Riven headliner. He's on 5 copies of Riven, though, which means that if he finds just one more and the headliner, he could be in a good spot. Has found a Viego and a Mordekaiser as well.
Yeah, I don't hate this spot, but of course, if you're spending that much gold, you would have really liked to see it come together for now with that QSS and that Giant Slayer. That Riven is going to be doing so much heavy lifting, and there's a Caitlyn on board already as well, which definitely helps out here. Now, we did quickly see a cash out there from Tartman before we hopped on over to TLT, so we will to check back in and see how far we got on that Seraphine.
For TLT, the real downside is the fact that he got 2 rods from these PvE rounds. This is obviously not ideal. It's the worst possible component for, well, most AD comps, for Riven, for Heartsteel. But it's going to be awkward to really make the best use of them, especially when you need to find a bow as well from this next PvE round to try and get that 8-bit emblem. For Tartman, still rolling here, still on 5 copies of Seraphine. Darkest, of course, was holding 3, as he had a Seraphine headliner for this stage 3. Has now found the Senna, but does not want to go for Senna. Wants to go specifically for the Seraphine in this game 6.
Yeah, and that's so hard. The Darkest does have the headliner, like you said. They're going to be contesting both of them. And then you have your players, like the one on the other side here, Christerion, just casually holding 2 more copies of that Seraphine, because of course you are currently playing around the Lulu, and you also want the Spellweaver in there. So all of these players kind of staring each other in the eye, saying like, give me that, this is what I wanted to play, and it's not working out for Christerion specifically. Or for Tartman specifically, sorry.
And players really banking on finding the right components for the spatulas. In this case, there is going to be Pandora's item for Tartman, so we can't just wait and get that rod to find KDA emblem. We do see finally the Riven headliner has been purchased and still 30 gold to work with. So all of a sudden TLT is looking to be in a very good spot. Has found at least 1 copy of a Caitlyn rather, has 2 Viegos as well. A lucky roll down, maybe with 10 or 20 gold, could put him in a very good position if he finds the right item component here. He needs to find a bow for this 8-bit emblem.
Absolutely right, but doesn't seem to be too happy about having the Riven now. Really needs that last Riven to get that spike as well. Does not get it from the orbs for now, and there is also not going to be a bow that comes around. Big chances for maybe getting Pandora's as a 3rd augment to try and salvage what's going on. We'll find the Mordekaiser at least as a tank, and we're going to roll it down, find that Riven. There it is. Big upgrade in terms of damage.
An 8-bit headliner as well, so we can go for the 6 8-bit. We might be seeing the grand prize once again for the 7th or 8th time on broadcast in this tournament. And looking at TLT's items before as well, despite having so many rods, he did find ways or other components to actually use those rods. He had a chain for Crown Guard. He had potentially a sword, a BF sword for maybe a gunblade on something like a Caitlyn or the Viego. But looking back at Tartman, he has also hit. Seraphine 3 is online now with Kaisa now holding items for the army that could be coming down the pipeline.
And that's bad news for Darkest. If I'm seeing correctly, they even sold off the Seraphine to try and go into a different direction. We'll see how it looks like. But for Tartman, Seraphine 3 is not enough. When a Riven looks at you the wrong way, she's going to come for you. She's going to take you down. One of the best comms in terms of stat we've been seeing all weekend. And she just goes to show why that is the case. Here is Darkest's board, though, as augments are rolling around. We're going to take a look at this one, still running the KDA. But if I saw correctly, we're on a little bit of a Lulu trend now.
I think Darkest was just holding the Seraphine Headliner as an item holder in stage 3. Lulu, similar thing now. I think he's moving into the Ari Akali, or at the very least Ari. And yeah, it looks like Ari Akali with a KDA emblem as well. So will be a 7 KDA board, ideally, although you need to find still this Ari, and this could be the time to roll it down.
It's actually Akali.
He has 2 emblems.
Headliner. Really nice. We're cooking on this board for Darkest.
So Darkest does not want to roll here because if he can pump into levels instead, if this board is stable enough, he can actually play for 10 KDA much later in stage 5 and 6. We'll see if he can actually make it there with just the Lulu and the Kali now trying to hold down the fort.
Oh, KL3 coming online for Crysterion. Here we are seeing those upgrades fly in all across the board. The lobby is getting closer and closer in terms of strength, and that really tells you if you haven't hit what you were looking for, you're going to be caught between a rock and a tough spot. And that's exactly what's happening for some of the players at the bottom of the standings. For now, Darkest has Steam to recover here on the back of the 7 KDA is just so good. This Poppy won't do anything. They'll be able to win.
Oh, I'm not so sure this Poppy's staying relatively healthy. Finally being chunked down a tiny bit. When the CC from the Lulu comes in, that should be the key moment to actually chip her down. But the HP from the Warmog scaling so much. You can see how much she's actually stalling out this fight all by herself.
Eventually, she is going to fall. I didn't say instantly. She's going to take some time, but what goes up must come down, and you can see even more upgrades flying in. Chinar finds that Ari 2 big secondary carry, also has the Caitlyn online with a true damage on the Senna. Hopping over to Lalana, we found the Twisted Fate 2 a little while ago, but now we also have the Ziggs on board, which surely is really nice.
And that's the key thing. Most of these players are trying to make it to 9 now, or trying to reach that next level of cap. This is Scuttle Puddle, reminder. So what you think is a strong board usually in stage 4 is not really going to be as strong with all the extra resources you're getting in a portal like Scuttle Puddle.
Absolutely right. And there's just so many more possibilities for rerolls to find early on, which is why you are seeing those Seraphines, those Riven come together at an early time. And I'm wondering a little bit on this comp in particular. We still have the Too Big to Fail. We also have the Twin Terror. But can the Olaf actually compete in the Scuttle Puddle lobby? Seems like, yeah, he can easily against an Akali. He doesn't even care.
And you have your answer. Makes this Olaf, the lower he goes, the more DPS he's able to dish out. Another Spatula. A Caitlyn as well for TLT, who is no longer first pick. He has stabilized off of that Ribbon 3. He has stabilized off of just the massive amount of upgrades and potentially the 8-bit emblem if he has it. Yeah, he puts the bow here, so he does finally have the 6 8-bit now online. Becomes one of these Grim Reaper players coming into stage 5.
Dude, I'm not over that Olaf yet. It's still like in my brain, like etched into it, as if when you look too long into the sun. That's what I'm seeing in my forehead right now. But okay. Just fine. So
what?
Yeah, no, I think that's fine.
What bruiser do you not have upgraded yet? Oh, this one. Okay, here you go, sir.
Just deliver it to him instantly in one shot. Surely that's how you can play as well. Finding those sets, you do want to upgrade everything you can get with the bruiser boards. So that's exactly what the game plan looks like for double. But hopping over to Zoro, one of the players you've been in particular hyping up. And I feel like between looking at this board and then the one that Darkest had built out, this one might seem to lose out between the KDA contest.
Just awkward components all around. Is forced to build a second red buff. You don't really want that much anti-heal despite having some damage amp as well onto this Ari. You're kind of forced to build it because you don't want to have 3 components on your bench this late into stage 4, especially when you're relatively low on HP as well. Currently 6th place in the standings, and this fight's looking close. It should just barely be enough up against Lalana, and actually quite bad news for Darkest. We talked about them trying to reach level 9 to reach 10 KDA, but so many Aris out of the pool. We're seeing Tardaman has one Ari. We saw Chinar had an Ari2 item carry. We see Zoro trying to index into Ari as well. So we talked about Ezreal and Heartsteel being contested every game. Now it seems like it's the KDA line. It's entirely contested across this game 6.
Yeah, so we saw it there for a split second. 2 emblems on Darkest, 2 emblems on Tartman, and Zoro doesn't even have a single. How are you going to contest that? You won't. You'll look at the other 2 and you'll go like, oh, all right then. So this is what we're doing. I guess I must have missed a memo, and that's really unfortunate because you cannot just like craft these emblems out of nowhere. So we'll have to try and find some other outs. Maybe go into level, try to build a legendary support.
Has to kill units here.
We'll see how it goes, but Darkest struggling against the Senna. Lulu will help, and in the end, Akali will try to finish it out. She can't take an Olaf 3, but she can take a Senna.
And Darkest just extremely risky play, going down so low, saving all this gold to try and make it to 9, to try and find that 10 KDA win condition, and risk so much. If he would have lost this fight, they might have been in big trouble. Wins it, has a little bit of a buffer, although stage 5, any loss might be the end of the road if you're at 13 HP. And again, finding an Ahri with how contested this unit is, was very little gold to roll, might be an impossible task, Makes.
But good news for both Darkest and Zora, who we are looking at right now. Tartman getting knocked out, the other player that was contesting them, frees up some of the units, allows you to maybe get them on board. Now you're going to get a little bit of a gold injection coming from these neutrals here, so you are getting another chance to maybe for Zoro to find that RE2, and for Darkest to assemble the dream of 10 KDA. We're going to be looking forward to whether or not that is possible. For now, just a bunch of components coming through, and like I said, lots of gold.
Look at these Ezreals and Zeds in the shop. No one wants them in this game 6. Zora will hold them just because, I think maybe more out of force of habit of this entire tournament. But there we see Darkest has found Ahri both in her headliner and non-headliner variant. 10 KDA is online at the very start of this stage 5, and this might be the comeback that Darkest was looking for.
Yes, it might be, but the only thing that has me a little bit worried as well, we have found this Ahri. It's not an RE2 just yet. We're going to slam that Nashor's Tooth, try and get some more frontline with the Redemption last second, slam that component anvil as well, and we're really banking on the Akali that's slicing through the backline there to do most of the heavy lifting. Ahri's just in a supporting fashion here. Of course, the 10 KDA is strong enough to take down the disco board.
You remember Makes yesterday, Alana, what his attempt at a win condition was in that very last game in day 2?
Blitzcrank 3.
Blitzcrank 3, that's right. Do you know what his attempt at a win condition might be for this game 6 of this day 3?
Is it maybe a Blitzcrank 3 again? Because if I saw correctly, there's 2 Blitzcrank 2 on Lalana's board, which maybe other people haven't realized, but they have. TLT already holding that Blitzcrank saying nay. Although, I do want to point out, this time around, the Blitzcrank does not have an Archangels. So surely he's not going to go as crazy as the one yesterday.
All right, so you're telling me it's a bot 4. All right, well, Alana, I'm sorry. Good attempt, but no Archangels. It's going to be a GG from us. Still 7 blitzes away, is level 9, has very little goal to work with. And as you mentioned, there are some players that have picked up on this fact, maybe have pinged a time or two to make sure everyone knows of the looming threats on the horizon. Blitz is a menace. As a 2-star, he sometimes 1v3s fights. He has no business 1v3ing as a 3-star. I can only imagine the damage he's able to dish out.
I mean, we don't have to imagine, we've seen it before, but here is once again the beautiful rematch of Olaf against Akali. This time around, it is not gonna go Olaf's way. Double taking a loss here, and Darkest on the back of the 10 KDA able to get that win streak in. They are looking really good with the KDAs, and Zoro on the contest did find the win in the previous round, but didn't find the Ahri just yet, and that has to be a little bit worrisome.
The board is just not optimal. The items are not optimal onto the Ahri. The Edge of Night red buff, when you already have a red buff on your Kali, is not ideal. You're only on 5 KDA, not on 10. And equally unoptimal is potentially Double's board as well. Only on 4 bruisers, not on 6. Cannot find an Alawi, which is the one big spike. If you look at the stats, it's a massive spike in terms of where you place with Too Big to Fail. And you're up against this Riven 3 from TLT, which is an absolute menace. The Olaf, he's being bursted down far too quickly. Can he clean up? The answer is no. Riven dishes so much damage, and Double 61 is down.
And that really was so fast for the Olaf to fall. Like you said, not being able to find the Alawi has to be so troubling. Did go for the double Sona to try and empower her with the Twin Terror at least a little bit to maybe get some extra damage instead of the extra tankiness. But with the way that Olaf was positioned, it was just too much pain and too little time for him to actually do his worst. Now, you're getting another glimpse at the Crank 3 attempt from Lalana at the bottom there, as well as a glimpse at this carousel here with some nice little tank items.
Silver lining for any of our Karmine Corp fans in the audience, Double is pretty much guaranteed to qualify to EMEA Finals off of ladder alone. So he wasn't needing that final lobby, needing that final great result in this GSC number 2 to actually make it. So the 7th hurts a little bit less because with 27 points, or 28 rather, I don't think it will be enough to actually qualify to be among those top 8 in the standings once this game concludes.
Gonna be seeing how the math looks like on this one, as once again, Panda, we find ourselves in a lobby that seems like it couldn't be very much closer. 29 HP on Tunar at the top, 10 on Lalana at the bottom, and all of these players with comms that can dish out loads of damage. It is a scuttle puddle game. It is a game where every single comm is just used up to the maximum, and we'll see whether or not the Discos can keep up with Darkest KDA Rain that has been put together. On the other side, we are now seeing the Ahri fully upgraded, and she is going to be a menace against this board. Take out anything and everything that the Akali can't reach, and instantly Lalana is knocked out.
And we can see how much Scuttle Puddle has altered the state of this game, how much what looks like a very strong board actually is not as strong as you see, because other players are reaching 6-8-bit, they're reaching 10 KDA. It's just very hard to match with a standard disco board, which is what Lalana was playing, with the hopes of having that Blitz 3 become a viable win condition. A 6th place in the end for the UK player, TLT, also taking a hit down to 11 HP, but Darkest is the player that is streaking the entirety of the stage after that 10 KDA spike.
And speaking of, you said it, 6-8-bit TLT just lost. I feel like we need to check in and see how we are doing on the 8-bit counter. Are we any close? Is it possible for TLT to even reach that cash out? Doesn't seem to look like it from everything we're gathering here. Caitlyn in the backline could get another item too, to maybe be just a little bit stronger, but it might just be enough against Christerian, to be honest with you. If the Riven can find her way towards this, and she can, she's just going to be an absolute menace. Christerian taken out within seconds.
I love these Riven fights because I think it's the only comp in the game that can pull off 5-second fights in stage 5. The Riven sneaks into the backline, 1-2 steps. I don't know if it's salsa or what kind of dance move she used there, but immediately deletes the entirety of the backline, and TLT survives into the top 4. Chinar and Darkest, both Turkish players, are also alive, with now Zoro, disco player who is not playing disco in this game 6.
I mean, that's the dance of Dimmak, just moving through those units. A mere touch is enough to take them down, but here are the crabs, and we're gonna get another injection of gold. Looking at the total, all of our players, well, actually not all. Chinar, the only player on level 8, could still go a level 9 here in these next couple of seconds, as we are going to get another upgrade from the component, or item handles rather.
Oh, just like that. Roll once. Alawi 2 comes out of nowhere. Hopefully a few items here to make her a little bit more of a bit stronger as just a tank, to buy more time for the Zakali, for the Ahri to do their thing. And seems like Ahri is the name of the game in this game 6. 3 of the players in our top 4 utilizing Ahri as one of their damage dealers, with Senna being the star of the show here for Chinar, but he does not go into the vertical true damage. Instead, he opts to find other ways to add damage onto this board, with both the Caitlyn and the Ahri coming online. So a nice flex board here from Chinar.
Yeah, I really like this as well, the true damage mixed up with everything else, but something that isn't mixed up is the vertical 6-8-bit, as well as the 10 KD8. We're just seeing the sheer power of these two boards go up against each other. The Riven's still alive. We'll try to find the Akali, but the Poppy has her hammered down first, and that is going to be it. Knocked out by Darkest here. TLT is going to fall.
And Darkest, unlike other vertical traits, 10 KDA is not an insta-win. I've seen 10 KDA boards, if they don't have their items, if their units are not all fully upgraded, they've pittered out into a 3rd or a 4th or a 5th in some cases, in some very unfortunate cases. But for now, Darkest continuing to win streak. We've seen the entirety of stage 5 and the start of this stage 6 without a single loss. Chinar is rolling, trying to find that Caitlyn 3. He cannot find it. He's selling off, I think, too much of his board, but he knows he cannot win otherwise.
We'll see who comes around on the other side, and it is the copy of Darkest. Shinar knows that this cannot be good. You can see it in his face. The devastation of the 10 KDA showing up on your doorstep. The Akali leaves the Caitlyn alive for one more second, but it will all be too little too late. Both of them fall, and with that, the Ahri is going to keel over as well, and Shinar taken out.
And Shinar on 23 points, 6 points for this third place. Oh, the game is over. Darkest is now our victor in this game 6. 10 KDA, too strong. And shout out to Darkest, where everything on the line in this game 6, he sits on 50, 60 gold the entirety of stage 4 because they know their win condition is making to level 9 to fit in that 10 KDA. Had to find the Ahri as well. Manages to do it all exactly on 5-1 and doesn't lose a single fight since then.
Yeah, I really think the coolest way is how they navigated kind of always being somewhat contested by other players, but not locking themselves in. Really cool. We're going to go into a quick break, and then we'll see who our top 8 are that will play one more game in our Golden Spatula Cup here today, so stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Stormy. I'm 27 from England. This is actually like my first sort of set playing competitive TFT properly. I started playing some open qualifiers last set, and yeah, now I'm here. My first time challenger was last set, and then I went to Vegas, and that was kind of crazy. So yeah, it's kind of exciting, and I'm looking forward to see what this year holds. So for set 10, I think I'm actually really enjoying it so far. I think it'll go down as probably one of my favorite sets of all time. I definitely like that Legends were removed going from set 9 to 10, and the set is designed is like really flexible, really fun to play. There's so many opportunities that you have when you're in a game that just opens everything up, and it feels really nice to play. Headliner mechanic I think is pretty fun. I didn't really play much set 4, so I don't really have too much like nostalgia or I guess hatred for it already. And I think it's pretty fun. I think it's a cool mechanic that lets you be a bit more flexible on your roll downs as well. So I'm really enjoying this set. Yeah. Okay, I want to shout out all my friends that I've prepped with since PBE. There's been a big group of us, mostly from Northern Legends, and I think we've all really improved as players from prepping together and talking together. I want to shout out my friends who don't even play the game as well, and they still watch me and cheer me on. It's really nice to have that support, and also just the TFT community in general. Like everyone in TFT is so awesome, so friendly. So yeah.
I'm not sure I could have asked for a better game to lead us into the top 8 because that was an absolute nightmare. The back and forth from everyone, starting off with the scuttle puddle. We were talking about how much that just changes the tempo right off the bat.
Yeah, absolutely right, because it gives so many more bailouts for players that are trying to go overextending into some of those reroll lines. So you saw like TLT go very deep, then get another injection of cash coming through, right? We saw double 61 also. Like we saw so many reroll lines. And then, well, it also has another added side effect, Peter. You get quite an extended amount of golden orbs, and well, Darkest, they did quite well with those.
I mean, the thing is, Darkest, I think they sit most closely in our minds for finding the most extreme versions of boards and managing to make it work. So, honestly, I mean, this was such an important lobby. Darkest came into this one as one of the players with the lowest tournament points overall. So, really, the only way they were ever making it out was with the first place and with a ludicrous board like KDA 10.
Well, and they came into it, too, with such an interesting strategy. They open-forted when no one was like actively open forting. TLT was the second lowest player and had like an actual human board. Definitely could have sold out, but I don't know how much of a risk it was for Darkest. But having that guarantee that you get that full streak going in to the PvE round clearly paid off really well. Taking that additional risk, knowing, like you said, Peter, this is their last chance. Their only opportunity is to get first. So risking anything short of all that they have would not be enough.
Oh, I think in any other lobbies, I love what particularly, Darkest, of course, had the best board, but Shinar in third place with the Rampy Rhythm, putting together so many backline carries. I think in any other lobby, that would have been a good enough melange to, make it work and get a first place.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that you just get to see the fact that there's just so much extra pressure. We saw another player die. We saw Tiaan, right? He died before we even got to the final the final PvE round that gives you components and stuff like that, right? What you would call the wraps around normally. And again, this is kind of another thing as well, where it's you look at this and then you look at it and you kind of understand, you kind of realize that the additional tempo also is reflected in the damage that we saw with the Tactician's Crown one as well earlier on today.
Yeah, I was really impressed with all of that. The gameplay coming out of that last round, I'm really excited to see who's going to make it into the final round of the day. But we have the standings up so we can see exactly that. It's been 6 rounds so far, and we are waiting for the 7th. So we see here all of the players who have fallen on their way to the final round. Some of them very close to tasting victory, some a little bit less so.
Yeah, I mean, it's been an incredible journey just to get to day 3 at all. But we do have our final 8 confirmed. Yes, it's looking very German. It's looking very Turkey. And it looks like everyone's got something to be happy about on the casting desk.
Yeah, but also it's worth noting, right, that when we look at the top card here, every single placement in this final game will matter. 4 points from 1st to 8th. That is a huge amount of swing potential, right? There's no player that can be okay, I just need to go 6th and then I'm a champion. It's not quite a checkmate, but we are very close to one actually, which is pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm incredibly excited to see this because I've really enjoyed the addition of the 7th round on the final day. It gives a sense of finality, gives a sense of grandeur, and I'm so excited to see what our players are going to bring out. I'm praying for the Italian Golden Spatula Cup win, but we can see here everyone who's already taken those wins before. But so many names in this final lobby aren't on this list. We have a bunch of players who could claim their very first Golden Spatula Cup win.
You have Salvi, Salvi is the one name on this list now that has the opportunity to become a 2-time Golden Spatula Cup champion, joining Zaz. I imagine that as a statement for Germany. That is a statement win. There would be two-time GSC champions. Both of them would come out of Germany. That's a huge one.
No, that would be absolutely wild. I mean, I wasn't even sure that the 2-time GSC winner will be met of Salsa, but to have 2 of them would be absolutely crazy. I'm so excited to see what these players can get for us, though, to see one more name added to that list. And as you said, Wita, with the points being so close, anything could happen.
With that, we're going to leave it off to our casters, Makes and Impetuous Panda, to take us to the final game of the day, final game of the Golden Spatula Cup. We will crown a winner in just under an hour. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much. Now, I personally believe I was put on this desk just to get my hopes up and then be disappointed, but we'll see how this one is going to run out. Of course, a glorious top 8, Panda.
My hopes cannot go up because I think the last time any Spanish player had a chance at winning GSC, it's when Lumarpin won it all the way back in set 7, which seems like eons and eons ago. But I can root for the Turkish community because it's been, well, since never when a Turkish player was able to win a GSC. And this is one of the countries that has been there from the very beginning. So many strong players. Of course, Ging and Chinar are the standouts where they come to mind, Rubik as well. But in the last few sets as well, so many new Turkish players, you know, really starting to enter the discussion. Darkest, I think, being one of them since all the way back in set 7 and 8.
Yeah, I was going to mention, I think Darkest specifically, I've been calling them the Scapeus Light because it's always some comp that if you look at it, you're like, this is really good. And then somehow it works out. And it's really, really cool to see. But it seems we found ourselves in a predicament that is going to be a prismatic symphony.
It is. The symphony, usually I think something you want to hear, something you would enjoy, something that, you know, is pleasing for your ears. For me, not so much. Darkest making sure it's also not the case with the emote spam at the start of this game. But it's going to be interesting to see how players adapt, knowing exactly what augments they'll be getting at every single stage of this game and how they prepare their game plans, their boards, their expectations around things like binary, for example, later on in the game.
Absolutely. Of course, more players in this lobby. I do want to give a shout out to Ryko. Ryko also has been a part of Rising Legends for a long time now. I have very fond memories of the Holy Moly interview personally, but he's been showing up throughout this entire day looking so good, but also looking to be pretty foresty on the Heartsteel front. So my big question is, can he do that again? Can he actually get away with it in a final lobby like this one?
And if we haven't already made it clear, there is not a point reset coming into this final game, so Ryko will have a advantage when it comes to not needing necessarily a first or maybe even a second to win outright and become GSC champion. Darkest, if you don't stop this emote spamming, we will be moving off your board and maybe giving you the spotlight only in stage 4. Be careful, but
Well, hopping over to Wet Jungler, current Vice World Champion. I feel like, you know, at that point, you're ought to win a Golden Spatula Cup every now and then, no? But here's our first set of prismatics coming up, and we'll see where we're headed with this one. Twin Terror used to be a very popular pickup, is not going to be that. Instead goes for the Living Forge. We'll see some more come through on the right-hand side.
Would this be? No, not going to be a Mogul's Mill. Will be the Infinity Force instead onto the Olaf. And I like that pick from Wet Jungler. Already has a Heartsteel start with a Cassante headliner. Is going to continue trying to scale into the late game. And Living Forge pairs magnificently with that. So you're able to get more and more artifacts as the game goes longer and longer. And if you're playing a Heartsteel opener, you expect to eventually stabilize and make it into that late game, into that stage 5, stage 6.
Well, I think this is not a drill. Are you seeing what I'm seeing on Click Hornin?
I am, Makes, and this is a dangerous path to take in Game 7 of a GSC. Cruel Pact is online. Hopefully the gods will not be cruel to our Turkish player.
So, it's been a while, for real, since I've seen this one in a competitive setting. The big kicker with it is that you'll need to kind of play ahead of the lobby while also making sure you keep winning so that you can then invest your HP once again to level to stay ahead. It's kind of the cycle, but at some point it's going to fall off. So the big question is that actually smart in a triple prismatic lobby where the tempo is going to be so much faster than in a regular one?
It is risky. That is what the augment brings forward. It gives you a huge spike in the early game, but it is very risky. I want to see especially what Hornin is going to play around in stage 3. For now, he's going to be playing this disco opener and overall has a very, very strong board at this very beginning in stage 2. Won't be losing, I have to imagine, any fights. I hope not during this stage 2, but we'll see what he does in stage 3 especially.
Going to be checking in with that one once again. And you mentioned Ryko, but Gubaster also up there in the points, 35 on both of them. Both of them could take it all today, as we are seeing Heartsteel once again come online for these players. They just cannot take their hands off of this comp.
Not just that, but the Olaf headliner with a Radiant TG going to be so impactful in this stage 2. Again, you can preserve HP despite having Heartsteel in, try and maybe even win streak the stage 2, and then lose fights later on in stage 3 and 4 where the cash outs are that much more relevant, and the losses to stack those hearts are going to be so much more impactful. So if there's a game to really go all in on Heartsteel, it's this one, of course. You want to go for that big win, that 1st or 8th place cell to try and become a GSC champion.
And now, of course, we did look at the Cruel Pact before. Let's not get baited by it in the HP totals, but that also means if you're a player that had the goal to maybe open with a win streak, that goal is now out the window. It's not going to happen. There's a Cruel Pact player, you're never going to get there.
In the prismatic lobby, especially, you have to be scouting to see before you commit to leveling to 4, even on 2-1, what other prismatics are chosen. If they're that skill into the late game, like Living Forge, for example, or the prismatics that give you immediate combat strength where you won't be able to contest those win streaks, as you're saying. March of Progress, though, for Darkest, of course, this is a reroll option. We'll see what line they want to commit to. We know the strongest rerolls in this tournament so far have been that Senna, that Katarina in some cases, the Riven when it comes to the AD rerolls, but what do you think Darkest might be going for with this current board? Has a few AP units and it's here right now in the Katarina.
I mean, I feel like right now we're still pretty open, right? You have one tier, you have one bow, you could turn both of these into anything and everything. You're running the Katarina. If you somehow natural a bunch of Katarinas, we could even go for that one. But I do think ideally you are angling for something more 8-bit heavy, as that just seems to be the creme de la creme of the reroll right now.
Solvi seemed a little bit lost, not sure exactly what unit or item component to go for. Picks up the Seraphine with a rod in the end instead. Looking at the lower third there, we see how many Olafs have been picked up as headliners for the stage 2. I think it's a natural confirmation bias. If players have made it this far in the tournament, if they are playing in this game 7, it means they are acutely aware of the strength of Olaf as a headliner in this stage 2.
How could they not be? Come on, we just saw him take out a headliner Akali in the previous game. This guy deserves some credit, for real. We are going to be hopping over on Ryko's board to check in. Like I said, Ryko has been playing Heartsteel 80% of his games the last time I checked his stats, and this one doesn't seem to be any different.
Very interesting. Does pick up the Pantheon headliner here. Loses a lot of gold to do so, but trying to maybe opt to preserve some HP at this point in the game. Still a very interesting decision here. Now going to be down to 1 gold. And going to be very hard to recover this economy later on.
I love the little blanket. I'm just now realizing he's all cozied up. Really nice. So that little player personality that we get through the cams, always good to see. It will be enough to take the win here, but like you're saying, I'm also a little bit worried for what it spells in the long run in terms of board strength. Going to be hopping over to Gobuster, who continues to win here, and with Blast at Moon and Gobuster both streaking right now, soon enough they will meet with Klikornen, and I'm just scared something's going to happen, Panda.
You have to hope you can dodge this matchup, at least for this stage 2, to get the 5-lot win streak going into the Krug round. But the item slams are, I think, the key, way to know what comps players are angling towards, what game plan they want. And Gobo, with the red buff and the even shot slammed, pretty much saying, hey, I'll probably try and play for Heartsteel in this game if the rest of the lobby allows me to do so. For Blast at Moon, not so clear. Infinity Force, a relatively open augment, as is Asterix. This could be going on to Viego much later into the game with a Pentakill already. Pretty heavily indexed on this board. 4 Pentakill already online here for Blast.
And this is one of the matchups that we were talking about. One of the win-streaking players going up against a Cruel Pact board seems to be working out for our Turkish representative. Klikorn is going to try and take down this Olaf with the accumulated power of this board. The set is being a little bit annoying there and staying strong, but in the end, 5 units against Olaf.
It's taking longer than it should. I'm starting to get a little bit nervous, Makes. Makes.
Oh no! Look at Blast at Moon.
Oh my goodness. I don't think you recover mentally from that loss. Olaf is an absolute unit in stage 2. I was trying to say it before, but I did not mean this much. And the 5 win streak intact for the UK player, the headliner Olaf. I mean, if you have not been buying this unit for the last 2 months, I don't know what you're doing playing TFT.
I feel so bad. I'm sorry, but it's so comedic that this Olaf just stands there for as long as he did, and I feel so bad for Clickcorning because really that ruins your game plan. This early loss is really tragic as it's more HP that you can now not invest, and there's another win-streaking player in the lobby pool that you haven't met up with yet, and you gotta be looking at that one and thinking, oh no, it might happen.
I hope Corning gets some good sleep tonight without any Olafs, Berserkers just, in his nightmares, hopefully, if this game does not go well, because that might be a traumatic moment. Yasuo 3 is found for Solvi, though, has Prismatic Jewel Lotus here as well to really amp up the damage onto this Yasuo, has the Omnivamp off of the Hodge. Overall, we've seen so many Yasuos fail on broadcast today throughout this tournament day. Is this one going to work, Max? What do you think? What does this setup look like to you?
Okay, if you want my honest opinion, I've been super disappointed by the Yasuo reroll. I am not so sure it is going to be enough, but I do like that we are prioritizing the edgelord over the true damage. I think that makes so much more sense, particularly in the early stages. So that is a really nice little change, and it's hopefully going to work out for now. But if I'm not mistaken, Gobuster is fighting against Clickcornin. Okay, he's not. Gobuster's fighting against Blast at Moon. We're safe for another round.
Talking about Yasuo, most players, competitive players, players of all levels really have mostly seen true damage Yasuo as the better variant, the stronger variant to have, the preferred variant. Back in GSC 1, the entirety of the Polish prep group rated Yasuo reroll very highly as a viable game plan to have for that tournament. And, Kubek, Travis, a lot of the best Polish players in the EMEA scene that the edgelord variant is stronger simply because 3 edgelord is a much bigger trait spike than 4 true damage for Yasuo, and the biggest and most important stage for Yasuo is stage 3. If Yasuo does not win every single fight in stage 3, if it doesn't scale his damage on the extra stacking AD, he has a very hard time in stages 4 and 5. So I do believe this is a stronger variant. I do believe that Solvi is a player that potentially knows the different lines, the different variations around this Yasuo, so he could find success with this.
I'm sure Salvi is one of the dear list believers, so I trust him when it comes to the rerolls. We'll see how it goes. Quickly checking in with Clickcorn. There has found a Karthus fully itemized, does have the JG on it as well to unlock that extra crit chance, and we're going to see it come through on the other side of the board. This is Darkest though with the 5 Spellweaver, playing a very similar game plan to the previous game where they're playing around something like the Seraphine Headliner.
Uh-oh. Oh, this board is not stable enough. A second loss for the Cruel Pact player, where at the very start of stage 3, he's committing to the Executioner reroll line, but Karthus is currently item holding, and Karthus, without Pentakill, without scaling fights, he is not that strong of a unit. Vex is much better with the upfront damage in stage 3 especially. Not sure how the Turkish player is going to get out of his spot.
Really, that's the issue, right? I think if it's a prismatic start lobby and then you have something like silvers and gold coming after, there is a good chance that Cruel Pact is going to work out. But with how crucial these prismatic augments are through the lobby tempo, knowing that you are going to be in a prismatic symphony lobby and locking this, I thought it was really risky, and we're seeing what it reaps right now for Clickcorn, and it's a really rough spot, and he needs basically legendary luck from the shop to maybe salvage the situation for now.
There's so many players that are spiking in a big way. Binary airdrop for Salvi as well. This Yasuo will be a menace, having a chance to now itemize different units, all these different edgelords coming in. Viego later into the game, potentially Kiana as well for the true damage, alongside the Crowd Diver. And Jeweled Lotus as well. Just 2 great combat strength augments overall for Salvi.
Going to be looking at that carousel that rolls around in a little bit as the fights are finishing out. That will give us an impression of who's running what. And if I'm seeing correctly, Ryko is still on the Jinx as a carrier for now, which is really nice to see. You're also seeing just how much Olaf is being run.
Heads up from Darkest, not playing Heartsteel whatsoever, but picks up the Ezreal, making sure that other Heartsteel players do not have that easy 5 Heartsteel, do not get that very easy power spike on their comps. You have to find ways to make life miserable for your opponents in a game like TFT, especially where the stakes are so high in this final game. Players who find an early Ezreal can really make the best use of it.
Absolutely. And we're seeing something really cool come through on the augments here as well that we haven't really gotten into just yet because of how tied up we were with the Girl Pact and everything that was going on there. Gobuster, who's still leading the lobby in terms of HP totals, picked up two nice little augments that go perfectly with each other. The two Thieves Gloves augments is going to be printing perfect items on basically every single unit. Now the question for you, Panda, is if you have that many perfect Thieves Gloves, what kind of comp do you run that capitalizes on multiple carries easily?
Well, I think just, any comp that has those 2 or 3 damage carries is the key. Hardsteel comps are going to work out because you have the Zed and the Ezreal, but you can add more 5 costs as you level up to level 9 as well. I think there are a ton of comps in the current metagame that have 3 carries that would want items, especially with so many 5 costs now being viable again, like Lucian, for example. There's so many ways to add more and more trait spikes, yes, but also damage dealers onto your board. Even tanks really benefit from TGs, of course, so there's really no way to go wrong, and there's an extra open glove on the bench here for Gobo.
You know what would be crazy? Endless hordes. Can you imagine?
I mean, Darkest
We're gonna get another set. I'm just saying.
I don't know if you saw it. Darkest did pick up Endless Hordes as their second augment, which is why we saw the loss come in for the Cruel Pack player, Forkley Cornin. But for Solo here, very much indexing on to Heartsteel, cash outs, potentially raise the stakes. Solo smirking. Is it time, Solo, to put your entire reputation on the line for a raise the stakes? Seems like it's not.
It's not. We're going to keep on going nice and easy. Zulugazang, a player that has been part of the EMEA scene at its heart, at its core for the longest time, was a pro player in League of Legends before, streams every day for hours on end. This guy is a machine and a beast, and wherever he goes, I trust. So we'll see what he's cooking up right now on the Spellweaver count. On the other side, we are seeing Wet Jungler, also German player coming through here, and still seems to be running that Katarina, but is it a country Katarina?
I think it's just an item holder for now. There's no other Katarinas on the bench. I think Wet Jungler doesn't seem like a player that wants to play Katarina reroll in a spot like this, in a game like this especially. He's been playing mostly flex AD boards, mostly playing around Heartsteel the entirety of this tournament. Really one of the players that I've seen make the best use of those roll downs and just making use of every single unit he hits to assemble a stable board.
Going to be looking at the Wolves here. I'm unhappy to report that another loss has come in for our Cruel Pack player. Is now on his last live. Anyone could end it. Needs to heal back up and buy some time if this is supposed to go anywhere. Checking in with Darkest though. Do see the Akali already on board, which is pretty good for now. Gonna get that Senna out of the match pool, and in goes Seraphine.
This is not a good look for the Cruel Pack player because the entire game plan around this augment is being giga strong early, almost being impossible to lose, and then slowly falling off a tiny bit where it becomes a little bit dicey in stage 4 and 5. If you've already lost a few times in stage 3 and players are now spiking on 4-1, going to 8, rolling down for their headliners, rolling down for the 3 stars, you're going to be in big trouble. And look at this, Ryko, the Heartsteel Whisperer, has already found his headliner, Ezreal. 5 Heartsteel online, could potentially try and get even bigger cash outs in this stage.
You have to remember, this man has assembled the whole and the Mafia behind him. They're all cheering on Ryko. We had Urgot in the interview at the beginning of yesterday,
Faker?
and the Ezreal
No, Faker, don't do it to him.
No!
Dodges the Vexel, barely doesn't win the fight there in the end.
It's okay. We're okay. Ryko still has some HP to work with, I believe. Augment's coming through. Last set of prismatics, of course. Could be another spike for many of these players.
Binary is so big. Not sure if he has a remover, not sure if he has ways to really work around it, but it's one of the biggest augment caps in the game when it comes to playing Heartsteel, especially where you get so many items. You can make so much use of binary as an augment, and it will be a binary pickup for Blast at Moon as well. All those items are on his bench right now, so he has a chance to really make the most use of this augment. Viego Headliner comes online for now.
And that's a really strong one as well, seeing as this time around, we're not really having players go for the Kayle. Everybody is going for late game comps. They know, okay, something like a 2-cost reroll might not do too well in a lobby that is as jazzed up as a triple prismatic lobby. So we are looking more towards those 4-cost.
Oh, solo.
With that, though, I am very surprised that the Yasuo from Salvi is still where it is right now with 7 wins. So I'm curious on where that road leads, but for now we're going to be seeing Zologazan go up against Klikornen here.
And this is not looking good for Solo. Did not really pivot in time, was scrambling to slam items onto his units, is now down to 13 HP, a single life remaining between the tournament run coming to an end for Solo here, with obviously a bot 4 not being anywhere close to enough to finish strong in this game 7.
Where does he go from here? I mean, really, you have 19 gold to work with. Mordekaiser 2 would be nice, just an additional tank. Of course, something like that Karthus 2, that Akali 2, you would have liked to see that as well. Kale for the 7 Pentakill is ready to go.
Finds a Karthus 2. Can't find 7 Pentakill. Can't find the Super Fan, the KDA to come online. I'm not sure this board will be doing enough here. The Mordekaiser 1 especially is very dangerous, with the Ezreal just going to chew through the HP right away. Not going to maybe buy enough time for the Viego to do his thing, for the Karthus to do his thing with the Sniper's Focus. A great artifact on Karthus, but only a singular rod in addition to that artifact. It's just not going to be enough here. The Ezreal too strong, it looks like, but no. Never mind.
It's doing the work, this Gunblade on its own, just holding the Viego by a sliver of an HP bar. Very, very clutch for Zologazang. They're able to hang in there on his last life one more time. He's going to get the chance to pick something from the carousel, but the Sona is already gone.
There is Cyber Bulk for Solo as well, which is why these units survive for so much longer than I thought, especially the Mordekaiser 1. In the end, they're going to be enough for Solo. But again, 1 life makes for Klikornen, 1 life for Solo. Ryko had the 5 hearts too. I imagine he's taking out of it into 3 hearts to try and make his board a bit more stable, considering he is also now at 18 HP, which is 2 lives in stage 4. But if he takes 1 more hit, he could be in big trouble.
Going to be seeing how it goes. Does have the JG now to up that Karthus, but we're also going to be checking in with our Cruel Pact player. He's also picked up the binary, but really is not getting the unit upgrades he wants.
This can't be enough. Not a single 3-star on the board yet for Klikornen at this point in stage 4.
I am very nervous about this one. At least healed up some of the HP, but I don't think 12 is enough for stage 4-5. Ryko also very, very close there, as we are going to be seeing the Yasuo actually in action since a little while. Will fall here due to the Lucian. Just instantly the Riven not able to do enough, and Salvi is going to take a loss.
Solo facing off against the Heartsteel player, so a fairly easy matchup for this last round. Has his board gotten any stronger? Still Mordekaiser 1, still doesn't have the KDA, still stuck on that 6 Pentakill, which is a little bit awkward here.
I'm just happy that we are getting some items onto that Karthus to actually maximize the power of that second carry. That should help, and then the Viego ideally, in theory, finishes those units off. But for Gobo, we have a Tome Pop here, and it's going to be Hyper Pop.
Already had the Dazzler online with the early Ziggs here, so I think the Hyper Pop does end up making sense. These lucky gloves on Ezreal, not sure how lucky they really are. Rage Blade, Last Whisper. We'll see how it fares against the Cool Pack player.
Ezreal in the back line, trying to get those casts off Akali onto him, but he just hovers away. Not enough for the Vex. She finds him, and Gobo is going to take a loss. Unfortunately, we're seeing another loss come through there for Zologazang.
It was expected. I think so much did not go right on that roll down. I think he was angling towards Heartsteel, pivoted out into the Pentakill board instead, and was kind of stuck between both on the roll down, not being able to hold as many units as he would have liked. For Darkest, endless hordes, a few TGs have been found here. Have a Lulu 3 as well with just that singular blue buff, 5 KDA, a ton of traits obviously online. You can make so much use of the KDA buff as well with all these extra units onto your board.
The only thing I dislike about this is that we have Lulu 3 with 1 item. I feel like there's potential there, and I'm happy to see it realized in the long run. But like you said, Darkest at least has one more life. All right, we're on Endless Hordes. Never mind. I was like, huh?
If you could play Endless Hordes with more items, then I think it would be an instant pick for most of our players.
You're so right.
We're looking for what jungler now has found a Pentacle Emblem, has a Zhonya's out of all artifacts onto this Lucian, Morello here as well. But the Viego is really going to be the star of the show here with the Infinity Force, with the Jeweled Lotus Prismatic variant, with the Cybernetic Bulk as well. This Viego is going to be the star of the show, hopefully for what jungler, who is still on 38 HP, is middle of the pack. There's a lot of HP to work with. We see a pretty big divide makes between that top 4 and the bottom 4 right now.
And there it is, that Endless Horde board. 11 units on board against the Pentakill. Viego trying to make way towards that enemy backline. Finds the units, but doesn't really have the power to take them out. Heals back just a little bit, and the Lucian in the backline just sitting in that Zhonya's, watching the fight as it ends.
And this is a tough lobby for most of these players, because first you face a Cruel Pack player, you're taking infinite damage the first 2 stages of the game. Then you face an Endless Horde player, you're taking infinite damage on losses. I think this is why the lobbies has been accelerating at this pace, where we see the big divide between the top 4 and the bottom 4. Even not so much the case now with how big of a hit what jungler just took.
Keep in mind, this is a Prismatic Symphony game. The majority of players wanted this to happen, because if you are looking for those high finishes, you're really just sending it and trying to find a good alignment of augments. And for some players, it's working. I personally am very impressed that Licorn is still hanging in there without having the 3-star units, but any round might be his last, as he is going up against Blast at Moon. Frontline for Blast has crumbled. Blast beat him before, but this time it doesn't seem to be the case, as the Vex itches that one out.
This Rabadon's JG Giant Slayer Vex insta-killing pretty much everything that she ends up hitting with her ultimate. We saw it there. Darkest now down to 1 HP. Licorn still hanging on for dear life as our resident Cruel Pack player in this game, number 7. Wet Jungler, 2 losses, now down to 9 HP. He was at 30 2 fights ago, makes.
I'm really not sure how this lobby is shaking out the way it is. Salvi, with the Yasuo reroll in a prismatic lobby, is currently 2nd in standings on 40 HP. This guy is playing to his strengths so well. I'm super impressed with the board, and I'd love to see just a little bit more of it. But we are, of course, trying to see how the players that are on low HP able to save themselves, and if they are here, Starkets fighting for their survival on the Endless Horde. Lulu in the backline trying to do as much as possible. The Seraphine 3 hasn't been found just yet, and Blast at Moon on the other side had just fought the Cruel Pack player and lost. Will this be a repeat? The answer is yes.
Such a close fight. Darkest able to win it. Licorn, our Cruel Pack player, finally does end up going down in that 7th place position. 6 players now remain. Ryko, our leader coming into this game 7, is now sitting on just 1 life, 7 HP for the Italian player. He has to mount a big comeback. He wants to defend his current title if the tournament would have ended at 6 games rather.
Ryko and GoBuster, both of them very high in points. Both of them could get the title, but of course everybody else is still in the running as well. As we are moving through boards, we are going to check in with Gobo, as there is a little bit of a cash out coming in.
Radiant Gunblade, Rageblade as well has been found. You can slam one of these 2 items onto the Ziggs, complete his item set, and then maybe start itemizing the Lucian now as well.
It's crazy, man. The board, the augments on Gobo are insane. It's just absolutely insane. Checking in with the Salvi board, though, this is the one we were talking about. It's an Edgelord Yasuo, which we discussed at the beginning of the game. I personally think this one is great. We have the binary now as well, which is allowing us to have multiple carries, multiple power spikes in the backline to empower this Yasuo really, and he is going to be the one that actually knocks down Wet Jungler here. The Zhonya's helps him for just a second, but it's not enough. Knocked out the Vice World Champion.
Dark is taken down, Wet Jungler taken down. 4 players now remain, 4 different nationalities. Salvi, the only past GSC winner, trying his best to try and do it again. As you mentioned, Gobo and Ryko were at 35 points coming into this final game, so they have a bit of an advantage, potentially even can secure a championship win despite not finishing first or second.
But Salvi and Blast at Moon are the 2 players that were right behind them, so it is going to come down to the wire here of how these final games are going to shake out. And Gobo and Ryko are on their last life, and they are meeting. Somebody will get knocked out here and get ahead of the other person with that. We'll see how it goes. The Ezreal ult does come down, take down some of the units. Illusion still alive, but will get knocked down, and with that, that's going to be all she wrote. Ryko knocking out Gobo.
And what a massive ult in the middle of that fight. Ezreal, perfect target on the entire left side clump. Blasted Moon also taken down. Ryko versus Salvi to decide potentially the GSC winner here. Salvi trying to do a repeat, trying to prove to us that Yasuo reroll does absolutely work, although maybe it's binary doing most of the heavy lifting in this current comp.
Okay, I'm not sure if my math is mathing, so we'll wait on final confirmation, but I'm pretty sure that with this, it's going to be it, and Ryko will take it. We'll see once the numbers are confirmed. One more time, we're going to get the Drake come through here for both players to change trajectory. Both of them have a little bit of a win streak going on, so it could go either way.
I think you don't have to crunch or many numbers or do much math to know that 2 is greater than 1. There was a 2-point difference coming into this final game, and currently there's only one position that can separate these 2 players, first and second. And with that, Ryko completing the Italian resurgence into dominance in the TFT scene. They were so strong back in Stat 6 and Stat 7. So many strong players, with Ryko being one of them. They went missing a tiny bit in the last few sets, but Italy is back on the menu, baby.
And I just want to say a shout out to Gangly, our North American caster friend. He's been telling me that Italy is going to win this Golden Spatula Cup, and I thought he was full of it. This is my official apology, with Ryko going up against Salvi here one more time. They're going to fight it out. I think actually more than one time. Salvi has a little bit of extra HP here, but it is confirmed. Ryko is going to be your Golden Spatula Cup champion. We're going to see him at the EMEA Finals in just a little bit.
Last second upgrades coming in on both sides. Alawi 3 for Ryko, level 9 for Salvi, trying to find any amount of power spike to try and win in this last fight. He had a lot of HP to work with, but when you're facing a board like this one from Ryko, itemized Lucian, itemized Ziggs, obviously the itemized headliner Ezreal has been doing so much heavy lifting since the beginning of stage 4. It's going to be so hard to beat this capped out legendary board.
I mean, it's going to be happening either way. Ryko has already won the title. You can see his camera. I think he's just now realizing as the game is concluding that this might just already be it. Salvi, of course, hoping to at least take an honorable win at the end here, but with 21 HP and yet another loss, you are going to be reduced to 2 HP. One more final fight between the 2 of them.
With how one-sided these fights are, there's not really much of anything Salvi can do. There is no positioning diff. There is nothing really to stop Ryko from not just becoming champion, but doing it in style, winning the last game as well, trying to have the largest gap possible between all of the other opponents and himself. And Ryko, you've been mentioning Makes throughout the entire tournament. He's been playing so much hardstyle. He really seems to be the hardstyle whisperer, both finding it early, but also knowing, exactly how to cap his boards in every single one of his games.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, he's not the only person that's been mostly forcing hardstyle, right? But he's the one that comes out on top, so surely he must have some way to get those Ezreals on his board. We're seeing one more matchup here. It's going to be the final one.
It's Yasuo.
The Ezreal is going strong, but is he going strong?
It's Yasuo.
Yasuo staying alive.
It's Yasuo.
And that is going to be it. Salvi taking the final game, at least in an honorable fashion, home for Germany, with Ryko as your winner of the tournament.
I said positioning would not matter, but the moment I saw that Yasuo sneak into the back line, start killing off units one by one, maybe that could be what would swing the fight in the end. Ryko still, of course, our GSC champion, but props to Salvi for, one, proving the haters wrong, proving that both Yasuo reroll and the Edgelord variant do end up working and do end up potentially winning games against a capped out Hearthstone board like that one.
Well, I know somebody that is going to be absolutely ecstatic about an Italian player winning Golden Spatula Cup. It's our dear caster colleague Niberia, and he's going to tell you all about that after a short break.
I mean, did I call it or did I call it? Like, let's be for real with each other right now. Ryko pulled it out as I knew he would, as I've been saying since we got here. Saturday morning, I was like, Ryko's going to take this.
I mean, you did go all in on this one. I can only think from the energy you were providing across to our Italian friends, well enough for them. But I mean, having talked to the Italian players before, and I'm sure we'll expand upon, this is such a meaningful moment for them to come in and take the spotlight.
I mean, there's also like, this is the first Italian win since Double Trouble back in December 2021, I think, like international TFT competition, right? When we had Luca and Jollyfake, I believe, right? Or were the ones that took home that double up tournament.
Yeah. coming in again. And I've talked to these guys before. It very much is a collective scene. They love each other so much. They love chatting. You know, Urgod, who we spoke to yesterday, part of that tight-knit community that originally formed around Balotelli and Luque's streams. But it's just so great to get to see them find success. I've been talking about them since, God, Gizmos and Gadgets. I've been talking about them since I saw Balotelli again. And they just weren't able to find the success, coming so close so many times. But finally with this, the final Golden Spatula Cup of set 10, they were able to pull home a win. So this is just, I would be surprised if Ryko is like cogent during this interview, because I know how long and how hard he's worked, especially because we've done an interview with him about this before. We've spoken with him before, and that's always the vibe I got, is that everyone is working together so hard just to get the recognition that they're as good as they know that they can be.
You know, the reason why they don't call you Matteo Clendon Yellow for nothing, right?
Yeah, that's right. We just add O's to everything. We work it out.
Oh boy! From seeing the Italian players around, you know, the general TFT community at LANs and things before, I've really seen them take care of everybody. As much as you're saying, Matt, they take care of each other. So yeah, it's just so wonderful. Let's talk a little bit about this lobby, though, Weta.
Yeah, I was about to say that, like, Salvi here with great creative play, and also, like, here, to 1 point, congratulations, but also commiserations to Salvi, 1 point away from becoming a repeat GSC champion again, right? We're talking about it, and, well, not quite there, but again, like, great creative play here, really showing the power of binary airdrop in combination with the less used Edgelord Yasuo headliner, right? You even had Gobo Star, who had the whole, you know, Lucky Gloves and like a prismatic CG and all the good stuff, like the orange, like the radiant CG, everything was just coming up middle for him, and then all of a sudden he was just unable to kind of fully capitalize on it, and we saw the power differential between having a full-on Biz Ezreal and a Lucky Gloves Ezreal.
And I think this is really exciting for Salvi as well, at least for me as someone who's been following him since the EMEA scene was a baby, you know. Salvi would always come into these tournaments, everyone would be like, oh my god, Salvi's so good, he's doing so well in solo queue, and he just wouldn't live up to that. So for a while, Salvi had a reputation of being like great, and then tournaments falls apart, but he's fully cemented himself now as a player who shows up exactly as well as he has been. Golden Spatula Cup winner, runner-up for this Golden Spatula Cup. He's finally lived up to that potential that everyone saw for so long. So I'm really happy for both the top two. But let's roll the standings anyways. It's a victory lap for everyone. Let's see that full top 8 one more time.
Oh,
there it is,
boy.
Ryko and Salvi, and Counterfeit, lay it on us, buddy.
I mean, honestly, it's such a close. I mean, look at the top 4. There's nothing in it. There is nothing in it. We'll have to wait for confirmation on this, but, you know, all credit to all the players there. I'm going to be biased and say shout out to Blast the Moon. That was an incredibly played tournament, and particularly for all players who came into this one with no GSC points at all, they really needed that top finish.
Also, this is the first day free for Blast of Moon, right? Coming in here, finishing third, it's not to be scoffed at. And also, I've heard some murmurs, again, I haven't run the numbers completely just yet, but this might be the singular highest scoring of a single player ever in GSC history, right? Top scorer day 1, second day 2, third top scorers a day. Like, it's an absolutely ridiculous amount of points.
Yeah, but we do have, of course, only one winner for the Golden Spatula Cup, and I am so thrilled and so touched to be able to introduce you all to Ryko Mastery, Golden Spatula Cup champion.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Ryko, dude, I'm like tearing up just being in this interview. How are you doing? You holding together?
Yeah, I'm holding together. It's my first GSC, and I'm super excited, super happy about it. Like, seriously.
I can see it on your face, man. It's so good to see you smiling this much.
Yeah, I mean, let's go back to Gizmos and Gadgets. Golden Spatula Cup number 3. You came in second place there.
Yeah.
You're so close before. I mean, is there anything that even stands out in your mind as being the difference between then and now? Your kind of growth between.
I think I had some growth, and it was something. It was something like how I approached the tournament. So the point is, I was good in ladder, but in the tournament I was doing some mistakes, and I was asking myself what I was doing wrong. Doing tons of tournaments, tons of Golden Spatula Cups, I realized that I was doing something wrong, and what I was doing wrong was when I was playing the tournament, I was tired. So what I did today was sleep, watch some streams, and then I just played perfectly, and I like it. That's what I like. This is my experience of tournaments. I love it.
Very good approach.
Yeah, I kind of think like that, having that more serious approach, right? There's something that when Salvi won his GSE, he also kind of talked about how he changed his approach. So I think those type of approach changes are super, super important here. Again, for you now, like this might be like a huge win for like the entirety of the Italian scene, as we were kind of alluded to here. We've been talking a lot about it before the interview. Like how big do you think this is? Like, is this going to push Italian TFT in a much better place?
Oh, I hope that. I genuinely hope that. I don't know, because the Italian scene is rising. There are a lot of good players and a lot of good young players, but I don't know. There are like 5, maybe 10 good players, challenger players. I mean, there are good players, but maybe 5 challenger players at max, while other scenes have like 20, 30 players, France, for example. So I don't know. I hope the Italian TFT will rise. That's what I'm hoping for, because seriously, there are some super good players that needs to shine, but there are a lot of good players in Italy.
So Ryko, I've got to ask, man. I always love to hear from the Golden Spatula Cup winners. What are you going to do afterwards to celebrate?
So what I'm gonna do, I think I will just eat my bed and watch some anime. That's what I'm gonna do. But yeah, maybe I will do something more special. I don't know. But yeah, this is what I'm gonna do.
I mean,
Sounds
we've got to
like a
ask.
relaxing evening, yeah.
Which anime is it going to be?
Solo Leveling, but yeah, I mean,
Okay,
I watch tons of anime. It's fine.
Plenty of options there, then. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, I've asked this,
Peter Weeda, what else you got?
I've asked this question before, but I think it always is relevant. You know, in this moment, looking back across the tournament, you know, obviously this is an incredible moment for you. But what, you know, apart from obviously the win itself, what moments from the tournament stand out most strongly in your mind now, standing at the precipice?
Oh, so I can say maybe the biggest moment was in this game, in this tournament today, in game 4 or game 5, when I went first, but I was in a bad spot. I did a miracular pivot, and we hit what I needed to hit, and we turned the 7th, 8th place into a first. That was the biggest like moment in my opinion. And yeah.
Was that the one where you dapped on camera afterwards? It was a very clean dap, I will say.
Yeah, the only moment, yeah, I'm kind of, I don't know, the only moment I do this is when I know I'm winning, so I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, I don't do anything, I wait. But yeah, holy moly, it was such a good tournament. Seriously, good luck, I mean, GG to all the other players, because they were good players, and I managed to win, but holy moly, it was not easy.
Ryko, congratulations so much. I've had this Italian flag pen prop for 2 days waiting for someone to pull it out. I'm so glad it was you. And of course, I've got to ask, we do it with every interview. You can do it in English. You can do it in Italian, whatever language you want. Is there anyone you want to shout out now that you have become a Golden Spatula Cup champion?
Oh, yeah, if I can do a shout out. So I want to shout out my team, my Italian team, Italian Desire organization, Desire team. I want to shout out the other Italian players I tried hard with. So Balotelli, Sweller Tiger, Shining Star, tons of good players. I want to give a shout out to my family, to Georgia, to good people in my life, to Lorenzo, and that's it. Yeah, all these players, all these people in my life played an important role for this win. So genuinely, thanks to everybody. Vero.
Awesome.
And thanks
Congratulations again, Ryko.
And thanks to my viewers and my supporters. Sorry, Mori, I don't want to forget them.
Gotta get that one in the end, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much, Ryko. Congratulations again. Enjoy your solo leveling after this one. Big swig of water, stay hydrated, stay happy, get some sleep. It'll hit in the morning.
Thanks. Have a good night, and thank you all guys for the cast. It was a super good cast, davvero. Grazie. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Oh man, it's crazy. This feels so surreal. I was just like, he's gonna do it, and then he did it. I was right about something. That's wild. That hasn't happened since LCQ from set 8. Like, that's not. I'm usually not that great at
a while ago. But like, and also
it's been a hot minute.
Yeah, I like the fact that we get the classic holy moly. Right, he just drops it. And one of the oldest memes in European CFT is Ryko's use of holy moly, and we just get like 5 within like a minute. I love it. I love it so much, man.
I mean, to be here for when the first Italian GSC champion ever is crowned is honestly just amazing. And you can only wonder, and hope that this will be a huge moment for Italian TFT, to have a player that you can look up to and say, we can do it, and really push forward to a brighter tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I'm excited to see how he's going to do on the regional stage, because we do have a list of the people who have qualified through Golden Spatula Cups all the way to that Rising Legends Finals. We've got Blasted Moon and Dark Hydra, Salvi as people who really showed up today. Of course, Ryko after that Golden Spatula Cup win. So plenty of names you've seen today, a couple that you haven't. So I am just so excited for the regional finals.
Oh boy, we saw, of course, Darkest before, just making it in a number 16. That was incredibly close. Blasted Moon, of course, going into Skapes, of course, was third in the first cup. I think we were set up for an incredibly good regional finals, even if we can't fit every player we love in there.
I think there's a couple of names here, right? Gobuster, Sappho, I think I'm super excited to see them. I think Tropical, right, did not have the greatest day today, but had a amazing run at GSC 1, made both day 3s here at this GSC cycle, right? So a player that we need to keep an eye out for. And I think that, like, Zoro's performance this cycle so far, I finished second here, was on the brink of making it in towards this final lobby again, right? Just sheer consistency, and I'm super excited to see how these players will tackle our finals.
Yeah, a lot of those names on that ladder list are stalwarts of the scene. You see Double 61, you see Canbiz, you see Ging, the kind of players that have really defined Rising Legends, and even before that, just EMEA competitive as a whole. So it's a mix of new and old, and I'm just so excited to see how that's going to play out, because we, of course, are going to have a contest winner, I believe, today as well. Is that correct, production? It sure is.
Oh boy.
So we had you guys tell us which one is your favorite, and the winner is, oh god, someone pronounce this for me.
Lenlek?
Sure.
Yeah. I'm not like
feeling good.
I'm getting up there in age, so my lead speak is not like it's not what it used to be. But I think that's definitely something to keep in mind, Matt.
I think the people who invented Leet Speak are almost ready to retire, so don't worry about it. Like, it's been a hot minute, but congratulations to Blenlek. Hope you enjoy the prize. I'm so scattered after this game. Oh, jeez. So thank you everyone for watching. Someone want to do socials for me?
Yeah, absolutely. So, TFT Esports EMEA over on the Twitter or X. Play TFT pretty much everywhere else you could go for. Of course, if you'd like to follow our particular socials, it's at Niberia. As you can see beneath his face, kind of put cast below mine, we the cast below his. And then, of course, Makes and Impetuous Pan. We'll make sure to spam those out into chat before it's all said and done.
Well, thank you so much, everyone, for watching. We will see you at the Rising Legends Finals in just a little bit. Thank you again. Congratulations to Ryko Mastery, and we'll see you next time.